There's a party in the house and we'll be rocking tonight. So bring your body with you, baby, and I'll make you feel right. It's a freaky celebration of a natural kind, and the pleasure you'll experience will blow your mind. Freestyle singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, that's freestyle singing in all the house. Freestyle singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, that's freestyle singing in all the house. Everybody will be dancing to the beat on the floor. You will encounter situations never thought of before. Satisfaction's guaranteed if you know what I mean. And when you walk into that door, it's such a freaky scene. Singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, that's freestyle singing in all the house. You ladies interested in the words I speak, we will be rocking like this every night of the week. And all you fellas, double ladies, don't stop or rock, because you know that we'll be jamming all around the clock. I went to a party, and what did I see? The girls were wearing leather skirts and see-through jeans. I asked the DJ to tell me what was going on. He said, freestyle's having a freak-a-thon. Singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, a freak-a-thon. Singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, a freak-a-thon. There's a party in the house and we'll be rocking tonight. So bring your body with you, baby, and I'll make you feel right. It's a freaky celebration of a natural kind, and the pleasure you'll experience will blow your mind. Freestyle singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, will blow your mind. Freestyle singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. The pleasure you'll experience will blow your mind. Freestyle singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, that's freestyle singing in all right. Freestyle singing in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you freestyle stop the rock, that's freestyle
with the bass. The jam is live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to combine beats and lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys. Grab a girl, don't wait, make a twirl. It's your world, and I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut to move your butt to the dance floor. So yo, what's up? Hands in the air, come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live and out through this groove. Party people in the house, move.
Good morning. Welcome to the championship. Congratulations, you made it. You qualified to come to Houston. We are so happy to have you here, and I hope you're excited to be here. Are you? Yeah, baby. You're in Houston. You made it. I'm Blair, the first lead MC. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Houston, to the championships. We have 8 fabulous fields here. We have 600 teams competing from all over the world. Let's make some noise and meet the fields. Archimedes, let's hear you. Cury. Daly. Galileo. Hopper. Johnson. Milstein. Newton. It's a quarter-mile of FRC playing fields, which is amazing. All right, we're gonna have a great competition. Couple housekeeping reminders. We have some accessibility seating down front here for those needing that. We want you to honor the legacy of Woody Flowers. Remember your gracious professionalism throughout. I forgot you do that. Gracious professionalism. It's catchy. We have teams this year competing from 16 countries here in First Robotics competition. We have teams from the Dominican Republic, Switzerland, India, Romania, China, the United Kingdom, Australia, Colombia, the Netherlands, Brazil, Chinese Taipei, Israel, Turkey, Canada, Mexico, and the United States of America. 43 states are represented here this weekend. 43 states, which is awesome. We can't get anything going until we have the anthem from the host country. And we have a singer this morning. Please stand up, if able, remove your caps, and welcome from Team 3767, the TC Titans from Traverse City, Michigan. This is Reese.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done, Reese, well done. And now to officially open the championship, we've got a sponsor that's been with us for a few years. They've got a fabulous Formula One car out there. Please welcome onto the field Kathy Lumen and the reps from Haas and the Gene Haas Foundation to tell you to crank this baby up. Come on out, Kathy.
Hi there. Every year our championship team gets a little bit bigger because we all want to be able to talk to you and hang out with you this week. And we're so happy to be here. We have representatives from Haas Automation, our engineering department, and some of those people are down by the car if you want to learn about and talk to someone about what being an engineer at Haas is. We've got people from around the country who support education at the different Haas dealers. And then you've got representatives from the foundation. And we are so proud, hopeful, happy. We have so much confidence in you guys because you are all the future. This year, the Gene Haas Foundation awarded over 2,300 grants for $6 million. I will say one thing, some of your checks may have been a little late because we thought we were almost done funding in December, and then kickoff came and we got over 1,000 more applications, and we have a team of just 2 people in the office who are processing those checks. So it's a big job, but congratulations, and we're committed to keep on doing it. Now we would like to start the competition. So, ready? Yeah. Teams, start your robots.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Haas. Good luck all weekend long. Now send in the field for match number 1 of the championship. To the field.
Good morning and welcome to the 2026 First Robotics World Championship presented by the Gene Haas Foundation. We're Robo Sports Network and this is our show, First Champs Live, where we're bringing you the coverage of all 8 divisions here at the First Championship. I'm Izzy and I'm joined by my wonderful friends Emerson and Aiden. How are you guys? How are you guys doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. This is so exciting to be here at Championship. All of this got started back all the way on January 10th when Rebuilt was given out to the community so that we could come up with all the solutions and see all the cool robots that are here at Championship. There's 600 teams here that represent the best of the best from around the world. They had to qualify to get here at over 200 events that happened this season, and now we are seeing all of these robots that were good enough to qualify for the championship all battle it out over the next 3 days. We have over 1,000 matches across the 8 divisions, and there's 16 countries represented here. I think the theme of this year is literally been rebuilt. There are so many robots at this championship that are either taking the field for the first time or maybe the second time because there's been a lot of changes and good designs that people have wanted to rebuild to. So Aiden, what have you seen this season?
Well, certainly Rebuilt has been living up to its name, like it or not, for some of these teams. We have seen a large meta evolve around what's known as the big dumper is kind of this style of get as many fuel out of your robot and into your robot and just processing power. Don't worry about accuracy. Just if you shoot 100 balls, 90 of them can go in, right? And so this overwhelming pressure has been a certain meta-defining archetype that we've seen, and part of that has been in part to a couple of teams who really got it right on day one. Those teams being 1678, the Citrus Circuits from Davis, California, and Team 254, the Cheesy Poofs out of San Jose, California. And I think we're gonna go down to the Cury field and see 254, who is in match 1, just so you can get a little bit of a taste of what these dumper-style robots are going to be looking for. So we've got a very interesting match up ahead on Cury number 1.
Yeah, 254 coming from that brand spanking new California district. You as well, Aiden. How is California looking this year?
You know, California has been tough. It has been an incredible experience for all the teams. I think it's pretty known that it's a very strong region, and so there has been a little bit of limitation in how many teams can come out of the region. SoCal and NorCal are each having their own district championship, and the top 46 teams, Impact winners, Rookie All-Stars included, are moving on. So you'll get to see some of this California pressure as we go into Cury match number 1. Watching 254 and 589 Falcon Robotics from La Crescenta, California. 589 actually getting here off of an Impact win at the SoCal District Championship. And they're also joined by 10254, so a bit of a meme team, but 10254, they're no joke. They were 5th at both of their district events, 13th at their district championships, and overall placing 3rd, 3rd, and 6th respectively. So they are a threat, a force to be reckoned with here in match 1.
Yeah, and over on the Blue Alliance in this match, we have one of our international teams all the way from Brazil coming to compete in the Cury division, along with teams from Missouri and Michigan. This should be a really fun match. We have 2 Impact Award winners also on that Blue Alliance. That's Team 5193 and Team 3792.
Yeah, and with that, let's send it down to the field for Cury division, presented by the Argosi Foundation Qualification Match 1.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting our very first match up in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with that sound, the opening rounds here on the Cury division, sponsored by the Argosy Foundation, is underway. Qualification match number 1. We already have shots going up and in for 254. The Cheesy Poops doing a double swipe auto to the center of the field. Mirrored by 75-67 for your Blue Alliance. Field continuing to rain down in the last seconds of the autonomous period. And the Red Alliance with the early advantage. 148 to the Blue Alliance, 76. 10 seconds of transition period here. Red Alliance continuing to extend that lead courtesy of the Regal Seagulls and the Cheesy Poops. And now Blue Alliance hub going up on its first shift. 25 seconds of an active hub. And the lone blue robot on their side of the field being 37.92. Continuing to fire fuel up and in. Right behind them is their partners, the Octopus and Pantheon, putting up a volley as well. Shifting over to your red side. Now double barrel action there from Regal Seagulls and the Poofs. Now under heavy defense from Octopus, the Brazil machine. Driving all over the place, picking up all the fuel left over on the red side of the field. Defense being played at the neutral zone. That was Falcon for your Red Alliance. Bulldozes fuel and now does a leap of faith over the backside blue bump. Minute and 20 left to go as that period comes to a close. Red Alliance already energized here with 391 fuel and expanding. Blue Alliance cutting the deficit down now at 213 points and slowly approaching the Red Alliance's 391. 1 minute left in play. Red Alliance continuing to stockpile for their next period. Coming up in about 3 seconds. Blue Alliance getting their last second shots up and in from their human players. And now the Red Alliance is back on the charge once again. Both robots shooting from the tower. Absolutely stuffing the red hub. Fuel continuing to rain down over 400 points now. We are supercharged here in qualification match number 1 for your Red Alliance. Well over 500 points and 500 fuel scored. And now long distance shots going up and over the center signs of our field. Full court shots, sending them down to the waiting Red Alliance. But the Blue Alliance is now back on the case under the last 30 seconds left to go. Both hubs are active here. 15 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance trying to get back into this match, but the Cheesy Poofs are denying that as they put up another volley up and in. Regal Seagulls right behind them. The last 5 seconds of the match, last few shots going up and in with 3 seconds left, 2-1, and that is all she wrote here in qualification match number 1.
All right, while we wait on those scores from that Cury match, we're going to head on over to Daily. We're going to check out Team 1323 over on that Blue Alliance.
Lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we are underway here in the Daily Division. Robots heading out to the middle of the field here in the autonomous portion of the match. There goes Madtown Robotics there on the near side of the field, scoring for the Blue Alliance. Blue starting to build quite a lead here during the autonomous portion as robots are heading back for a second helping of fuel. Blue Alliance crossing the 100-point threshold in the autonomous portion of the match. But remember, our ranking point thresholds are higher here at the championship, so the energized ranking point now 360 fuel. It is now the Red Alliance's shift here early in match number 1 on the daily division, 175 to 157. Red Alliance leading early on. Blue Alliance collecting fuel, setting themselves up for their first shift, which is about 8 seconds away here in match number 1. We are counting down the final seconds of that Red Alliance shift. It's 2:47, 157. But here comes one of our defending world champions, Team 1323, Madtown Robotics, scoring for the Blue Alliance. Blue quickly catching up to our Red Alliance as here comes 1323, shooting on the move into that Blue Alliance hub. A constant run of fuel going into that hub. 259, 247. Blue Alliance taking a lead here as the match transitions back over to the red side of the field. Bumblebee.
All right, and those are that score from that first match over on Cury. The Red Alliance taking a confident 700-point win.
Scoring for the Red Alliance as Red now takes a narrow lead here as we approach the final seconds of their second shift here in match number 1. That sound means we are back over on the blue side of the field. Blue Alliance shift as 1323 and their partner Fixed Gears quickly scoring, reclaiming that lead for Blue, 353 to 320. 40 seconds left to go. Neither Alliance achieving that energized ranking point early on here in match number 1. 35 seconds left to go. Another volley of fuel there from the Madtown machine as they go back to the middle of the field to gobble up some more fuel. 390, 328. Both hubs are active. Blue Alliance hanging on to a lead here as Blue now achieves the energized ranking point. Red quickly catching up here, crossing the 345 fuel threshold and needing just 15 more in order to get that ranking point. They got it, so both alliances getting the energized ranking point as there goes Madtown cleaning up the Blue Alliance zone there. They're about to cross 500 fuel now as time expires on match number 1. All right, let's see our scores for match number 1, and it's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. Final score, 518 to 437. Red Alliance getting that energized ranking point. Blue Alliance getting both the energized and supercharged ranking point.
An incredible first 2 matches here at the first World Championship. Aiden, tell me a bit about that match over on Daily.
Yeah, on Daily we saw 1323, that's Madtown Robotics, currently a defending world champion out of Madera, California. You'll note that they are not using that mass amount of fuel style dumper shooter. They are in fact sticking with a turret and maintaining a consistent stream of fuel into the target. And so we're seeing a little bit of the robot ecosystem on these fields play out. You have these dumpers, you have these turrets, and they kind of both need each other to survive. The dumper being great at putting volume on one side of the field, the turret fantastic at cleaning it up, except when they get caught behind the tower. We did see Madtown have a bit of a hang up. They were behind the tower, unable to score for about 5 to 10 seconds. I think that's score a little lower than they would have liked, but ultimately running away with the win and 5 ranking points for that alliance there.
Yeah, next we're actually going to head over to the Hopper Field where we get to see Team 2056. They were the winners of the Ontario District and a perennial powerhouse in FRC. Their robot this year is so smooth, and they're going to be going against a team that's almost their neighbors in 3015. They are from Spencerport, New York, and they have been absolutely killing it this season, going to 3 regionals, coming home with tons of banners, and this should be a really exciting match to start off the Hopper Field.
Absolutely, we have a lot of regional wins on both alliances here. So we are going to send it on down to the field for Hopper Match 2.
Robotics. I don't think this is their flag, but I'm going to wave it anyway. This is 2659.
The Robo Warriors.
Here, I'm going to pass this along as I run through. There you go. Let's go across the other side. On the Blue Alliance, I got 2834.
Bionic Blackhawks.
How about 3015?
Ranger Robotics.
And it's 1259.
Paradigm Shift.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
On the Hopper field this time, we have another lineup of 6 incredible robots. Volleys of fuel going up on the red side, courtesy of the Robo Warriors and Hammerheads. OP Robotics. Quick work of that fuel in Autonomous. The Blue Alliance doing the same. Paradigm Shift in the middle as Autonomous and scooping up fuel and racing back to their side. The Red Alliance hub is flickering. And it is the Blue Alliance's turn. At the end of Autonomous, Red took it by quite a few, but the Blue Alliance is hard at work shuttling fuel. I see the Bionic Blackhawks on the far side of the blue field, bumping into those robots to make quick work of the field. Fuel on their side. The Red Alliance lining up to shoot. Those Blue Alliance robots on the side playing defense and stealing fuel. Lots of action in the middle. The red hub flickers once again, meaning it is the Blue Alliance's turn to bridge that gap. With less than 1:15 to go, it is 404 to a Blues climbing score of 181. The Hammerheads looking for fuel in the middle zone. They race back under that trench. Ranger Robotics shuttling fuel as the Red Alliance hub reactivates. Those red robots quick at work. Fuel goes up and out of the field. OP Robotics looking for some defense. It looks like they are hung up on that blue trench. That whistle means there's less than 30 seconds in the match. Red's climbing score of 563 is already a new high score for this field. The Bionic Blackhawks on the Red Alliance side trying to keep those red robots from scoring any last second points.
The blue robot duo on the blue side of the field putting up some last-second points as the timer expires. We have your scores for qualification number 2. It will go to the Red Alliance. With a new field high score of 672, the Red Alliance will take it with 5 ranking points, pushing all those robots up in the rankings.
Aiden, you were talking about how these big dumpers and these turret robots, they need each other, but can you describe in that last match how those 3 turret robots over on Red worked together?
Oh, 100%. Those turret robots had such incredible range all built into them, and so you'll see them full court shooting, trying to maintain some pressure by stealing from their opponents and just keeping the movement of fuel from left to right. It's kind of like a sloshing wave or a tide, and so we're seeing these robots all take different positions when it's time to score and basically become undefendable, all maintaining at least 2, if not all 3 scores at the same time and then going back on the hunt. We did see 2056 a little bit hung up on a mix of the bump and the fuel. You know, the game piece is kind of its own obstacle this year with the rest of the field elements. So the score probably not as high as they would have liked, but that was well on track to be a 700+ score from the Alliance.
Yeah, you know, I was saying as we were watching that match, it almost feels like when you have that alliance of the 3 turrets, it looks like a different game. The stream of balls that's coming, or stream of fuel that's coming from all of the robots, when you have those big dumper robots, it's like this just massive waterfall. But when you have all these turret robots, the fuel doesn't move as quickly around the field, but you still have these huge scores. Throughout the competition this weekend, teams are going to be trying to acquire ranking points. And there are 6 ranking points available in every match. 3 ranking points for the win, and then there are levels of fuel that have been raised for championship that give you a 4th ranking point and a 5th ranking point. That 6th ranking point has been elusive this season. The end game basically doesn't exist in this game. There are some teams like 118 from Clear Creek ISD that have a level 3 climber that have been using it all season, but for all intents and purposes, there is no end game. All the robots are just shooting fuel. We're really excited to go over to qualification match number 2 on Johnson, where we have 4 different countries represented in Brazil, Chinese Taipei, the United States, and Mexico. So this should be a really fun match. The number 8 ranked team in FIM, which is first in Michigan, being featured on the Blue Alliance. That's team 2337, the Engineers, having an absolutely great season. So can't wait to see what they can do on the Blue Alliance in this match.
Certainly excited to see this range of play from such an international match, right? Knowing what teams are in a region and kind of how they stack up. Some of that iron sharpens iron, right? A lot of teams do tend to converge in similar designs from a local area, so it'll be very interesting to see when we've seen predominantly 1 to 2 styles. Is there anything unexpected or creative that we're going to get out of these regions, or if they solve the meta just like everybody else?
Yeah, with that, we're going to send it down over to Johnson, presented by Haas, qualification match 2.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Here's qualification match number 2 on Johnson. 2 blue robots head out, go grab some fuel from the neutral zone. All these robots are pre-programmed right now. No operators driving these. Both blue robots head back and do another volley here. Blue doing very well in our auto period, and they win the auto period 86-33. Their hub will be active second. We're in our transition phase for another 7 seconds. Both hubs are active. We got 75-63 from Brazil, shooting fuel into the Red Alliance zone. We are active now on the Red Alliance hub, 75-63 shooting. Some of those shots going a little short and not making it in. Now they're shooting, some of them going short and some of them going long. Their alliance partner, 2704, Roaring Robotics from Naperville, Illinois, shooting for the Red Alliance. And we shift over to blue. Blue has the lead, and they have an active hub. 46-35, Prepatec Bot Busters from Mexico shooting for the Blue Alliance. While 23-37, that's Engineers from Glen Blanc, Michigan. They go along their line station wall, grabbing fuel and shooting it as they go along. 4 more seconds left in this, and the blue has a very big lead, 230 to 1 or to 80. Shift over to red. 46-35 from Mexico. They come over here, they grab some of the Red Alliance fuel, and they just shoot it over the neutral zone. 11269, batteries not included. They're out in the middle of the neutral zone trying to grab fuel and shooting it over into their Alliance zone. Shift over to blue right now. Blue has a very big lead, 245 to 128. And they are just pummeling that blue hub. Lots of fuel going into that blue hub. 303. We need 360 points to get that one ranking point. Can we get it now? Getting very close to getting that energized ranking point. And will it be? We now have the end game. Blue now only a few fuel. Can they do it? There we go. Blue now has the energized ranking point. They will get 1 ranking point. If they win, they get 3 more. 14 seconds to go. Blue again has a big lead, 360 to 169. 27:04, Roaring Robotics from Illinois shooting for the Red Alliance. And this match ends in 3, 2, 1. That's in the qualification match number 2. And here's your score. Blue Alliance wins. They get 3 ranking points for the win. They also get that 1 ranking point for energizing their hub. Qualification match number 3 is next.
All right, that Blue Alliance picking up 4 ranking points over there at qualification match 2, but we're gonna head right on over to the Cury division presented by the Argosy Foundation for qualification match 3.
Massive swipes down into the center of the field. 4 robots make their way back to their zone. Fuel flying all over the place. Galaxia getting hung up on the near side bump, able to get off of the fuel, make their way back over. Fuel continuing to fly over on both sides. Blue Alliance tallying that score just by a couple points in favor of their alliance. Fuel able to pour down through those funnels in the last second, giving them that autonomous advantage. Red Alliance now with an active hub. A Blue Alliance robot is beached on that near side bump, able to get break free. 5712 Hemlock's Gray Matter, courtesy of one of their Alliance partners, freeing them up. Red Alliance with an active hub. Not a whole lot of scoring going up and in, but as 5460 Strike Zone lining up for a deposit in the last seconds of that period, now action shifts to the blue side of the field as the Paradox shooting up undefended. Fuel into their hub. Hemlock's Gray Matter right behind them. And Galaxia on the charge as well. Red Alliance taking all that fuel scored by your Blue Alliance in the neutral zone, sending it skyward to their side of the field, stockpiling for their next cycle, which guards right now in strike zone with the expanding hopper, elevating it, filling up their hopper and popping all that fuel up and into their hub. Hemlock's Gray Matter doing the same, taking that stockpile that the Red Alliance built up during that last period. and running away with it back to their side of the field. Shoot on the move. Now under the trench they go, collecting all the fuel they sent over, and now their hub is back online, regaining that lead for your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance playing some defense there, taking their opportunistic hits and grabbing fuel from the Blue Alliance stockpile. And now the Blue Alliance is starting to feel it as they are starved. Two of the Blue Alliance robots make their way to the center of the field to grab fuel. And here comes the Red Alliance in this last 30 seconds of the match. Both hubs active here. Stardust and Strike Zone contributing up into their hub, and right behind them is the Polar Pilots. Red Alliance down by just about 100 points. Blue Alliance, however, continuing to rain down the fuel. Getting supercharged on your Blue Alliance as this match draws to a close.
Welcome back to the desk. We are Robo Sports Network, and if you're new here, this is our show, First Champs Live. We're covering all 8 divisions here at the 2026 First Robotics World Championship. We just were over on Cury for qualification match 3. It was a pretty close match, that entire qualification match. Where did things kind of fall apart, Aiden?
Well, Red Alliance, consisting of very strong dumper-style robots, grabbing as many fuel as possible and just unloading them. A lot of pressure, a lot of volume. We saw a lot more synergy between the Blue Alliance. 9609, the Paradox, I believe from India, taking that same volume style, shooting them all over to blue, and then actually getting follow-up from 5987 Galaxia out of Israel. And so the turret able to capitalize and maintain a kind of flow state for blue while the Paradox are still inbounding, and then another turret robot for the Blue Alliance maintaining 2 points of pressure, so it's not really a one robot can defend all style. The Red Alliance, they're not having the same kind of luxuries. Everybody needs to get sort of closer in range, and a little bit of shifting will throw them off course. So we do need to wait on those final scores, but it is looking like a little bit more favored towards that diversity of the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, while we wait for those scores, let's look ahead over at Archimedes qualification match 4. We have some incredible teams in this match. What do you see?
I can't wait to watch this match. So we're really going to be watching one team on the Red Alliance and one team on the Blue Alliance that have been absolutely phenomenal all season. So on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 27. That's Team Rush from Clarkston, Michigan. They have ranked #1 in the Michigan district this year, and that district is the largest district that exists. And so ranking #1 is a big deal there. They are going against, we've got scores from Cury before we keep announcing this. The Blue Alliance does take it away, 534 to 439, so great win for the Blue Alliance. So then going back to this Archimedes match, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 9470, Control Alt Delete. They're from California. Aiden, tell us all about their season.
Yeah, Control Alt Defeat has been kind of the new kids on the block for Northern California. They're a very small, scrappy team, but they really get it done. They were responsible for 2 of the 4 world high scores back during those early weeks when California was pumping out a new world record every weekend.
Every match, it seemed like.
Every match, it felt like, yeah. So 9470 certainly being a major player. They competed week 1, week 2, did a rebuild, went to the district championships. I believe they have not made many changes at a hardware level for their robot, but certainly one of those teams that just kind of, it felt like they came out of nowhere for California. They've been around for a couple years, been pretty okay, and this was just such a breakout year where everybody's looking at them just like the next big thing within Northern California. Really, really great stuff from a very tiny team, really small but mighty.
And I got to tell you, Team Rush, I was just looking at their Michigan State Championship run. Not only did they win, they won the Impact Award. They had a Woody Flowers Finalist Award and a First Leadership Award winner.
That's incredible.
So Team Rush just showing what First is all about.
Yeah, a very busy championship for them. Their First Leadership Award student's going to have to interview. Their Impact team's going to have to interview. Their Drive team's getting on the field for this match. So we're going to send it down to Archimedes qualification match 4.
And
And with the thumbs up, drivers behind the lines. Match number 4 in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, qualification match number 4 already started the big hit in the center field. Rush heading back for our blue alliance. 2 robots make it back for red. 50-66 doesn't quite find their way on home. 2 red robots making their way back to the center, but they're gonna lock on up. A little bit of course correction, trying to get them home, but not quite finding their mark. That leaves an opportunity for blue to try and pull ahead. 1 point separating 2 alliances as we get this match underway. That means that blue will get to collect first. Red will be on the first scoring shift. Explore getting their first round of fuel. 90-40, 94-70, control alt defeat, putting up a barrage as well. Red is in control as red robots collect their fuel. A red robot deep in enemy territory trying to push fuel on back to the blue alliance. 50-66 sending it on home to blue as well. Looks like just control alt defeat for the red alliance trying to get a scoring cycle going in the last 2 seconds. They put up a round, but it's over to blue control. Explore and their alliance partners 34-94 doing their best to try and slow down the blue scoring. 94-70 playing the passing game, trying to empty out the blue fuel reserves. As 11-2-97 on the hunt for a round of fuel of their own. Not much scoring happening for a blue alliance. A few points trickle in. Blue up by a single point as 94-70 control alt defeat runs up the score for red. Quadrangles now snap into position. A 2-time barrage of fuel for the red alliance. Explore hunting for more fuel in the center of the field. 94-70 back to the middle. 11-2-97 here to play a little bit of defense. Looks like they might have a belt popped off their robot. Iron Corsairs looking for their home as blue takes control now to score. 50-66 puts up a round of fuel. In it goes for the blue alliance. All 3 red robots near blue territory though, just mopping up the fuel that they have on hand. 94-70 passing some fuel over to their side of the field as we approach the end game. Red with an over 100-point lead on our blue alliance. Blue's got just the last 30 seconds to round it back out. Here comes Singularity and control alt defeat. Blue trying to get back in position. 50-66 putting up a round. Here they go. Another round for the blue alliance. Explore playing some defense, shutting down that scoring cycle the last 10 seconds. Red on the hunt for the ranking point. They're 45 fuel away. Can control alt defeat make the difference? They're gonna try. Here comes the last round of fuel as time expires. Alliance. 482 to 257. Red earning 4 ranking points in this match. The bonus ranking point comes from putting at least 360 fuel into the red hub, energizing it.
Some unfortunate luck there on the Blue Alliance. Team 27 Rush not having connection for their radio during that match. So hopefully they're going to take it back to the pit, figure out what was wrong, and come out playing strong in their next match. We actually have a replay now for you. Daily match 4. We've seen a lot of powerhouse teams from California, and in this team, the #1 ranked team in California showing up and showing out, and that's team 4414 High Tide from Ventura, California. In this match, we see an absolutely insane auto to get started. So let's take a look as we get our replay, waking up this morning and making sure that we can replay matches for you all day long. So here we go.
This is a really incredible auto.
Yep, Red Alliance. You can see High Tide coming over. They just have so much capacity in their hopper, going all the way to the depot, even getting those. All right,
yeah,
we're back.
We see two turrets over on that Red Alliance with a double shooter over on the side of 4028. But 175 points in auto is really, really incredible. We're going to see this Red Alliance kind of run away with the match.
Yeah, they do run away with it pretty quickly. And the Blue Alliance definitely having has some great teams over there that are performing really well all season. Team 624 from Katy, Texas. That's Team Kryptonite. And Team 340 GRR, Greater Rochester Robotics from Rochester, New York.
Red Alliance really just getting off to a mean start, not only winning the auto, but being the first ones to kind of capitalize on the center fuel there and starting this pressure. You know, you'll note that the Blue Alliance has not broken past 135, and seems like there is not a whole lot of action going on for them. They really are on the back foot here with Red just winning auto and then immediately removing any threat of catch up.
And look at that, they're passing, they're getting ready for the end game, that Red Alliance. They are passing as much fuel as they can over to their side of the field. They have 375 points with 1 minute left. But let's just watch the score blow up in this last bit of the match.
So we have something on our team that we call tilting the field, and it's when all the fuel is on one side, that you've literally just taken the field and tilted it towards you. And the Red Alliance has just had all of the fuel all match.
We describe it on our drive team as like when you're little and you're like in the bathtub, you're kind of rocking back and forth and making the waves get real big. That's how the fuel wants to cycle, is back and forth, back and forth. And when you break the wave is what we refer to it as, is keeping it condensed on one side. You're trying to break the wave at as many spots as possible.
770 live score there. Not sure what the official score was, but that was an absolutely incredible match by that Red Alliance. 44-14, we expect to do very, very well in this field. Up next, we're headed to the Hopper Division, presented by GE Aerospace. Qualification match 5. Let's take a look at those teams.
Yeah, we've got Team 3467, Wyndham Wine up there. We're ranked number 3 in the New England district this year and just having an absolutely incredible season.
Yeah, and over on this side of that Red Alliance, we have a couple of district event winners, all from Michigan. 3 Michigan teams over on Red. Hopefully some synergy there. We have 3 countries represented over on Blue in Canada, China, and the US. So it should be a super exciting match. Reminder, we're First Champs Live. We're going to be covering action on all 8 fields this weekend. If you can't follow all the action on YouTube or Twitch, you can follow us at RoboSportsNet over on Instagram. But we're going to send it down to the field for Hopper Qualification Match 5.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
This is qualification number 5. 6 more beautiful robots on the field. And fuel going up for both sides. It looks like 3467 has some trouble. They're stuck right in front of that Hopper serializer. At the end of autonomous, Red will take it. The Biting Bulldogs shooting on the move, and lots of robot traffic in the neutral zone as all colors race forward. The Blue Alliance hub is active and those robots are working on scoring. Blizzard trying to get over that bump. Moving back to the neutral zone, the Red Alliance sending tons of points up into the hub. The Robo Cubs looking to shuttle some fuel. It goes out into the neutral zone, instead of the hub, but that's all right. They realign. It looks like the Red Alliance has once again lost a robot. Hopefully they can get reconnected, and they do. The Blue Alliance hub is active once again. The Robo-Cubs trying to keep fuel away from them. Wyndham, wind up. Looking for points. Those blue robots hard at work. The babies playing on the defensive on the red side of the field as the red score catches up to blue. A very close match with 35 seconds to go. The Robo-Bikes in the neutral zone looking for fuel. They grab some. Both hubs are now active, meaning all teams can score. Fighting Bulldogs looking for some last second scores. There's 10 seconds left in qualification match 5. Blizzard in the neutral zone refueling with 1 second to go. Blue is down 386, but we will get those scores back to you in a moment. We have your scores. It will go to the Red Alliance. That final tally will be 411 to 396. The Red Alliance will take 4 ranking points and the Blue Alliance will take 1.
Qualification match 5 over on Hopper ends in a Red Alliance victory. All 3 of those Michigan teams taking away the win there. We're going to be looking ahead over at Galileo qualification match 6. Aiden, I know you wanted to talk about a team over on that Red Alliance.
You know, I do have some slight California bias, but 3501, the Firebots, this is a really interesting circumstance. So this team in California was actually team number 47 on the list to make it to the champs, and one team did decline out of California. So 3501 gets that invite, says yes, 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 we would love to go to Worlds. And I think it's going to be a very interesting case of seeing how good the California teams are that aren't necessarily making that cutoff right away, and still like punching that ticket. Seeing what that end looks like of the California invites is going to be really interesting. I know they've been putting in a lot of work at the lab to try and get ready with a few modifications for the district champs and the world championships now. And so I'm really interested to see how 3501 steps up here in this upcoming match.
Yeah, let's see just how deep that that California district goes with teams like 3501.
Yeah, it's been exciting to see California experience districts for the first time this year, when lots of the teams competing here have been doing it for, years and years now. But because California is such a strong area in terms of competitiveness, it's really brought out the best in the best. So we're ready for qualification number 6 on the Galileo division, sponsored by Mauser.
Galileo, it's autonomous. Everybody moving here in match number 6. Both alliances spewing those fuel cells into their active hubs here in this first autonomous round. It's pretty close. Both alliances in the 70s. Red at the end pulling ahead just a little bit. So red looks like it's going to take the autonomous round, which means blue's hub will be active in the first stage after this transition. We're in teleoperator mode, so the drivers have control of the robots. And in stage 1, blue's hub is active, and they are spewing those fuel cells into the blue hub. Nicely done. The Blue Alliance takes the lead by about 50 points, 60 points. Under 60, now they're over 60. And now we enter into stage 2. The red hub comes active. Red now spewing those fuel cells into the active hub on their side of the field. Red has overtaken blue. They have the lead now by over 20 points. We are in stage 2. Coming up on stage 3, blue now going to overtake them. Both of these alliances trying to score over 360 points in fuel cells in this match. That will earn them an extra ranking point, win, lose, or draw. We've got about a minute to go in this match, and we keep flip-flopping depending on which stage the match we are in and which hub is active. So blue took the lead while they were active, but red becomes active, and they are quickly catching up, and they are going to try to overtake, and they do overtake blue. So red now with the lead in stage number 4. The next stage is going to be the end game with both hubs active, and that's going to come in 5 seconds when we get down to under half a minute to go. So red with the lead, about under 100 points, but about 80, 90 point lead as we are in the end game, about 20 points left to go in this match. Both alliances putting those fuel cells up in the air, but red spewing them quite a bit more quickly, and that's how they've built up about a 50, 60 point lead. 5 seconds now to go in this match. 3, 2, 1. Lots of great activity. A big flurry at the end by blue. They cut the gap quite a bit. Was it enough to take the lead? We're going to find out as soon as the referees get back to us with an official score. Hang on to your seats, folks. All right, we got a score coming up. And it is the Red Alliance. They take the match by a score of 500 to 455. So red scored enough fuel cells.
One of the closer matches we've seen so far this morning. Red Alliance coming away with the victory 500 to 455. And we were just talking behind the scenes that match was really interesting because when you have fire powers that are kind of matched against each other, which both of those alliances did, Aiden, what did you see in that match?
Yeah, Red Alliance certainly keeping up the pace, right? 3501, as mentioned before, with a lot of the dumper style shooting and a lot of support from the Red Alliance. They were playing a very static style, though, however, with that dumper, sitting in one spot, trying to make those shots in, not a lot of flexibility to move and shooting on the move. And because of that, blue was responding in turn by actually having a double defense strategy where two teams would position themselves just to be annoying, not really taking game pieces too much, but just get in the way and keep that bumping and pushing and throwing people off course. And that's how they were spending their inactive period, not hunting and gathering for fuel on their side. But let's make it a little hard for red.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to see different strategies play out all weekend, especially with these kind of, we've talked about the two different archetypes of robots where we have these big dumpers and these turret robots. And so everybody's going to play a little bit differently, and it's going to be interesting to see how things evolve. Looks like we're ready for Milstein match 5. It's already on the field. We have some really great teams in this match. We're going to highlight team 2481, the Robotics from Illinois. Take a watch for them on the Blue Alliance.
Large hopper depositing their first cycle here with 2 seconds left on the board. Blue Alliance will come out with the early lead, 150 to 108 as the dust settles and drivers take control. Here in our transition shift before Red Alliance begins their first alliance shift of the match. It looks like Blue, that's 2481, taking full advantage here of that transition shift before time runs out on that active hub for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance getting the scoring started with Walton Robotics. That's 2974. Now switching places with the Sty Pulse machine as they start scooping up fuel from the Red Alliance zone and shooting it up into that hub for the Red Alliance. Walton Robotics back in it here once again for the Red Alliance. Time ticks down for Red, and we shift back over to the blue side of the field. Trying to get back is the 2481 machine, finding a path on the far side bump, and here comes the Robotiers. Back at the hub with another volley for the Blue Alliance, just under a minute and a half left in play. Team 2974 is taking those long shots from the blue side of the field, trying to make it all the way over to their own Alliance zone and steal some of that fuel from the Blue Alliance. 1:15 left to go. Red Alliance looking to come back in this one. Blue Alliance able to take the lead there in their alliance shift, and Red Alliance is going to try and do the same here, and they're very close to doing that as well. Both alliances still working towards that first ranking point, the energized ranking point, at 360 fuel. Just under 1 minute left to play as Blue Alliance takes over for their final alliance shift of the match, and here comes a large volley from the Blue Alliance. Both Team Taters and the Robotiers delivering. Two red machines here in blue space for the Red Alliance. Team 2974 making their way underneath the Blue Alliance tower and trying to scoop up as much fuel as they can to set up here for the end game period. 30 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance has secured the energized ranking point. Red Alliance is getting very close here. Sty Pulse and Walton Robotics working to get that done, and it looks like they do with 20 seconds left in play, as both alliances start working on both the supercharged ranking point, but also for the win. 3 ranking points for the win. And Red Alliance looking to come back in the closing seconds here. 8 seconds left to go. They are cutting the deficit, and it looks like 2481 cannot get back in time. Red Alliance is inching closer. 431 to 427, the unofficial score at the end here. And we'll see what those last second fuel shots did to affect that score and post those results in just a moment.
An absolute nail biter out of the Milstein division in that match. We saw a couple of points making the difference. 431 to 427 was the live score, but we did see a few fuel come in for Red. It's going to be a nail biter. We're waiting on those scores to come up in the bottom corner there. But
we're on the edge of our seats.
It is close. 2481, the team to watch in this match, but 694 Sty Pulse really on a run this year. They have been doing amazing. Tell me a little bit more about them.
Yeah, so they have that turret-style robot, and they have really just been taking over New York this year. They're a team that, you know, some years they're really, really on top of things. Other years they're maybe in the middle of the pack, but this year seems to be a year that they're kind of rising to the top. In that match, what I noticed is they were always where they needed to be. They were always where there was fuel to be collecting. As soon as their active periods were on, they were ready to shoot, and they were behind for a lot of that match, but they were just always doing exactly what they needed to do to maximize their score, and that's why that match, I don't even know who it's going to yet.
We're going to see in a second here. Yeah. It looks like they're about to throw that live score, but really, really keeping us on the edge of our seats here.
Yeah. We'll start talking about the next match while we wait for that score. We're going to go to the Newton division to watch qualification match number 7, and It Can Robotics is on the Blue Alliance in this match. They are from Plano, Texas, team 9128. They were the fit district champions, and they are a team that has been rising up through the ranks in Texas for the last few years. And this year, they just came out with a super, super strong robot, and then even rebuilt it in the middle of the season to make it even better. And they are just on a run. I'm super excited to see what they can do at championship this year, but they are paired with another robot on the Blue Alliance that's one of my favorite robots of the year, and that's Team 341, Miss Daisy out of Pennsylvania. They also have a turret-style robot this year and are just doing great. We've got thumbs up on the field. We're going to take a watch for this match. We'll come back with the scores. It looks like a Red Alliance victory by 2 points.
433 to 431 in that last match for you. We couldn't quite get the scores picture in picture. But we're going to head on over to the Newton Division qualification match 7. Keep an eye also over on this Red Alliance 1833 team Bean from Georgia. They picked up 3 district championship wins, 2 autonomous awards. So this is going to be a great match.
Points for the Blues, 60 for Red. And we will start our teleop. Red is going to have the opportunity here, the first opportunity to score. Red Alliance has the hub now. Blue Alliance seizes 30 more points in the transition. Red Alliance scoring 1833, Team Bean. And let's see if Lagerbots can contribute there. They're backed up against the corner. They're full up, and they're going to shoot, but there's a little bit of pressure right there from 10-9-35 Chrono. That robot's called Seiko, a precision machine indeed. And now we are moving over to Blue Alliance, and they were certainly ready for that transition and for their shift, and they were able to score. Loading up again here against the back wall. It's Itcon, and they are scoring 91-28. But 1833 is out in the midfield. Team Bean picking up some fuel, sending that over to their side of the field for their shift as it starts. And here we go. It's an interesting choice here. 341 looking to steal fuel from the Red Alliance, but oh no. 10-9-35, very aggressive on the defense right now, pushing and shoving, and we got 8046 Lagerbots up against the tower, now up against the hub itself, trying to score. And we've got 10-9-35 pinning 8046 up against the tower. We go over to the Blue Alliance shift now. Blue Alliance with 130 to go. It's going to be tight. We've got Blue Alliance, though, and they are now chasing that supercharged ranking point within their grasp with 38 seconds to go. Let's see if they can get it done. Itcon coming out right now, and they've got a full load, a little bit of pressure right there from 1884. Very unusual shape of that robot. Red Alliance pouring it on, double barreled right here. 10-9-35 looks like they may be disabled over on the Red Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance still chasing 360. Can they do it with 15 seconds to go? It looks like there's enough fuel on their side of the field, but is there enough time? 8046 Lagerbots looking to try and get it done. And we've got supercharge for Blue just past that as we get down to 5 seconds, and we've got 7 more fuel to go, and they're going to do it on the Red Alliance side. Pick up that 1 ranking point. We'll have your official results up here in just a moment. And let's go up on the big board. Is it red or blue? It is Blue Alliance with a win. Let's go take a look at that. It's going to be 567 points on the board. They're going to pick up 5 ranking points for this win. And that's going to be well done for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance will pick
big victory for the Blue Alliance. We're going to head over to the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm to watch qualification match number 6 featuring team 1678, the Citra Circuits. They went to Einstein 10 years in a row. From 2013 to 2024, their streak got broken last year, and they are looking to start a new streak this year at championship, and they definitely have the robot to do it. So check out the Citra Circuits on the Blue Alliance.
We're ready to get false alarm. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 6. 1678 is out in front here. They are able to get their full pick of midfield and their first volley in as well. Their teammate 7039 caught up a bit, but 3707 and 1678 meeting at midfield for both of their second cycles here. Citrus Circuit's able to get out to midfield before time runs out, and Blue Alliance will take the 116-41 lead here. Blue Alliance trying to take advantage of this transition shift. They know that Red is going to take the first offensive shift of the match starting right now, but they're able to get at least one of those volleys in before time ran out. And Red Alliance taking over here, both the Brighton Techno Dogs and the Ossining Obots, 41-22 in red space. They're now joined by 10-604. All three of these red teams getting in on the action here. And a volley up and in for the Red Alliance. 3707 heads back to neutral space to recollect, and Blue Alliance takes over. 1678 and their alliance partners on the near side. 7039 XO getting the scoring in for the Blue Alliance. 343 still collecting and pushing some of that fuel underneath the trench over towards their teammates. Still in the Blue Alliance zone. 3707 and 343 meeting at midfield, and another large volley here from the Blue Alliance. Both EXO and Citrus Circuits taking full advantage of their active shift here. 340 to 126 with 115 left in play. Blue Alliance just 20 fuel away from their first ranking point. Red Alliance still making an effort towards theirs as well. 41-22, the Obots heading back to neutral space along with their teammates, the Techno Dogs, trying to find more fuel here in midfield. And it looks like 41-22 going all the way back to the blue side of the field and tangling with the Citrus Circuits here. 1678 finds a safe spot right underneath that trench and able to deliver a large volley here for the Blue Alliance. Their teammates now swapping places. The team from Hadassah Neorim, Israel, with another volley up high for Blue. They push past the 360 energized threshold and are making work towards the 500 supercharged with 30 seconds left in the endgame period here in match number 6. All three red machines trying to find an open lane to score. Here comes 1678 once again, pushing closer and closer to the ranking point. They pass it here with 13 seconds left to go and now playing for the win. Red Alliance still with catch-up work to do here in the closing seconds, trying to get up to that 360 mark with 5 seconds left to go. It's 3, 2, 1.
Excellent performance by the Blue Alliance over on Milstein, but there's no time to waste. There's more action over on the Newton division. We're going to watch teams 29-10 and 195 on the Blue Alliance here in Newton, qualification match 8, presented by NASA.
Jack and the bots scoring again. They are super fast. Well, that means it's now time for the Red Alliance to shine, and we'll see if they can get some fuel into the
final scores over on Milstein, 613 to 279. Citrus Circuits punching their way into third, but it's only one match, still tons more to go. We'll cut right back to the Newton action in just a moment.
Dredge pulling fuel off the bottom of the field and shooting that right down into the hub. Blue Alliance is ready. It is a veritable fountain, an avalanche, a volcano of fuel when they get that running. There's always a little bit of a pause on the refill, but here it comes again. 195 backing up, 29-10, getting a little bit of a push from the pink team. Pink team trying to deliver fuel back to their alliance partners on the Red Alliance side as they start their shift. Blue Alliance is almost at a supercharged ranking point. I fully expect to see that in the next shift. Red Alliance still chasing that, but look at the Blue Alliance taking away the Red Alliance resources there at speed. Red Alliance unable to score here during the shift. They're going to take some shots now. Let's see if Laker Dreadnought can do that up against the back wall in the last few seconds of the shift. Here comes Blue. And they are going to get real close to 500, if not past 500 in the next few seconds. 195 is going to put a pin in that. So now Blue Alliance has their supercharged ranking point. Let's see how high they can go with 38 seconds on the clock. The pink team heading back to the Red Alliance side of the field now. They've got a full load of fuel. Let's see if they can score that for red. Get them up to 360 as we get the 28 seconds on the clock here. RoboVikes playing a little bit of defense, trying to slow down the Blue Alliance. That scoring machine. All three robots able to score volumes of fuel in very short amount of time. We're looking at a high score here for this field right now on the board, and we'll see how high it will go if we'll get past 800 in the last seconds. Oh, here we go, 800 on the board. That's a heck of a statement here on the Newton field, sponsored by NASA. We'll have your official results and the final tally in just a moment. Here we go, world high score at 868. Blue Alliance has won. Are we there? Oh, we're close, 824, within striking distance of a world high score. And that is going to mean 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance.
Fantastic showing by defending world champions 2910 Jack in the Bot. I mean, 824 is no joke. That is one heck of a high score for that field.
And I think that might be the high score of the championship so far. Now, it's really early in the day, so I don't expect that to stand. However, I mean, getting it once is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yep.
I would not complain about starting my morning that way.
No, not at all. And 2910, another team that's an example of rebuilding their robot in the middle of the season. They had a really cool design at the beginning of the year, but just realized it wasn't going to be good enough to compete at the level that they wanted to compete at. So coming into district champs, they built a totally new robot, and clearly it was the right choice. We're going to go to Milstein 7 next, and we in this match have a few Michigan teams. Michigan always coming up in droves here at the championship because there are just so many teams in the Michigan district, so they get so many that qualify for championship. And we also have a team, 4270 Crusaders from Honolulu, Hawaii, who have been also having a great season and qualified for the championship here. We're going to go down to the Milstein division, presented by Qualcomm, to catch qualification match number 7.
Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Machines in motion here in the autonomous period for match number 7. 4 machines meeting at midfield, 201 coming out here towards the end of that autonomous period and trying to head back over into their own zone. 2630 will be the first one out for their second collection here. And they begin the scoring as they make their way all the way back under the trench for the Blue Alliance. Even scores here coming out of the autonomous period, 80-71. Red Alliance will go on the first shift of the match. Blue Alliance with the slight edge there in our opening period of play. 201 delivering that fuel there that they collected during the autonomous period and heading back, a quick recollection there by the feds. And now 2 red machines ready to deliver. They're going to have to contest with these Blue Alliance machines, trying to take as much fuel away from the Red Alliance as possible. 4270 getting in the mix here as well. The Crusaders out of Hawaii finding more fuel along the diamond plate. And time ticking down for the Red Alliance. A good first shift here for Red, as Blue Alliance now needing to come back into this one to try and take back the lead. Red Alliance doing work here at midfield while Blue Alliance is scoring. They are collecting as much fuel as possible. Team 2630 making their way back out as well, as 2403 Plasma Robotics continues the scoring for the Blue Alliance, shifting back once again to the Thunderbolts as time runs out for Blue. They've brought back the lead by 4 points, but Red Alliance is going to start extending their lead here with this volley of fuel coming in. 43-62 Gems being pushed backwards by the 10-633 machine, collecting more right by the driver's station, by the outpost, trying to turn around in time and get a clear shot. But the Robotics machine making that very difficult for Gems. Just under a minute left in play. Blue Alliance takes back over on their offensive shift. 2630 firing along the diamond plate once again. Blue Alliance has plenty of fuel here to collect from, as their alliance partners Robotics continuing to take that defensive position here in match number 7 for the Blue Alliance. They are slowing down the Gems machine. Gems is full up of fuel here, trying to make their way over the bump. but Robotics has been able to slow them down, and now they find the lane, and Gems is ready to deliver right against that tower for the Red Alliance. 20 seconds left here in the end game. Red Alliance has secured the energized drinking point, and they are pushing for Supercharge. Blue Alliance still about 20 fuel away from their energized ranking point. 5 seconds left to get it done. They're getting close here on both sides of the field. 2 seconds in play, and time expires here in match number 7. It does look like Blue Alliance was able to get the energized ranking point before time ran out. But we'll get those tallied and post the official scores in just a moment. Scores in for match number 7. It goes to the Red Alliance. Red takes the win 500 to 381. Both alliances did.
Red Alliance takes the win there, but we're going to head right on over to the Archimedes division qualification match 9. We have 1868, the Space Cookies from that California district on red, up against 3045 Gear Gremlins, also from that California district, over on blue.
Cards back to the middle once more. 10-point advantage, Blue Alliance. That means blue will collect first. Red gets the first scoring shift. 1868 trying to get in position. 88-84 here to play some defense. Red Rock, they're going to pick up field. Die Rotor a-spinning. Here comes Chaos. They're getting into position. Trying to line up. Wild cards right behind them, but 3 blue robots are in red territory, trying to slow down the Alliance. 1868 full to bursting, but they can't get over the bump. Looks like they might be beached. They'll need a partner to come set them free as we switch over to blue control. Red up above 200, blue right behind them. Red Rock pummeling the blue hub. Looks like Space Cookies are free. 88-84 coming on in, trying to clean up the red territory. That's the Night Owls. Chaos pushing field in on home. Night Owls trying to play defense. Blue pushing up field as fast as they can as red snaps into position. Space Cookies dual shooter on the move. Chaos right behind them. Wildcard trying to come back, but they're getting defended. 88-84 pushing them out. They're going to slip on by though. 10 seconds left of red scoring shift. Wildcard turret ablaze, sending field up into the red hub. Some blue on blue defense action here at the center field line. 30-06 sliding under the trench. They're going in. Gear Gremlins as well, putting on a scoring clinic for the Blue Alliance. 30-06 setting another rain over. Wildcard pushing over to the far side of the field, trying to send fuel over to red. Gear Gremlins and Red Rock Robotics, another round up for blue as we tick down to the end game. Blue Alliance trying to go for their Supercharge RP. Red Alliance trying to get to their Energize RP. Looks like they're going to hit it. 25 more points for the Blue Alliance to get it for them. Wild card up for the Red Alliance, but looks like scoring is slowing down a little bit. 15 seconds left. Blue Alliance, another round up and in. They're going to pass 500. Red right behind them, 5 seconds left. Anyone's game here on Archimedes. Both teams above 500 as time expires. All right, Archimedes, your score from that match. It's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. 562 to 547, an incredibly close match here on Archimedes. That's 5 ranking points for your Blue Alliance. Red, they got their hub energized and supercharged, so 2 ranking points for them as we hit double-digit qualification matches.
A very close match there over on that Archimedes field presented by Rockwell Automation. Blue Alliance takes the win. They pick up 5 RP. Tell me a bit more about that match.
Yeah, very interesting to see. 3045 versus 1868. More Californians, specifically Northern Californians, showing up to play there. 1868, that robot is a monster, man. They are able to put up so many points. The score not reflecting necessarily what they were capable of because of just bogged down defense by 88-84. I believe the Night Owls. Is that
an owl?
Is that what I'm hearing? Some defensive owls.
We miss you, Karthik. Yes, the Night Owls had a great match there from Ontario, Canada, really helping the Blue Alliance eke out that victory. That was just a great match to watch, and we have way more great matches to watch at the championship this weekend. We're going to go over to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace for qualification match number 9. Aiden and Izzy, who are in this match that you're going to be watching?
We have a team from India over on the Red Alliance, 96-92 Sigma. Super excited to see them represented here at the championship. We also over on Blue have Canada represented by 5406 Keltex.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of Celtics and seeing what they're able to put up. The robots really impress me year after year. Very, very industrious. So I'm curious to see how they're going to do. It's a very fun numbers game on the Blue Alliance, a very wide range of team founding years as well. So we'll see how the old meets new on the Blue Alliance here in Quals 9.
Yeah, also exciting over on Red, this team from India won a regional first impact award and a Woody Flowers finalist award at the same event, which means they took home 2 banners at one of their regionals this year. Our first Impact Award teams are going to be presenting to the judges today and tomorrow through about lunchtime tomorrow. So lots of teams doing double duty, getting the robot on the field, and then heading upstairs to practice, get ready for those presentations.
So Izzy, I know you're familiar with this, but what is the Impact Award for those at home who don't quite know what that means?
That is a great question. The first Impact Award is given to the teams that best embody the purpose and goals of FIRST Robotics. It's given to a team that has a sustaining impact in their community and is a role model for other teams to emulate. So teams submit for this award via an essay, a series of executive summary questions, which are questions that are given out to the same team, or to all teams, same set of questions, and then they come into the championship here, having won from a regional or a district championship, and they present to the judges. So they have a 7-minute presentation and a 5-minute Q&A. And based on the about approximately 100 teams that have qualified from our regionals and district championships, our judges pick 6 finalists to highlight. And from those 6 finalists, we get our 1 winner. But with that, we're going to head on over to the Galileo division. Slight change of plans here. We're going to qualification match 10. We're going to take a look at these teams.
Try to build on that lead. The Blue Hub is active. Jaguar Robotics putting a ton of balls, fuel cells into the hub, as well as their partner, the Iron Mosquitoes. Over 300 points, a 200-point lead for the Blue Alliance here. And now we go into shift number 3. The Red Hub becomes active. The Red Alliance now trying to shoot those fuel cells into the hub and close down that gap. But Blue has built a big lead. And now the Blue robot's collecting all those fuel cells and sending them over onto the Blue side of the field. We go under a minute. Shift number 4 begins. And Blue starting to put more fuel cells into the Blue hub. Red Alliance collecting as many fuel cells as they can and putting them over on the red side for when they're active. But Red has built up, or Blue has built up a huge lead. Almost 300 points at this point. Under half a minute to go, we're into the end game. Red putting a lot of those fuel cells back into the hub. But it might not be enough to close that gap all the way. We're down under 12 seconds to go in this match. Blue still scoring. They go over 500 points. Red looking to go over 300, and they do. 3 seconds, 2, 1. And time expires.
we're going to keep the action going over on the Archimedes division presented by Rockwell Automation so we can catch qualification match number 10. Let's take it down to the field.
2, 1, go!
All right, Archimedes match number 10. 3 robots to the center, 2 for red, 1 for blue. Third red robot, second blue robot. Everyone's taking a bite from the center here. Robo Whales pummeling the upper hub. They're going for their second snack. 4272 Maverick doing the same. Here comes Crevolution for the Blue Alliance. Red robots locked together. 90-32, a last batch. That's going to put them in the lead, 96-79. Blue gets the first scoring shift after we finish the transition period. 1501 thrust sending fuel onto their side of the field. Rubber Whales doing the same. Blue is in control. Blue hub active, each fuel worth 1 point that goes up and in. Looks like Thrust will be sending the first round in. Crevolution now gonna join them. That shooter extra wide to send fuel in extra quickly. 2960 Automation Nation trying to cause a ruckus for blue, but now all 3 red robots are locked into position. No one home to defend. Here comes Crevolution to change that. Robo Whales scoring. Crevolution stealing their fuel as fast as they can. Maverick now on the hunt, looking for their next game piece. 2960 Automation Nation to the center. Gonna try and slow down Crevolution quickly. 3 seconds before it goes to blue control. Red has taken the lead, but blue is looking to take it back. Crevolution a little bit jammed up. They're gonna have to get unjammed if they want to get scoring. Here comes Automation Nation to cause a ruckus, but Crevolution is live. Fuel up and in for the Blue Alliance. 4272 is trying to stop Thrust from making their way back to blue territory. Automation Nation trying to screw up the blue robots, but here comes the Robo Whales for red. Shoot on the move is live. 4272 dual shooters going up and in. Red in the lead. Crevolution pushing fuel on home. Some of it rolling back to the neutral zone. Thrust playing defense on Mavericks. 90-32 left undefended as we move to the end game. Automation Nation here to play some defense against Crevolution. Crevolution up and in for the Blue Alliance. Mavericks right behind them for red. Looks like 90-32 might be jammed. They're gonna have to try and get something moving, but that opens a door for blue if Crevolution can get one last shot off in the last 10 seconds. Here comes the Robo Whales. Mavericks still doing their thing. Red over 300. Blue trying to break in as time runs out on Archimedes. All right, Archimedes, your score from that match. Here up on the screen it goes. The Red Alliance gonna walk away with the victory here. 314 to 272. 3 ranking points for your Red Alliance as we push forward to Qual 11.
Red Alliance walking away with 3 rank points there. We're going to look ahead to the Hopper Division qualification match 10. Should be a super exciting one. Predicted score, I believe 480 to 466. Should also be a pretty close match, but tell me more about it.
Well, on the Blue Alliance here, we got 9785 Electrona from Ontario. They're an all-girls program, and they have just been dominant all year long up in the Great North. Just fantastic team all around. And then next to them, Go Dogs. It's 581, the Blazing Bulldogs from San Jose, California. They are one of those teams that has done the rebuild, looking more at that turret style in the beginning of the year when they competed, and then pivoting over to the dumper style, which seemed to be working out very, very well for them. And so watching them play against Red, we got 4698 Raider Robotics also with that kind of dumper style, and really a team that I think is not on a lot of people's radars out of Sacramento, but out in California, they have been fantastic consistently.
So we've been talking about how California switched to districts this year. There was also another new district in first this year, and that was the Wisconsin district. And so on that Red Alliance, we also have Team 1732. They were the #1 ranked team in that new district of Wisconsin. That's Hilltop Robotics from Milwaukee, and they are having an absolutely great season. And they are part of the reason why this match is predicted to be so close, and that Red right now is predicted to have the slight edge. But predictions mean nothing. That's why we play the matches.
Yes.
So we're doing introductions down on the field. Looks like we are going to stall a little bit longer before they start this match. No, I'm really excited to see this team from Wisconsin. Rounding out the Red Alliance, we also have Team 3297 Full Metal Jackets from Minnesota, a very a region in first that is very saturated with teams in Minnesota. So we have a lot of Minnesota teams here. And the Full Metal Jackets qualified for a championship here in the Hopper division, and they are going to play a part in this match, making sure that the Red Alliance can stay in it. Looks like they are almost ready to go down on the field, so we're going to send it down to the Hopper division, presented by GE Aerospace, to see who comes out on top. All right, we're going right over to the Newton field where they're starting match number 11. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 424 Rust Belt Robotics. They're from Buffalo, New York. Go Bills. Let's go down to the field.
Very close. Red has the lead right now. 180 has come to rest. There's a few more for Red going in, but Blue, huge push at the end, and that's going to put them over the top. So Blue is going to end up winning the auto with 97 to 74. That means Red is going to have the first shift. Blue Alliance a few seconds to score. Red Alliance now with sole control of scoring. 180 in the corner, scoring right there from the trench. Their alliance partner Goonies on the other side doing the same. Hey, you guys, it's 90-67 with the Goonies. And let's see if they can get back to their side of the field. No, it looks like they're going to continue to push and shove against Blue. Blue now, huge push as a Kingsman unloads up into the Blue Hopper. Bison in the back. Let's see if they can go and score as well. There goes Buffalo with the Rust Belt team. Robots called Scorpion. They are stinging like a scorpion as if you are the score. But look, it's very close. Red Alliance now has an opportunity to put another 100+ points between them and the Blue Alliance. Let's see if they can do it. 90-67, Goonies hung up on the trench, on the bump. See if they can get off of there. 695 though, scoring Bison Robotics on the Red Alliance side. They're going to score again, but there goes Blue Alliance with the opportunity. Less than 100 points separating them now as Blue has the shift and sole possession of scoring. Another Red Alliance robot beached up on top of the Blue trench. 180. How long have they been there on top of the bump? And it looks like they're going to just squeak in and manage to get over to the Blue Alliance side. 695 has a full load of fuel. Let's see if they can get that scored. Only 20 points separating red and blue. Red has got an awful lot of fuel in possession. Let's see if they can get it scored here and get ahead of blue. Blue is ready for it, though. Look, blue is ahead. Red is trying to catch up. A lot of pushing and shoving in the neutral zone. There goes 57-36 back to their side of the field with red fuel. Red has the lead, but is it going to stay there? 57-36 has got a lot of fuel. Let's see if they can get that shot in 5. Oh, here it comes. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be time. Oh, wow, this is going to be close. Another 10 points going in there for red at the last second. We'll have your official results up in just a moment.
A pretty close match there. We're going to hang tight for those scores. What did you guys think of that match?
I mean, it was so close up to the very end. Aiden, what did you see?
The Blue Alliance, towards the end, it was about a 30-point difference. And yeah, we got these scores coming
Red
up.
taking the win there.
468 to 503. I saw 57-36 and 424. Both of them with that dumper style. One of the hazards when they are both trying to shoot into the goal is there's a certain power in distance, right? You want to be able to spread yourselves kind of apart from each other and make it hard to have a defender block you. But also you don't want to have your own alliance partners block you, and we saw the streams of fuel kind of intersect over the hub and not fall in. And so I actually think that blue had a shot at making if all those fuel went in, they may have been able to squeak it out by somewhere from 1 to 10 points. And just that interference, I think, was just a lack of communication in that clutch moment. We need to get this done. We're just a little bit behind. I think it fell apart a tiny bit, but hey, learnings for the next match, right? It's only one game. You got plenty more here at the championship. Tons of time to get back on course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no shortage of matches here at the championship.
No, 1,000 matches we're playing this weekend. Every team gets 10, so they're 1 down, 9 more to go. Looking forward to the next match, Milstein qualification, match 10. We have on the Red Alliance, we have team 359, the Hawaiian Kids. They are a Hall of Fame team, which means they have won the Championship Impact Award before. This year, they went to 4 regionals. They won 3 of them, were finalists at their last regional that they attended, and also because they won the Impact Award more than 10 years ago, they are now eligible to win it again, and so they won an Impact Award. So 4 banners already this season for Team 359.
Actually 5. They took them a Woody Flowers finalist award.
They did. 5, man. I love that team. Who's on the Blue Alliance?
Over on the Blue Alliance, I can't quite see from where I'm sitting. 4481, Team Rembrandts. That is a team that was very commonplace in California coming out for the early weeks, and now with California moving to that district, they're a little locked out, opting to play in Turkey instead and doing really, really well out there as well. 4481, the Rembrandts. If you don't know them, they are very transparent about their robot builds, making blog posts on what they call the Open Alliance, and so they've got no secrets to hide. Everything that they've got is quite literally an open book. So if you're losing them, they're just outskilling you. Let's see how they do over here on qualification match number 10 on the Milstein division.
Let's get the match started. Drivers behind the lines, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 10 underway here as 4 machines head out to neutral space here early, 2 apiece, and 359 begins the scoring for the Red Alliance. Almost mirrored here, it looks like team number 4481 doing the same path around the trench for the Blue Alliance. Scores are close here as Red Alliance goes on their second scoring shift here in the autonomous period. Time ticking down. And dust settles here. Blue Alliance will take the 13-point lead, 83-70. As both alliances setting up here during the transition shift, 359 beginning the scoring here on the Red Alliance shift that starts right now. They continue the scoring, 359, now joined by 9644 Neo Robotics out of Massachusetts, heading back to recollect as Nautilus looking for more fuel here. Looks like maybe trying to help out the Hawaiian Kids a bit as they get beached up on some fuel right by the Alliance station, being pushed into the corner by 2811 Storm bots, and that might have slowed down that Red Alliance shift a little bit. But 4481 facing defensive problems of their own. Team Rembrandts are trying to get around the Red Alliance. First, Team number 359, the Hawaiian kids, and now another Red Alliance machine. That's 9644, blocking off access to those bumps and making it very hard for the team from the Netherlands to get back over. Now breaking free and able to score throughout the remaining of that Blue Alliance shift, but Red Alliance taking over here and trying to bring back the deficit here, 194 to 157. Both 54-62, Two-Paw Robotics and Team Rembrandts are those blue teams at midfield, and they are passing that fuel from the neutral zone back over into blue space while the Red Alliance is scoring. All of this fuel empties back out into the neutral zone, so a great place to wait for more fuel here as Blue Alliance takes over once again, 48 seconds left in play. The scores are close. It's 204 to 187 here as Blue Alliance keeps that lead with 40 seconds left and 10 seconds until the end game period. Red Alliance getting as much fuel as they can here, and the Hawaiian kids trying to find a path across where you see 2811 is lying in wait, mirroring the Hawaiian kids and trying to prevent access to their own zone. 359 does get through, as does Neo Robotics, and it is a race to the finish once again here on Milstein. 16 seconds left to go. Red Alliance has a bit of catch-up work to do here in the closing seconds. Blue Alliance still looking for more fuel for the ranking point
We're
as
going to move
well.
on over to the Galileo Division Qualification Match 12, featuring 1690 Orbit from Israel on the Red Alliance. Notably, they have not played an official FRC match yet, despite being at the championship based off of their qualification system this year. We're going to see how they do in Quals 12. Galileo Division, presented by Mouser Electronics.
But it still looks like blue here in autonomous. So blue takes the autonomous round. Red is going to start shift 1 with an active hub. We got the transition going here for a couple of seconds. And now we go into shift 1. The red hub is active. Blue with about a 25-point lead here in the early going. But red closing down that lead and overtaking blue. So they flip-flop into the lead over on the red side. Cougar Robotics, 1403, putting in a bunch of fuel cells for the Red Alliance. Now their partner, Team Scream, putting some in as well. 45-point lead for the Red Alliance as we go into the second shift. Blue with the active hub, and they are spewing in those fuel cells from their side of the field. Sparchiites putting some in. Here comes Voodoo Voltage.
All right, we have scores from that Milstein match. Blue Alliance coming out victorious 322 to 231. Let's go back to the Galileo Division.
We go into shift number 3. Red is active again. They're closing the gap, and they overtake the lead. So we flip-flop once again as red takes the lead here in shift number 3. A little defense going on, a little pushing and shoving between 4087 and 1690. But now we go into shift number 4. Blue trying to cut the gap down, and they're cutting into it, and they take the lead. So we flip-flop into a blue lead now in shift number 4. 3/4 of a minute left in this match. Less than that now. Coming down to the end game, where both hubs will be active in 3 seconds. 2, 1. All right, it's end game. Both hubs are active. Everybody's scoring here at the end of the match, but we've got about a almost 50-point lead, now more for the Blue Alliance. They build up on that. So blue going to town here at the end of the match, trying to close it down as we go under 10 seconds to go. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. We got a score coming up. It is going to be the Blue Alliance for this match. They win it by a score of 309 to 215. It's going to be 3 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
Blue Alliance victory there in that match. We are are headed over to the Johnson division for qualification, match number 11, featuring on the Red Alliance team 10340 ITCON girls from Plano, Texas. We talked about ITCON earlier, who was an FTC team that came up into FRC a few years ago. They also now have a sister team that's an all-girls team. They ranked 5th in the FIT district this year, and I think they're going to put on a show at this championship. So let's head down to the field on the Johnson division, presented by the Haas Foundation for qualification match number 11.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
It's qualification match number 11. 10340 gets beached up on top of a whole bunch of fuel there during this auto period. They got a little bit of a shove by 334 Czech Knights, and they were already kind of on their way up, and they just got totally beached. As a result, looks like Blue's taking the lead here in our auto period. Our Plano, Texas team, they just can't get a break here. They're still up on fuel. Can they get down? Yes, they do. Human drivers take control of the robots. And we shift over to red being active first. Team 8, Pally Robotics from Palo Alto, grabbing fuel from the neutral zone and shooting it over into their Alliance zone. While 10340 ITCON girls from Plano, Texas, they're grabbing fuel from along their Alliance station wall and shooting it quickly into their hub. Interesting, so 3770 Blitzkrieg from Midland, Washington, they're a smaller robot than normal. If you look at their bumper size, they seem to be a little bit smaller than all the other ones. Not quite sure how that plays into their play, but they are just moving around, playing some effective defense here against 8 Pally Robotics. Almost a tie match here, 138 to 130. Red has the lead, and they have an active hub. Referees not liking some of the action here in the red zone, indicating a few penalties, as most of the robots are down in the red zone. 2522 Royal Robotics from Bothell, Washington, shooting for the Red Alliance. Lots of fuel coming out of 10340 from Plano, Texas. 51 seconds ago, Red has the lead, 264 to 134. 321 Robo Lancers, they get stuck on a little bit of fuel, but then they get themselves back down. And we're getting ready to go into the end game when both hubs will be active. Red has the lead, 264 to 146. Both hubs are active now. 2522 Royal Robotics, they have a lot of fuel in their hopper, and they're going back and grabbing more along the line station wall. Look at the throughput from the Plano, Texas robot. They have a dumper bot there, and they can just funnel lots and lots of fuel. 10 seconds ago, Blue has a big lead, 341 to 146. Man, 10340 just pummeling that hub. 3, 2, 1. Qualification match number 11's in the books. Advantage Red in our preliminary score. We'll have your final score in just a second. Looks like the Red Alliance likely has won this match. You'll get 3 ranking points as a result. They only got 343 fuel into that hub. They needed to get 360 to get the energized ranking point. They fell short of that just slightly. And here's your score. Alliance wins. They get the 3 ranking points that goes with it. And as predicted, they did not get enough. Just fell just shy of getting that energized ranking point. 10 penalty points assessed against the Blue Alliance.
Going straight over to the Newton field where you want to watch the Red Alliance. Team 148 from Greenville, Texas. Team 604 from California. And Team 973, all powerhouses this year. Let's see how this match plays out.
Getting the Red Alliance up over 100. Can Blue get there? Ooh, it's going to be close. Red's going to take this during the auto. And that does mean that Blue Alliance will have the first shift. Blue has an opportunity to close the gap right now before it is sole scoring. But Red, look at this. They are using the transition to their advantage, getting up over 169 or to 169. 4,400, Robotics sending fuel back to their side of the field for the Red Alliance, for the Blue Alliance to score. Steel Armadillo is heading all the way over to Red. Blue Alliance now with 200 points on the board, well on their way to 360, which is required for the energized ranking point. Red is ready for the shift. Look at them go. 2 robots from Blue over there mining in the Red Alliance, looking to steal resources from them. 4,400 in the midfield. Robotics looking to pick up fuel for the Blue Alliance. Red continuing to score. And they get down near the end of the shift. It's still running here, and they're going to be very close, and they're going to pass 360 as we move over to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now looking to get to 360. Cresting 300 on the board, a few fuel shy of where they need to be, but there's 4,400 lining up to take those shots right now. And on the other side, Robochargers scoring 2 for Blue. Switching to Red, it is an avalanche. An aerial assault. All of that fuel heading into the hub and adding to the Red Alliance lead. Red Alliance cresting 500 in the hub. That's going to give them a supercharged ranking point. 148 Robo Wranglers not satisfied with that. Looking to head up over 600. We know that in this field, 824 is our high score. We've got 30 seconds to go. Can Red get there? We'll find out. Blue Alliance looking to get to 500. Blue Alliance trying to get there. They've got 14 seconds left. There's capacity in the robots to be able to achieve it. We'll see if they can do it with timing. 8 seconds to go. They've got 70 more points to put on the board. Red expanding their lead here in the last few seconds of the match, and that is going to be time. We'll have your official counting and see if Red got up close to 800 in just a moment. And here we go on the big board. Is it going to be Red or Blue with a win? It's Red Alliance. Red Alliance will come away with the win with 792. So close to 800. No help from penalties. That is all fuel all the time. Well done there. And you can start to see ranking adjustments now.
An incredible match over on the Newton division. Almost 800 points scored by that Red Alliance. Adrian, tell me about that match.
Well, of course, I'm a little biased because I am the coach of 148, but that was a great match for the Red Alliance. Pretty sure Aiden and I could talk about this match all day because like two great California teams. Team 148, my team from Texas. And what I noticed about the Red Alliance is they just had a really good flow. They were never really in each other's way. There was one point in the match where all 6 robots were over on the red side of the field during that active shift. The Blue Alliance was a very good alliance. 3 robots that can really put up fuel, but I feel like they knew they were a little bit outgunned, so they were really trying during those active periods to limit the amount of fuel that the Red Alliance put up.
I don't know if they knew they were outgunned because they were fighting tooth and nail for that first half of the match. The score really close. It was actually only off by about 50 points, maybe 30 points at closest. It was towards the end. We got an FRC match in an FTC space. It was just so jam-packed with all 6 robots on the red side, but their announcer said it best. It's all fuel all the time for red. You know, they hit that flow, not interrupting. We talked about the fuel kind of shots blocking each other. We saw at 1.604 put their foot on the brake and said, you know what, we're gonna wait. You guys take your turn. We're gonna go after, and we're gonna keep it 25 seconds of fuel because we would rather you all make it in than all 3 of us show off. But impressive nonetheless from the Red Alliance, and Blue putting up a heck of a fight. I mean, you can't just look at that and say, oh, Blue lost, they didn't do any good. No, Blue did amazing that game.
Yeah, Team 3005, the RoboChargers from Dallas, Texas, they were actually paired with the Robo Wranglers at one of the district events in FIT this year. They were right on the bubble of qualifying for championship or not, and this is a very great robot from that team. They won the Texas State Championship 3 years in a row the past 3 seasons. This season, maybe not performing quite as well as they're used to, but a very solid team. And then, of course, 818, the Steel Armadillos from Michigan. They're just one of my favorite teams. They're always just so solid, and they just looked great in that match.
Yeah, and looking ahead, we might be looking to head over to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace. Looks like we got some students and an FTA on the field. But just to preview that match, if we end up making it there, we have 2056 OP Robotics over on that Blue Alliance. Very dominant performance this season. They won all of their district events and picked up a district championship win.
Yeah, and they've been on Einstein for the last 2 years in a row, so we know that OP is going to show up to play this weekend. I just love watching them because they're just so smooth all the time. Well, we're actually going to switch over to Cury 13 instead because it looks like they're going to be ready a little bit sooner. In that match, we have
589 Falcon Robotics over from that California district. They picked up a district event win early on week 1 this year. And they're up against 8725 over on Blue from Chinese Taipei, who went 2 regionals this year. So should expect them to do great things here at the championship. We're going to head on over to the Cury division presented by the Argosi Foundation for qualification match 13.
Drivers behind the line. Let's kick off match 13 in 3, 2, 1, go!
Lucky match number 14 is underway here on the Cury division. Fuel going up and in. Saber Robotics getting a little hung up in the center of the field. Their partners, 5907, make their way back for second helpings. They get hung up as well. 8725 for your Blue as well. Red Alliance last fuel going in to their hub. Despite the struggles there in the autonomous period, Blue Alliance does have the autonomous advantage, and now they're making a statement here in the transition period, going over the century mark in that first 30 seconds of the match. Red Alliance, just a little bit of cleanup work left to do. Less than 50 points separate these two alliances. 60-45 Saber Robotics, high centered on their bump. They get freed by 5907 ZZ Jambots, while the Red Alliance of More Robotics and the Dragons shoot undefended. Dragons, a little bit of a miscue there. Fuel not quite making it into the hub, but now your Blue Alliance is online, taking the shots up and in is 60-45 Saber Robotics. Right behind him is the Shambots, full wide drum, popping those up and in for your Blue Alliance, extending their lead well over 186 points in point value. Red Alliance taking this time to stockpile onto their side of the field, and more Robotics is on the case. Now with an active hub and a full hopper full of fuel, making a deposit as now the Shambots come back over to play some defense and grab their fuel. Super high shots going all over Cury, sending those ones over to Canada is 60-45 Saber. And now playing some defense for your Blue Alliance is Saber Robotics. Now active hub, setting fuel skyward, hitting the driver station, bouncing off the drivers as well. Coach putting hand up to block some shots that go over. Now continuing to pick up more fuel for your Blue Alliance. Not a whole lot of scoring here in this last minute of the match. A lot of opportunistic defense in the center of the field, as more Robotics playing that for your Red Alliance, keeping 59-07 the Shambots at bay. Fuel now going up and in on both sides. Under 30 seconds left to go. Red Alliance with a little bit of cleanup work to do, and they are the only ones shooting up high right now. Saber continuing to send those fuels skyward, and now the Shambots trying to extend the lead for your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance not to be denied. More Robotics popping some up and in the last 5 seconds of this match. Capping off more fuel for your Blue Alliance is the Shambots as this match draws to a close.
We're going to hang tight for those scores. Something interesting we observed in this match was the full court shots on both alliances. Do you guys want to talk about passing a little bit in this game?
Yeah, you know, we've talked a little bit this morning about how controlling the fuel is really controlling the game. So when you're able to pass full field, you are taking balls that are fully in your opponent's control and putting them fully in your control. So you're not putting them in the goal, but you're staging them for later. So now they actively have to do something to get that fuel back.
But that is a design thing that you really did have to plan on from the start, right? Because you're going about 50 feet outwards to get it from point A to point B when it's a full field shot. So that means you're either A, just ramping up the power and shooting to the moon and hoping it lands on your side of the field, or B, you have some sort of actuating hood in order to change that angle and really pass it long, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's something that you can't just stumble into, and it's going to be potentially one of the biggest game changers that we see in the robot designs as we go throughout this weekend is who's got it? Yep. Who planned ahead?
Mm-hmm. And you know, one of the cool dynamics of this game is as every fuel is scored in either goal, it goes back into the center of the field. And so you see all that fuel congregating there, and then both alliances are trying to get it out of the center and on their side of the field as soon as possible, or inside their robots. And so taking that fuel from one side clear across to the other is such a big power play if you can do it in droves and at the right moment in the match. Next, we're going down to the Johnson division presented by the Gene Haas Foundation, and this match is going to be awesome. Who do you guys see in this match?
Over on red, we have 45-22 Team Scream and 49-46 Alpha Dogs, two teams who have been predicted to do pretty well here in this division. Alpha Dogs coming from Canada. They have picked up a couple of district event wins this season, and I believe in terms of EPA are ranked 2 in the division, so that's estimated points added.
And on the blue, I was going to say, and on the Blue Alliance we have team 498. What can you tell me about them, Izzy?
So 498 recently rebuilt their robot. So they had a big dumper that was not trench capable that they brought to both regionals. And during that second regional at home, we had actually started the rebuild. So we kept things pretty under wraps heading into the championship. But we are now a 254 clone. So taking that, being able to put out a lot of fuel, but still play under the trench. So that we are very, very pickable heading into Alliance selection to make sure that we can gel with different kinds of teams.
That's great. The Cobra Commanders are also competing for the Impact Award here at Championship a little bit later on today. We want to wish their Impact team luck. Let's watch this match on the Johnson division. Take it down to the field.
And with our all clear drivers behind the lines, match number 15 in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Archimedes, qual 15, here we go. 3 red robots to center, 2 for blue. Code O heads on back. 971 and Control Alt Defeat doing the same. Code Orange unleashes. Rapid Acceleration coming on back as well. An epic scoring cycle for both of these alliances in autonomous. Red up to 140, now 150, 162. 94 for blue. That means red will start in the lead here. Blue will get the first scoring shift as soon as we end transition. There we go. Rapid Acceleration getting up to score. 12-18 as well, coming on back. Code Orange getting defended. Red Alliance doing their best to stack up the points. Blue Alliance barraging the upper hub. Rapid Acceleration filling up. Code O picking up their next round of fuel, but 2 seconds until it's red control. All 3 red robots ready to score. No blue robots to play defense. Here comes 971. Looks like they might be a bit jammed. There they go, unjammed. There's now 2 blue robots trying to cause havoc in red territory. Code Orange gonna pin 971. 9470 right behind them. They're gonna go ahead and fill on up. Pick up the fuel left behind. 2767 full to the brim. Gonna try and push fuel out of blue territory as blue takes control to score. Rapid Acceleration going up for the Blue Alliance now. Code O as well. Looks like 2767 might be stuck, but they get a little bump from their alliance partners. They are free. 6 seconds left in this scoring cycle. Code O, another volley up. Red trying to race back. Code Orange racing.
Man, what a match. Over 500 points on both teams. Aiden, what did you see?
You know, 49-46, the Alpha Dogs really just taking up so much space. I'm getting a little dizzy watching that half round, half square bot kind of go in circles, grabbing up the fuel. As you mentioned, right, the fuel recongregating in the center of the field, and 49-46 strategically, they're making sure they're ending a little bit early so that as soon as blue is scoring, they're the first ones to have the opportunity at the feast. They want to make sure that they're getting everything that they can hold, and once they do, it's kind of a drought for the other alliance, and you see it here, 591 to 519 in favor of 49-46, 45-22, and 26-19. Just, it's a real starvation strategy, which is a little niche for what we've seen. Most of the starvation has been moving the fuel and having it physically shot across the field. For them, it's just, look, we can hold 1 million, or what feels like 1 million, and just suddenly you're looking for where all the fuel is on the field. Yeah, 49, 46. Unless you can spill it out of them, you got no chance.
There's a really interesting point in that match where blue was on their active cycle, and none of the blue robots were in their scoring zone or the center zone. They were all over on the opposite side of the field, and that just put them a little bit behind in that active shift because they didn't have fuel. They didn't get over to their scoring zone with enough time to score what they ended up with, and so it was just real back and forth most of that match, and controlling that fuel and getting it in your possession just is very important. It's almost like you have to be thinking 3 steps ahead sometimes.
Yeah. We're going to go head on over to a replay of Archimedes Division Qualification Match 15. We have 3476 Code Orange on blue up against 2767 and 971 Spartan Robotics over on red.
Yeah, this red alliance is actually crazy. So you have 9470 Control Alt Defeat from California, who've just been lighting it up all year. 2767 Strike Force from Kalamazoo, Michigan, who have had a fantastic season up there. And then, of course, 971 Spartan Robotics. And so you can see that in auto, they are up by about, 70 points just coming out of auto. We haven't watched this match yet, so we're going to be watching it for the first time right along with you.
Yeah, as we speed this along here, you see red just already off to the races here. Blue, the first one's up to bat, down by 100, and it's not looking great for blue in this first moment because of how filled those red robots are, right? Every one of them just a pinata waiting to burst with fuel, and you see 202 to 202. For a second they're tied, and then red just starts, nope, we're running away with it. Thanks for all the fuel.
Yeah, and we are showing this at 2x speed right now. The robots are really good this year, but just not quite this fast.
I don't know. This is what it felt like in California, honestly. 3476, 971.
Okay.
This is how it felt.
Yeah, we know California's really good.
Yeah.
All right.
So it looks like Strike Zone gets a little hung up over on blue, but not to fear. Their partners are cleaning things up over on the red side of the field. It looks like it'll be a pretty confident red win here.
Yep. Next, and after we finish this replay, we're actually going to go over to Daly to look at another one of those really good California teams, 1323 Madtown Robotics.
Let's head on over to Daly.
Load of fuel there during the transition shift, 122.84. Now it's time for red to build a lead, but here comes the Garrett Coalition and Tech for Kids, both stealing fuel away, setting it downfield and over to the blue side of the field. 163 to 84. 3 seconds left in this shift for red as Madtown coming in with another load of fuel there. 176 to 97 now as the Blue Alliance begins their first isolated shift. 15 seconds left in this shift. Tech for Kids scoring up high there for the Blue Alliance, along with their partners 4674 and the Garrett Coalition. Garrett Coalition taking aim at that Blue Alliance hub, setting fuel up and in, but now they have a narrow lead against our Red Alliance as here comes Madtown under the defense of 1629, but they shoot under the ladder and up and into the hub. There goes the Red Alliance quickly retaking the lead, and now they're building that lead up. 255, 197, a minute left to go here in match number 16. 3 seconds left in the shift. The final scores here from the Bronco Bots and Madtown as we begin the Blue Alliance's final isolated shift. Not trailing by a ton here, easily make upable by both of these robots. By all of these robots, very capable scores there as Garrett Coalition 1629 reloading on some fuel, sending it up and into that hub. 275, 296 now. Blue taking the lead as we begin the end game portion of the match. It's basically a race to score as much fuel as possible. Neither alliance crossing that energized ranking threshold. 374 to 310 as red now achieves the energized ranking point. They're trying to work towards that supercharged ranking point now. 12 seconds left to go. 104 fuel away there for the Red Alliance. Not sure they're going to have enough time, but there goes Madtown undefended now, unloading into that Red Alliance hub. Red all of a sudden chasing that supercharged ranking point as time expires on match number 16.
Welcome back. We're here with the Robo Sports Network doing First Champs Live, and welcome to the desk, Mason. How are you today?
I'm great. Thanks for having me all. You guys have been doing great this morning. I'm so excited to be here.
We just finished watching a Madtown match, and for the second time in a row, they missed that second supercharged RP. What does that do for their ranking and the rest of their matches at the championship?
Well, this has been such an unusual year because we're used to seeing teams chase the unicorn match where they get all of the ranking points. But this year, really 5 out of 6 is about the best anyone does. There's only been, 3 or 4 matches all season long that've gotten the unicorn ranking.
Yeah, most of the unicorns have like little nubs where a horn should be. It's like, we'll just ignore that. Gloss over it.
So not getting all of their ranking points really puts them behind in the rankings by not getting the 5 that they want there.
Yeah, but when everybody's competing on the scale of 5 ranking points, I guess it doesn't matter as much because the entire field has scaled down. So not too much of a threat, but certainly not what you want to be missing that 5th, right? When you have only so many opportunities and now your denominator of rank has gone down.
All right, we're gonna, sorry, Aiden, we're gonna head back down to the field for Galileo qualification number 15. That's the Galileo division presented by Mauser Electronics.
Lead for the Red Alliance in the early going here. Red Alliance gathering as much fuel as they can before their shift starts so they can start off scoring right away, and they do. Red putting a lot of those yellow fuel cells up into the air and scoring and building on their lead. They go up over 100 points for the lead. But we are still in the early going here, folks. This match could still go either way. Just under a minute and a half to go. The Red Alliance already over 350 points. Blue Alliance about 200 points behind, but they have time to catch up. CIS putting a bunch of fuel cells into the blue hub during shift number 3. Now their partner doing it as well, the Panther bots. As we go down under a minute, and we are in shift 4, and holy cow, Argos and RoboForce both spewing all of those yellow fuel cells into the red hub. They are up over 475 points. They're looking for 500 now. They go over 500. And now we come into the end game. Both hubs are active. There's blue. They were waiting on that end game to start. They spew a bunch in. But red over 570, 580. They're going to go over 600 points, and they do. Red gonna try to get us up a new high score, but I don't know if they can get over 700. We're coming to the end of the match. 3 seconds, 2, 1. We might get a new high score, let's see. Previous high score was 710. We have an unofficial score up on the board.
Big score over there. We're going directly over to the Milstein division to watch qualification match number 13.
Wave of shots. They are grabbing some fuel in the neutral zone and now shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. It's now time for the tally up. Blue Alliance has the lead. And now 70-39 XO with a hopper full of fuel up and in the blue hub. And moving on to the Red Alliance, teams are looking for fuel, and now 3492 parts. It's letting it fly with the partnership of Team Sequence there. All right, at this moment, it's a neck-and-neck match, 145 to 143. And the Red Alliance is taking the lead. Blue Alliance now with a lot of shots there. Team XO shooting and scoring with Team 2630 Thunderbolts. Blue Alliance taking the lead here with the two robots that are shooting and scoring. 285 to 152. And now it's time for the Red Alliance 78-90 Sequence in front of the hub. They are grabbing some fuel coming through the tower and now letting it fly for the Red Alliance. 1 minute remaining. Moving on to the blue side of the field with a hopper full of fuel. Team 1739 shooting up and in the blue hub. And more than 355 points for the Blue Alliance. They are close to get the energized RP. Just missing 50 fuels to get the first RP, the Blue Alliance. 30 seconds remaining. Red Alliance also trying some shots here. Team 1640. Sabotage was trying, now they are back to grab more fuel in the neutral zone. Crossing the bump and letting it fly. Okay, Blue Alliance has the lead. Just 10 seconds remaining. 26:30. He is stuck in this bump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 as time expires.
Wow, what a match there. What did you all see?
It looked like, you know, Blue Alliance really trying to prove Mason wrong on that unicorn game. We saw 4907, the Thunder Stamps. They have had just a super impressive level 3 climber. One of the few teams taking advantage of that tower. It's like a magnet deploying system, and it just looks like magic as they raise all the way and levitate to the top of the tower. Partner with them, 2630, who seem to have an L1 hang ready to rock. They were shy of hitting the 500 point threshold. 4907 seemingly browning out, not quite able to get the power needed to go all the way up to L3, but they did do an auto climb, it looked like, and so there was certainly an effort in the strategy to like, hey, let's make this a one. Like, we've got an opportunity, let's capitalize on it, and it's evident, even though things didn't quite go the way they wanted.
Yeah, you really got to score the fuel. It's an unfortunate part of the game where just based on fuel 2 matches ago, we saw teams scoring up in the 700s. You know, we're going to see 800s, possibly 900s this weekend. So the climbing just doesn't work out to saving you that much.
Yeah, we'll see the climb score here as we get the Blue Alliance victory. Excellent job by them, 468 to 373. But of that 468, 20 points from the tower. So it looks like we did not get that auto climb, and 35 in penalties. So just a little short, a little shy.
But the Blue Alliance still walking home with 5 ranking points, which in this game is really about the best you can expect. So that's going to make a difference when we start looking at rankings later today and tomorrow morning.
Next, we're going down to Daly for qualification match number 17. Check out the Blue Alliance, Team 11, Team Mort. They were ranked 13 in their district this year, going against Team 7520. They were ranked 26 in the Ontario district this year. Should be a close match. Let's see how it goes on the field.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, not yet. Uh-oh.
That was just a rehearsal. We'll wait one more minute. All right, let's see if we can do this again. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, welcome to match number 17. 4 robots racing out to the middle of the field. 58-13 coming back with a huge hopper full of fuel, taking aim at the hub. Meanwhile, their partner 7520 coming back around for a second swipe. Red Alliance with a big lead here in autonomous after a little bit of a traffic jam over on the blue side of the field between 2338 and their partner 4678. 98-16, Red Alliance in the lead. Blue Alliance will have the first isolated shift of the match. 46-78 of the Blue Alliance quickly with a big volley of fuel up and in for Blue. Blue now trails 143-79 as Blue Alliance is in the middle of their first isolated shift. Here comes 46-78. Fuel getting scored up into that hub. Meanwhile, 58-13 sending Fuel down to the Red Alliance zone. That sound means we have shifted over to the red side of the field. Blue now with a lead, 162-156, but the Red Alliance quickly answering back and taking the lead. Now they're starting to build on that lead, 203-162, under a minute and a half left to go here in match number 17. Here comes 75-20, taking aim at that hub, shooting on the move, cleaning up that Red Alliance zone as Red now leads 234-199. Blue Alliance's shift here. It's going to be their final isolated shift before the endgame portion. So this one really important for Blue Alliance, who takes the lead back, 253-234. 1 minute left to go here in match 17. Another big rush of fuel there from the Blue Alliance as Blue now leads 286-234. But now 75-20 coming to answer back. They're looking to score there for the Red Alliance as Red almost completely closing the gap, courtesy of 75-20 there on the Red Alliance. 58-13, hopper full of fuel trying to get back into position, playing some defense on 46-78, trying to make it difficult for them to score that hopper full of fuel. They're having a hard time crossing over the bump now, and now they may be high centered on the bump. A little bit of defense being played there by 91-75 now, trying to block out that Blue Alliance dumper there. 15 seconds left to go. Red Alliance still hanging on to a lead here. 10 seconds left. Can we get some scores here from the Blue Alliance? There we go. They're starting to empty out, but it may be a little too late. 379-327 now. As
Don't go
time
anywhere.
expires
We got more
on
action
match
on
number
Milstein 16, presented by Qualcomm.
To the blue hub. But the advantage is still red, and the Red Alliance is ready to let it fly. 24-81. Team Robots here scoring more fuel to the Red Alliance. We have Team 74-26 is stealing some fuel from the Red Alliance. And Team 47-95 doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Moving on to the blue side of the field. At this point, 2 robots from the Red Alliance are there to steal some.
We've got the daily scores, 397 red, 327 blue. It will be 75-20 and Co. taking away the win.
Coming through the tower, grabbing more fuel, and now letting it fly in a constant shot of fuel into the blue hub. Less than 1 minute remaining. It's raining fuel on the red side. Almost 500 points for the Red Alliance. Great advantage for the Red Alliance. They already got the 2 ranking points, the Energizer RP and the Supercharged RP. And now less than 30 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance is still trying to close this gap. Pair of dice robotics shooting and scoring. 15 seconds remaining now. More than 600 points for the Red Alliance. We are close to a new high score here. 74-57. Super Duper Robotics also trying to score. 3, 2, 1 as time expires.
What a match. So many balls scored on that Red Alliance.
Yeah, it was crazy. The hopper capacity of the Robotiers is just next level. Now, in this game, you did have to make design decisions, and one of the design decisions you had to make was, could you go under the trench or just over the bump? They chose to just go over the bump, but that means their hopper capacity is huge.
Yeah, I feel like they're feeling pretty good about that decision right now. 675 to 358. Roboteers, we watched that score jump by about 95 points. Just nobody else scoring. They have the stage. They show up, oh, full hopper, and the score jumps by about 100.
I think for them, that was like the perfect setup with 3 offensive robots.
Yeah.
They took the pressure. When they're the only offensive robot, people just block them going over the hump.
Yeah.
And so they cannot get back to their home zone to go score. But when there's other threats on the field, they get that freedom.
And I think Blue Alliance as well, trying to chase for that 500, just get the ranking points where they can, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure, but instead of converting that pressure into defense, converting it into let's just do what we can, and not quite getting there.
Yeah, next we're going to head down to the Archimedes division for qualification match 18, where we're going to watch Team Rush 27 from Clarkston, Michigan. They had a little rough go in their first match, so I'm sure they are looking to get right back on the ship. So we are just got a thumbs
Rush
down.
is really having a dream season. I think they've only lost under 5 matches. They play in a lot of districts. They went to the Buckeye Regional. They just coasted through the Michigan State Championships, which is unheard of. That's such a competitive event.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most competitive events in the world. And again, we talked about this before, but they took home not only the winner winning that event, but an Impact Award, a Woody Flowers Finalist Award, and a Leadership Award. So talk about a team that just has is firing on absolutely all cylinders. So can't wait to see what they do in this match. Looks like we're pretty close to a thumbs up down there. So let's go down to the Archimedes division presented by Rockwall Automation.
And third time's the charm, robot fans. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qual number 18 underway. Team Rush quickly rushing into that neutral zone. Their partners Robo Lions doing the same. Lots of fuel tossing up from that Red Alliance. Red Thunder Robotics for the Blue Alliance quickly back into that neutral zone with another robot full of fuel. Red Alliance already breaking 100 in this autonomous period. Blue Alliance not far behind, 88 scored. They're going to start with that first scoring shift of the hubs. Team Rush trying to get back to their side of the field. Can't quite get over that hump. Robo Loco playing some defense, slowing them down. Team Rush continuing to launch fuel from that neutral zone back to their side of the field. Robo Loco going a little crazy with the amount of fuel they're tossing up into that Blue Alliance hub during their active shift. Only 5 seconds now remaining. Fuel, not much left in this neutral zone. Does look like a lot on this Red Alliance side of the field, and Robo Loco has noticed that. Coming on over and trying to collect what they can while this Red Alliance is focused on scoring that fuel rather than collecting it from that neutral zone. Red Alliance 275 as they get into the end of their active hub, but they are taking advantage of every second that they can. Robo Loco was ready though, lined up and tossing that fuel on up. Red Thunder bringing some over as well. Viking Robotics really trying to play defense against this Red Alliance. Robo Lions, Team Rush both being slowed down, but Viking Robotics just quite getting stuck on that bump, able to get back down onto the floor and go under the trench instead. Red Alliance hub now active. 2 Blue Alliance members. Make that all 3 Blue Alliance members on that Red Alliance side of the field. Not a large area, so that was quite a collision zone. Does look like a couple pieces on the floor of that Red Alliance side of the field, including, I'm assuming it looks like someone's signal light hitting the floor. Blue Alliance now with the active hub too as we get into the end game. Red Alliance over that first threshold for that bonus ranking point, that energized one. Blue Alliance not far behind them at 310. They still have 10 seconds to score the remaining necessary fuel, but Red Alliance now over that energized ranking point as well. Blue Alliance just 10 away in the remaining seconds. Will they get every piece of fuel they can? Final count right now says 355, but we'll have to see what final results say.
All right, we're going to keep the action going on qualification match number 17 on the Cury division. Let's take it down to the field.
Here on Cury. 9068 running an unconventional autonomous period, taking their preload, racing over to the corral for your Red Alliance, making a deposit while their partners doing double swipe auto for your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance almost countering that as well. Last few shots going in from the human players, and now drivers take control. Red Alliance with a lead 79 to the Blue Alliance 43. 9068 Chargers charging their way over the century mark. 145 points for your Red Alliance, and more fuel continuing to go over to the red side of the field. Meanwhile, 2357 for your Blue Alliance. That system meltdown, putting up a volley in, immediately responded by Stardust of 9200. More shots continue to rain down for your Blue Alliance. Chimeras trying to get in on the action as well, agitating the fuel in that hopper with their intake, and their shift expires. Red Alliance is online. Now the Robot Dolphins from outer space, under some light defense there for your Red Alliance, able to evade and put more fuel up and in. 75-65.
And we have scores from that last match. Red Alliance taking away the victory, 570 points. Great match for the Red Alliance. All right, let's head back down to the Cury division.
1:10 left to play. The Dolphins stealing fuel, sending it to the neutral zone. Some of those do make it over to the red side of the field. And now the Blue Alliance putting in some fuel in active hub there. The last few do make it in. Red Alliance now back on the case. 45 seconds left to go. On their way to an energized RP. Fuel continuing to fly up and in for your Red Alliance. Double barrel action courtesy of the Robonauticos and the Dolphins from outer space. And now we are energized here on the Red Alliance on Cury. Blue Alliance coming back into this match. 188 points and slowly closing in on 200. Few more fuel up for your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, however, a little bit more, extending that lead that they currently have. Very close to a supercharged RP. Will they be able to score enough? 3 robots for your Red Alliance going up and in. Last 3 seconds. Under 20 fuel needed to...
We're heading over to the Johnson Field now, where we got a nerd convention on the Red Alliance. Super Nerds 3255 and Engineers 2337 pairing up.
Look at 3630. Stampede has already done an A stop. The 3630 robot will not work during the auto period.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Qualification match number 16. 3630 Stampede. They've opted to do an A stop. We have 2 working red robots. One of the red robots, they deposit a piece of plexiglass.
All right, Red Alliance victory, 490 points. Let's keep watching this, the last few seconds of this match on the Johnson division.
Over 100 right now. Red Alliance wins the auto, and the student drivers take control of the robots. Once again, 3630 Stampede from Golden Valley, Minnesota. They A-stopped their robot initially right before the match started, but as we go in the teleoperating phase, they have control of that robot, and they're driving it well. 167-55, Red Alliance has the lead with 2 minutes to go. Blue has an active hub for another 12 seconds, and 7257 Semiconductors from Minnesota is doing their best. Oh, I spoke too soon. We have a dead blue robot back here in the back. That's Vector, the Semiconductors robot. They're robot status light, RSL, is solid right now. Maybe there's rebooting. Right now we have 2 working blue robots. 422, the MechTech Dragons for the Blue Alliance, heads back into the Red Alliance territory and starts pushing around 3630 Stampede from Golden Valley, Minnesota. Red has a big lead here, but Blue has an active hub. 314 to 84 with a little over a minute to go. MechTech Dragons heads back over into the Blue Alliance area. They have no fuel inside their robot, just very little. They're bouncing around against 3255, doing possibly some counter defensive operations. Not quite sure what's going on with MechTech Dragons. We have another dead robot. 3630 Stampede from Golden Valley, Minnesota is dead in the middle of the neutral zone. 46 seconds ago, Red has the lead, 344 to 140. Red getting very close to getting that energized ranking point. 342, they only need about 10 more to go, and they will get that next ranking point. Endgame time, both hubs are active. Human players can throw, and all the robots can shoot. 2337 Engineers shooting for the Red Alliance, one shot after another. While 3255 Super Nerds from Escondido shoots, they empty out their entire fuel supply. They go back in the neutral zone to go grab some more. This match ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lots of shots here by 3255 Super Nerds. They're right underneath their trench. However, a lot of those shots there were a little short and were bouncing off the side of the hub.
Jumping on over real quick to the daily division, about a minute left in this match, and it is a close one.
300 mark, 5 seconds left, and another volley here by 624 and 6017, scoring up high, and now it's nearly 100 points, 80 points there or so, separating these two alliances. Red Alliance ready to answer back, 7632, shooting a volley, but now look at 6017 playing some excellent defense by just clearing out all the fuel over on the Red Alliance side of the field, forcing the Red Alliance to go into the neutral zone, but there's hardly any fuel in the neutral zone. Good defense being played by 2883, holding back 6017, and it's a close match, 30 seconds, and it's only about 30 points difference between the two teams, but now Blue Alliance with another high score here, and now they're going to start separating themselves.
All right, Red Alliance victory with 476 points over on the Johnson division. Headed back to the field for the last few seconds of this match on daily.
Now scoring up high, but maybe too little too late as we end qualification match number 19. Final scores coming up in just a moment.
Neither team able to secure that 500-point threshold with the fuel in that last match.
Yeah, it was a little bit underwhelming on that front, but some of these matches really have been getting very lopsided in the score. What are we noticing that's throwing things off whack for the Alliance matchups? Because we're predicting some pretty even matchups in a lot of these games, and then suddenly somebody bursts ahead by like 150.
Well, it seems like we've got a lot of offensive firepower on these alliances, but there's not enough fuel on the floor to support 3 robots. So unless teams are thinking ahead about who's going to gather, when it's not their time to score, they're getting caught up where they all unload, score, and then what do? They can't keep scoring when it's their shift. And that's really starting to cut into this threshold of trying to hit 500 fuel being scored in a given match. And that's a new threshold for championships.
So Adrian, what are you expecting to change as teams try to clean that up?
So I think that you really have to start splitting up the way that you're playing an alliance and really paying attention to what you're spending your time doing during your active shift versus your inactive shifts. But one of the really interesting parts about this game is that last shift, when both goals are active, Both teams have the ability to score during that time, but one team just got off an active shift where they maybe all of their fuel has already gone and scored, and one team has just come off an inactive shift, so they've spent the last 20 seconds gathering up. So especially if you have, if you've won autonomous mode and you're in your inactive shift right before that end game, you have to make sure that you have fuel available for that shift. Scores are up. We have the Blue Lions victory in that match, 482 to 396.
And very interesting, may actually support your point. Blue Alliance significantly losing by 50 fuel in the autonomous period, but getting a decent amount of tower points with double climbs, so kind of matching up that score, but then the fuel just blowing it out of the water once it comes to the teleop period. Do you think that's a crime of opportunity for the Blue Alliance? They were just able to jump on it?
Yeah, I mean, they really just kind of controlled the fuel the whole match. They come out of auto behind, they know that, and so they have the ability to kind of like plan the rest of the match. And so they got all the fuel that they could in that first shift. They limited the amount that the Red Alliance could score, and then they just kept that momentum going the whole match, and then a ton of fuel scored in that end game.
Another big challenge with this game design is just the limited lanes of travel. You've got the bump, you've got the trench, but you can't get through both of them at the same time. So we even see Alliance members bumping into each other's, fighting to get back into their own zone.
Looks like some adjustments over there on the Milstein division. We are going to start heading over to qualification match number 18. Excited to see another Rembrandt's match, 44-81, looking very, very powerful. And talking about those teams not getting each other's way, I wonder if this is a tactical shift of auto alignments, making sure that nothing can go wrong.
Yep. And on the Red Alliance, we have team 7717 Steampunks. They're one of our teams that are here from the Dominican Republic. We also have team 2200. They're from Ontario, Canada. So a very international alliances here, even a team from Turkey on the Blue Alliance. So looks like we've got a thumbs up. We're going to go watch qualification match number 18.
The Canadian machine here, 2201 BCR Blackout. Back to the Red Alliance and shooting and scoring for the Alliance. But the advantage at this point of the match is blue, more than 100 points for the Blue Alliance. Okay, here we go, tally-up period. Apparently it's a 3 versus 2 robots match because there is one robot for the Blue Alliance that is not moving. But the Blue Alliance still has the lead and they will play until the end to get this victory. Red Alliance shooting and scoring with Team Floyd Robotics, 287. 5 seconds remaining in the red shift. It's still some points for the Red Alliance, but let's move on to the blue side. Team Rembrandt from the Netherlands, letting it fly in a constant shot of fuel. They are grabbing fuel and shooting at the same time. Great robot. At this point, Team 2905 having some trouble to cross the bump, but they finally got it, and they are shooting and scoring. Blue Alliance has the lead. Red Alliance trying to close this gap with 2 robots shooting and scoring at the same time. While Team 2905, Sultans of Turkey A, stealing some fuel from the Red Alliance and trying to come back to the Blue Alliance, to the blue side. 1 minute remaining. 3:37 to 3:43. It's still anyone's match. Blue Alliance has the active hub now. Team Rembrandts in a constant shot of fuel, increasing the score for the Blue Alliance. And now it's a 2 versus 2. 2 robots are not moving. 1 for each alliance. And 30 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance has the lead, but Red Alliance with the hopper full of fuel up and in, increasing the score for the Red Alliance. Both Alliance already got the energized RP, and now they are looking for the supercharged RP. 10 seconds remaining. It's still anyone's match here. It's a close one. 5 seconds. 2 points separating this alliance. 2, 1, as time expires.
What a close match. And the live scoring shows both teams just under that 500 fuel threshold for the supercharged RP, but I think that Red had a few fuel that went in after the buzzer, and so they may get that last elusive RP.
Yeah, it is interesting to note, for those of you at home, there is technically like a 3-second extension on every scoring, so there's a little bit of processing time. We can't instantaneously count the ball as it goes through, but your 25-second transitions are really 28 seconds, and then you've got like a T plus 3 seconds going into that overtime. So those buzzer beaters really can make the difference here, and it was looking very, very convincing for Blue up until the end, and Red just pulled one out.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting about these matches too is, you know, the thresholds for those fuel RP are at 360 and 500. So it looks like the alliance that the Rembrandts was on was a red or blue? Can't remember. Blue.
Yep.
So it looks like that alliance they were on. They scored 491 fuel, and it looks like they may lose that match. So basically, if they had stopped at 300 balls or 300 fuel, 360 fuel, they would have gotten the same result as what they got. And so it's like so much work, and then you don't get any of the rewards for it.
It's brutal.
Brutal.
These matches are so close. It was unfortunate. 3 Blue robots all primed, ready to score, just not able to quite get in position. Only a few balls going up at the last second.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to hear on those scores too. So
not
like,
official.
Who knows? Like, they're still waiting and counting and making sure that they get it right. Our field volunteers have been doing an excellent job so far. We got a long week ahead of us, but they're at it, making sure that the games are all fair and every last fuel needs to be counted, right? We know that this can affect the teams. That's in cases like this, right? Just $1 or $2 short keeps you out of a ranking point.
Right.
Who knows what that's going to do for the rest of your event?
I mean, what that effectively changes is a couple seconds throughout the match of getting tied up with another robot, slows you down, puts you off course, and then you're just not ready to score that bit at the end. But I want to look forward a little bit. We're going to go over to the Cury division next, where we've got a doozy of the match. On the Blue Alliance, we've got the number 2 highest EPA team in the world, the Cheesy Poofs. They're playing with Ozone from Delaware and Center Punch. Ozone won the Buckeye Regional, so we've got 2 teams that have won blue banners on the Blue Alliance.
And what can you tell me about Red here? 1024, I see them. I know they've been really, really strong all season.
They have been. They're from the Indiana district. We also have team 10922. They are from Chinese Taipei. They came home with a win at the Finger Lakes Regional this year in New York. When we do have a score, it looks like a Red Alliance victory, 517 to 506. But Blue only getting that 1 ranking point because 10 of those points were from penalties.
Yeah, it does look like Blue has 496 fuel total just off of some quick mental math. And that card coming through. A little bit of a rough show for the Blue Alliance there, but there's plenty of time to bounce back. That's match 18 of 124. What, a 6th of the way?
Yeah.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, one more note on this Cury match. The Pittsburgh Panthers on red and Amped on red, they played together as the winners of the Finger Lakes Regional. So let's see if they can find their magic again as they go up against this powerhouse, the Cheesy Poofs.
(40-27) over on your blue side of the field. Red Alliance with a slight, Blue Alliance with a slight lead, 102 to 84. Blue Alliance extending that during the transition period. 31-81, high-centered, surfing USA as the Pittsburgh Panthers. They get unstuck from all that fuel. Now, tall robot filled with fuel, and sitting right behind them is the Kilobytes. Both robots shooting up high for your Red Alliance, gaining the lead here in match number 19. Last second fuel going up and in for your Red Alliance. It's now time for the Blue Alliance to respond. Cheesy Poofs, volley going up under defense from 10-9-22. Amped out of Chinese Taipei. 254 finding themselves parked right next to the tower on the left side of it. Another volley going up and in, going over 200 points, and with a commanding lead for your Blue Alliance. Expanding it in this last couple seconds there. 40-27 makes their way to the center of the field, grabbing all the fuel that their partners, 254, put into the hub and down onto the neutral zone. Surgical tubing, it appears, falling off of the 3181 machine, dragging it all across the Red Alliance zone. Fuel does continue to rain down for your Red Alliance, courtesy of the Pittsburgh Panthers, immediately followed up by the Kilobytes, regaining a lead. 254 sitting with a score of 254, but it is quickly changing as they expand, regaining the lead for your Blue Alliance. Under 45 seconds left to go. Fuel continuing to rain over the Cury field. Hopper falling apart there for 3181, hanging on by a thread on the left side. That right drawer slide coming undone, but still able to pick up fuel for your Red Alliance is 3181. Underneath the tower they go as the Kilobytes continue to drain it down for your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance not to be outdone under 15 seconds. Fuel continue to go up and in, closing in on a supercharged RP for your Blue Alliance. Last 5 seconds left to go. That volley for the Cheesy Poops might have done it. Last fuel being counted. 5 fuel away from the supercharge in real time, but that last volley might have given them that bonus RP. Red Alliance was just slightly below the threshold.
Welcome back to First Champs Live. We are RSN, broadcasting live from Houston, Texas for the championship event. Joining on the desk, Sarah Heimlich. Welcome to the team.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here this year.
Yeah? How's your weekend been going so far?
It's been going good. You know, Houston is always a lot of fun. It's great to be back for our 10th season here in the Houston area, and I'm very excited to be on the desk this season.
Well, thanks for joining us up here. Adrian, what did we just see with the Cheesy Poofs there?
I mean, at the very last second, they shot a volley. We just talked about it before the last match, that there's a 3-second delay at the end of the match. So I think they might have gotten enough. We're going to find out right now to get that 5th RP. They did. They just barely eked out that 500 fuel threshold in the very last second of the match. These matches are getting harder, and because they raised those fuel thresholds for championship, it's getting harder to hit that in every single match. So that's a big win for Team 254 there, and an even bigger win to get that 5th RP.
Yeah, it's a little early to be talking about rankings, but we just saw they're tied for 2nd in the rankings. So already we're seeing you've got to be getting at least 5 ranking points in every match to stay competitive for one of those top seeded positions.
Absolutely, and your score also matters because that is the tiebreaker if you are equal on those ranking points. So they're definitely looking to score as much as they can in every match. That way they will win any tiebreakers if they should occur later in the competition.
We are going to go over to the Galileo division next to watch match number 20. Mason, who is in this match?
Well, on the Red Alliance, up note, we've got 1768 and Ashoba Robotics. They were #1 in New England this year. On the Green Alliance, the Blue Alliance, we've got the Green Machine 1816, Highlander 6201, who won one of the district events in New England, and the Minnesota North Star Regional winners, Starline Robotics 4655.
All right, looks like the match is getting started, so let's head down to the Galileo division presented by Mauser.
And it looks like Red is going to take the autonomous round. They get over 100 points. Nicely done. Blue pretty good with scoring as well in autonomous, but Red had it. The transition period, another big flurry of scoring by both alliances. And now in shift number 1, the Blue hub is active and Blue is in the scoring position. Red has built up about a 60-point lead, but Blue is going to try to cut down into that. They've got it down to 40 already. Let's see if they can catch up and take over the lead here during shift 1. They don't quite get there, but they did close the gap. But now Red opening the gap even further. Team Scream 4768 scoring for Red. Now their partners, Neshoba Robotics, getting in position to score. They just spew a ton of those fuel cells all at once into the hub. We go to shift number 3, and Blue is now active, and they are shooting. The Green Machine shooting, as well as State Line. Now State Line collecting more of those fuel cells. State Line in position, and they're shooting them in. Nicely done by State Line. as they put in a bunch of them and go all the way to the red side of the field to collect more fuel cells. So strategically, the Red Alliance has gotten most of the fuel cells over onto their side of the field, so that is taking Blue a little bit extra time to go and collect those fuel cells before they can shoot them. We are in shift 4. Red putting more into the hub once again. They're flirting with 400. They go over 400 points now on the Red Alliance. Blue scoring, they're over 200. And we've got under 20 seconds to go. So over a 200-point lead for the Red Alliance. As we come down under 10 seconds, getting to the end of the match. Another big flurry put in by the Red Alliance. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. A score coming up. The Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 544 to 275. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Nicely done.
Great match for the Red Alliance. We were just talking about how important it is to get that 5th RP, and with about 10 seconds left, we weren't sure if they were going to pull it out, but then that last second hopper full of fuel takes them well over the threshold.
Yeah, able to put up a lot of points. Up next, we're talking about going over to the Archimedes division. Want to highlight this team, 5940 Bread, coming from California. Sarah, you know anything about them?
Just a thing or two. 5940 is one of the powerhouse California teams without a doubt. They struggled a little bit this season, but we've started to see them really come into their own, especially at district championship. They played incredibly well there. And they did do a rebuild as well, so we're excited to see what they can pull off here at championship this season.
Go ahead, Mason.
Oh, I was going to say, that's one of the really exciting things for me is Bread's one of those teams that's like right on the cusp of making Einstein every year. They're great, kind of underwhelming, as you mentioned, but teams can rebuild so quickly, especially when they can go to these events and get inspiration from some of the other great teams and just show up with a totally different robot. And so it's hard to predict how good are they going to be.
We've got a score from that hopper match, 908 points. We didn't show that match, but a huge score with Bucks Rat, 63-29, and 1706. So massive scores here, over 900 already in the morning on Thursday.
Wow. Yeah. I thought maybe we'd crack 900 by the end of the weekend. But, yeah.
So that's a big deal.
Yeah, so when are we going to get 1,000? The 1K match.
I don't know. Maybe we can predict it. But we are going to go down to this match with Bread. One of the other cool things about this match is they are paired with 2 teams from Turkey, which doesn't happen very often at the championship. Not a ton of teams from Turkey are able to qualify and get to the championship because of the amount of teams in that area. So every area or region in the world is given a set amount of spots at championship based on the percentage of how many teams they represent. So to have 2 teams from Turkey in this match as partners, that means they had to be in the same division. They both had to qualify. So a lot of things had to go. So this should be a fun match for the Blue Alliance. We have predictions behind the screen showing a huge score here. So we once we get people off the field. We can't run robots with people on the field. We will get to watch Bread in this match. It looks like they're wrapping up, so we're going to send it down to the field. Again, this is qualification match 22 on the Archimedes division. That's presented by Rockwell Automation.
I know, there's, he went to the bathroom. Yes, all Cury.
And we have the all clear for match number 22. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qual 22 underway. Octobots, the first Red Alliance robot into that neutral zone. Unfortunately for their partners, F-Pro, when they go into this neutral zone, they do get stuck on top of some fuel. Looks like they did stop their robot, though, from potentially accidentally shooting fuel out of the field. On the Blue Alliance side, lots of fuel coming up from the members of that squad. 131 fuel scored and points earned during Autonomous. Red Alliance going to start with that first active hub. Octobots taking advantage of this transition period. Lots of fuel, though, still coming up from that Blue Alliance. Heavy scoring from all three members of the team. Red Alliance, Octobots going to start off launching up that fuel. Their Alliance partners in that neutral zone still. Not on the Red Alliance side helping score yet. Iron Corsairs sliding back and forth in this neutral zone. Blue Alliance hub now active, Robotic, launching up that fuel. Octobots trying to slow them down, but their robot auto-adjusting to where they are. These fuel, though, just shy of making it into that hub. 100 points for that Red Alliance, 235 for that Blue, but Blue is going to increase that. Lots of fuel on the Blue Alliance side of the floor. Slight collision between the teammates. Red Alliance hub now active. Octobots over scoring for this Red Alliance. Only Red Alliance member currently scoring on the field. F-Pro overplaying some defense in that Blue Alliance side. Does look like Iron Corsairs stopped in that neutral zone just on the underside of that Blue Alliance hub. Hopefully for them, no fuel comes rolling out of that into their hub or into their robot. Robotic continuing to try to score, not making it quite into that hub. Just getting to that 30-second mark now. Octo making their way back over, getting themselves lined up and ready for this Red Alliance hub to become active. And there it is. Blue Alliance over the threshold for that first bonus rank point, that energized rank point. Octobots going to do everything they can to try and get closer and closer to that mark. But with only one robot scoring at a time on that Red Alliance, it's going to make it very difficult. Bread showing us exactly why they're still #1 right now. Lots of fuel coming up from that robot and into the hub. Over 430, not quite to that 500 mark they were looking for as time runs out.
All right, we're headed straight over to the Newton division. That's presented by NASA for qualification, match number 21. Watch out for Team 2910, Jack in the Bot, defending world champions against Team 2046, that's bare metal. Those two teams won the PNW District Championship together, and now let's see who comes out on top.
Alliance scoring. On the other side, Orange Overdrive, they are waiting. They are lying in wait to try and slow down Blue Alliance to get into their scoring position, and that seems to be effective. But look at this, oh my goodness. A huge volley of fuel going up right now for Blue. They've got time now with 16 seconds on the board to do that.
We're going to show the scores from that last match with Red, 444 points, big win for the Blue Alliance. Let's head back to the Newton division to watch a huge score on the Blue Alliance that is developing.
They are now at energized, looking at supercharged Red Alliance, looking to catch up. 1577 Steampunk scoring now. Blue Alliance now coming in to try and steal some of that fuel. We've got Jack in the Bot, currently ranked #1, looking for a win here with 5 ranking points. We know they've got 1. We'll see if they can pick up another one here in the next shift, which is coming in 5 seconds. Red Alliance still has an opportunity, though, to get up above 300 points in their hub, and they're going to do it. But look at that, a huge volley going in right now, pushing up over 400. 500 now seems like easy pickings for the Blue Alliance. 2910 under pressure underneath the trench and still scoring from that corner as they get up over 500. Can we get to 600 here in the next couple of seconds when we get to the end game? Red Alliance still needs to put up another 29 points, and it looks like they may have all just gone in right now, and they did. So Red Alliance is going to get a ranking point. Blue Alliance has 2. Red chasing that other ranking point with 20 seconds left on the clock. And you can see high volume going in right now as they get up over 400. 80 more to go for Red Alliance. They've got 14 seconds, and I think they can do it with the right amount of timing. Here comes 1577 on the other side. Blue Alliance are going to get up to 800. They're over 700 now with 5 seconds on the clock. That may not be enough to get to 800, but it's still going to be a super high score here as we get down to the last seconds on the clock. And boy, there's another volley going in. It could get them real close.
Milstein match 21 coming up onto your screen. That would look like a big score from the Blue Alliance over on Newton. Let's see what the teams in match 21 have to offer.
Oh, on the Blue Alliance, we've got 60-90 Wayland Wildcats. They won Michigan State and have been rocking all year long over there.
Both hubs active. We move on to the red side, where teams are looking for fuel. They are grabbing fuel in the neutral zone. And now, let's see who is going to start scoring. It's team 34-19, the Rollhawks. Also there, 43-62, letting it fly as the Red Alliance takes the lead. But now, it's raining fuel on the blue side. A lot of fuels inside the blue hub, and the Blue Alliance taking the lead again. Team 343, Metal in motion, grabbing more fuel, and they are ready to start to shoot and score for the Blue Alliance. A lot of fuel flying for the Blue Alliance. And now back to the red side. Team 43-62, Jams, shooting and scoring. Also there, the Rollhawks, also trying some shots. Who is also in the red side, stealing fuel from the Red Alliance. It's Team Metal in motion. And now they are coming back to the blue side because now it's time for the blue shift. On the blue side, Robotics, it's also shooting and scoring with Wayland Wildcats. The advantage is blue. They already got the first energized RP, and now they are looking for the supercharged RP. A lot of fuel flying here in our Milstein division.
On the Newton division, 769 points from that Blue Alliance. 5 RPs for the Blue Alliance, so that's going to have ranking implications later on in the tournament. Let's head back over to the Milstein division to finish up qualification match number 21.
With 10 seconds remaining, the Rollhawks is still trying to close this gap for the Red Alliance. 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1, as time expires. It goes to the Blue Alliance. 591 to 331. 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, and the 4th seed.
All right, we're headed over to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace for qualification match number 22.
Some self-inflicted wounds on the red side, but it's still going to be enough to put them on top at the end of the autonomous period. S22-20, it goes back to the neutral zone for one last pass with their partners, 97-85. Electrona in getting 88 points to 31. Blue Alliance has 1 robot over on their side shooting. Now they're going to make 1 more pass to neutral zone, 17-87. The flying circuits going back underneath the trench. Tacking on a few more points to wrap up that shift, as now the Red Alliance gets 2 robots shooting from both corners of the red zone, and 16-25 Win Ovation shooting on the move underneath the tower. Red Alliance making quick work of those game pieces on their side of the field. Very productive shift for the Red Alliance. crossing 230 points. Blue Alliance now begins the next shift with 1787, the Flying Circuits, trying to catch up to the Red Alliance. 4191, the IMSI joins the Blue Alliance and trying to shoot into the Blue Hub. But they have to wait their turn as the Red Alliance gets all 3 robots primed and ready and cycled a bunch of game pieces through the hub, closing in on that energized ranking point threshold. Gonna need about 30 more game pieces more. Red Alliance gets the energized ranking point threshold. And now 1625 continues to try and tack on a few more points as we go into the end game. 9785 focusing on cycling through the neutral zone. 1625 doing the same for the Red Alliance. 1787 of Flying Circuits shooting in front of the depot on the blue side. Let's see if the Red Alliance can cross 500 in 4, 3, 2, 1. Here come the scores. The Red Alliance wins the last match. 531 to 236, getting past that 500 point threshold, of course, to get the energized and supercharged ranking point with those 3.
Lots of great teams here in this Cury match. Qualification 22. Be on the lookout on the Red Alliance for Team 125, the Neutrons from the New England district. And then they are going against on the Blue Alliance, the Barker Greybacks from Australia, and Team Valor, the winners of the Mercury division from the Thurston, Texas district. This match is about to get started, so let's take it to the field.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Huge slam in the center of the field to start this match off. Binary Battalion and Valor sending the 6800 machine off kilter there. Able to get back down onto all 4s. Over the bump they go is Valor getting themselves back into this autonomous period. Fuel flying all over the place from all 6 robots here in this autonomous period. And now drivers take control. 159 points to the Red Alliance to Blue Alliance 60. A little bit of cleanup work they have to do, but it's not a tall ask. 125 for your Red Alliance. Die Rotor shooting on the move during that transition period. All 3 Red Alliance robots able to make some volleys to go up and in. Well over 200 points here with under 2 minutes left in play. Blue Alliance coming back with an active hub. Valor and the Regal Seagulls connecting up top. The Greybacks down over on the enemy territory, poaching fuel out of the red side, denying the 125 robot from being able to shoot on the move and grab fuel. Feeling a little bit starved as your Red Alliance make their way to the neutral zone, grabbing fuel and racing back. Binary Battalion, under no defense, able to get a full volley of fuel up and in, responding by the aluminum narwhals and the neutrons. Action shifting over back down to the blue side of the field. Once again, Regal Seagulls and Valor going up and in. Greybacks contributing as well, getting fuel to their side of the field. Both alliances are energized with a minute left in play. Slowly approaching the Red Alliance's 435 is your Blue Alliance. Less than 10 points separating these two alliances. Last volley for your blue going up and in. They have a temporary lead that's immediately brought back in favor of your red alliance. 5 of your robots find themselves in the small quadrant that we call the red zone. Opportunistic defense played by 6800 Valor, taking a little side swipe on the aluminum narwhals as the robots break free. 125 continuing to drive around, shooting on the move. The robot out of Revere, Massachusetts. And now Blue Alliance making a statement. We are supercharged over on the red side of the field. Blue Alliance slowly making their way back. Red Alliance surpassing 600 points and counting. Valor going up for your Blue Alliance. Here come the Graybacks. Bulldoze for the 10254 machine. We are supercharged over on your Blue Alliance as well. Red Alliance continuing to add on over 700 points as this match draws to a close. High scoring on both sides of the field. Final results coming up next.
We're going straight over to the Hopper division for match number 23. Check out team 3467 on the Red Alliance. That's Wyndham Windup from the New England District.
And going back to their side of the field, 3467, Wyndham Windup making another last pass underneath the red stripe.
Huge score from both the Red and the Blue Alliance in that match. From the Cury division, Red Alliance coming away with the victory with 733 points.
Giving them the early lead. Red Alliance will start the first shift. Team 5000 Hammerheads cycling through the neutral zone and pushing out some fuel through the outpost there. Shooting on the move as well. Lots of game pieces in the middle of the field. 82-14. Cyber Unicorn recognizes that and tries to clean up house and pushes him over to the blue side of the field. Red takes the lead in the meantime with 5 seconds left in this shift. 34-67, Wyndham Windup gets one last cycle through that shift. But now the Blue Alliance begins shift number 2. 82-14, Cyber Unicorn making use of those game pieces they collected from the middle of the field. 30-35, down for the count right now over on the blue bump. Hammerheads swimming their way over to the blue zone underneath the trench, going back to their side of the field as they begin their shift. Shooting alongside their partners, 34-67, Wyndham Windup, and holding the lead right now. Closing in on that energized ranking point. We've got one robot down for both alliances, it seems. 2199 of the Red is not mobile right now. And 11024 Hypernova stopping the Red Alliance from getting back to their side of the field. But now 3467 Wyndham Windup focusing on siphoning out the fuel from the blue zone as they begin their last shift before the end game. We got the Hammerheads and 3467 Wyndham Windup still picking up the game pieces from the middle of the zone and cycling them now through the red hub. We have one red robot shooting, one blue robot shooting on the blue side. Now we have all 3 blue robots back in action though. S3035 plays some defense against the Red Alliance. 11024. Following Wyndham Windup around the field. Let's see if the Red Alliance can cross 500 in 3, 2, 1. Here come the scores. The Red Alliance wins the last match, 499. 1 point away from that supercharged ranking point thresholds here at Champs. But both alliances with enough fuel through their respective hubs to get that energized ranking point.
1 point shy of 500 for the Red Alliance. And that is a really important number to hit. So they only walk away with 4 ranking points, even after doing all of that work.
Yeah, that match, they had one of their alliance partners on red was down for a good portion of the match there, so it's hard to get over that threshold when you only have 2 robots contributing to offense.
It's very frustrating when scoring 360 fuel and 499 essentially get you the same results.
The only benefit is you do have that higher average match score, which could come into play here. And we did see Wyndham at least moving up in the rankings with those 4 RP, so they'll be happy, but wishing they could have gotten 1 more fuel scored.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times this season, and it is very frustrating for the teams when it happens, but they got to move on. They got to get going. We are going down to the Newton division. That's presented by NASA. We're going to check out Team 195. They have been an absolute powerhouse in the New England district this year. I love their robot. It is so fast at scoring. Who else do we have in this match?
They're playing with Team 88, TJ Squared, number 9th ranked team in New England this year. So 2 really good New England teams. Certainly have crossed paths already this season, playing together on that Red Alliance.
Yeah, it looks like we are ready to go on the field. So we're heading down to the Newton division for match number 23.
Cyberknights out in the midfield. They're currently sitting at number 1. They, of course, want to see a win here today. Blue Alliance not wanting to make that happen. Blue Alliance constantly scoring out into the neutral zone. Robotics, they're going to pick up some more and see if they can score it, and they do. And we also have Rust Belt scoring. So that's going to mean 108 points. That's going to be a big hill to climb for the Red Alliance here at this match. Red Alliance, though, will have the first shift, and we'll see what they can do. TJ Squared sending fuel over to their alliance partners. 195 Cyberknights looking to do the same, trying to get onto their side of the field so they can shoot and score. Being prevented by 1807. Redbird has been doing their research. Cyberknights unable to align and shoot. So that means that Red Alliance here, with 8 seconds left on the shift, unable to match the Blue Alliance. So we will see what happens as we shift to blue. We've got fuel everywhere on the field right now. Blue Alliance looking to surge ahead. And there goes Rust Belt Robotics. And right there with them, Robotics Peñoles. Rust Belt, another volley. Let's see if they can do a third here. They've got some more fuel. They've got 2 seconds left. They'll put them all in. It gets them up to 269. Red Alliance trying to score. TJ Squared is lined up. There goes 195 Cyberknights. So they are scoring as well. 195, a member of the Alliance, has scored 824 on this field back in Qual 8. TJ Squared worrying some fuel out of the back row there, trying to get that scored. As we get down to the Blue Alliance shift, the last Blue Alliance shift before it's all in for everybody. Rust Belt scoring again. They line right up against the hub and then just let it go. Their alliance partners looking to expand the lead even further. They're looking for 360 points on the board to try and get to a ranking point, and I think they're going to get it with that surge right there. So there we go. We've got Red Alliance chasing 360 as well. They've got 22 seconds to do it. The defense has been so strong during this match. Undefended. We'll see if we can get to it. But look at this, 195, the big scorer, stuck down on the Blue Alliance side, just trying to slow down the Blue Alliance. 90-29 scoring right now for Red Alliance, and Team NF putting in much needed fuel for Red as we get down to time expiring. We'll have your official results up in just a moment. There's some kind of robot part on the field. Hope it's not important.
Before that. No.
Tough break for that Red Alliance in that match, but we're going to go directly over to the Hopper division to catch qualification match number 24.
Productive shift for the Blue Alliance. Now we focus on the Red Alliance's 3506. Yeti Robotics starts cycling those game pieces through with the defense of the Mech Warriors in their way. 573. 573 is unloading those fuel from the red zone into the neutral zone, in addition to playing some defense over on the red zone. But now we start shift 3.
And we have scores from that Newton match with a Blue Alliance victory, 433 to 295.
Back as the shooter on the blue zone. Mech Warriors are jumping over their side of the field to join the fight. The Mech Warriors aim and shoot in the blue hub as well with 2 seconds left in the shift. Red Alliance going to have to come up with at least 100 points if they want to take back the lead. 2 blue robots playing defense on the red side, it seems. Mech Warriors and 4174 Mustang Robotics. Heavy hit from 6328 given to Mustang Robotics. But now we go into the end game with the Blue Alliance still on top. 328 to 263. Both alliances closing in on the energized ranking point. 4174 trying to make it happen for the Blue Alliance. .401 Copperhead Robotics trying to play some defense against the Blue Alliance. See if any of these alliances can get 360 in 3, 2, 1.
A convincing win for the Blue Alliance on the Hopper division, and we're going directly over to the Johnson division for qualification match number 22.
Drives right past him and says, I'm not going to knock you. You're going to sit there on that fuel all day long. Their alliance partner, 3603 Cyber Coyotes from Reed City, Michigan, pushes them. But, oh no, Pi High Samurai still beached on top of that pile of fuel. We have 2 working robots. Nobody wants to help out. There we go. Nope. Can they get them up? 107. There we go. Pi High Samurai from Ann Arbor, Michigan, now working after doing a little bit of fuel surfing. 207 to 125 with a minute and a half to go. Red has the lead. They have a hub active for another 4 seconds, and then we shift over to blue. Blue's already ready. They start shooting immediately before their hub goes active. Great strategy there. 100 points separates these 2 alliances. 67, the hot team, just launching lots of fuel back into the Red Alliance zone. Just sucking up lots of other fuel in the middle of the neutral zone as they get ready for their activation. Red hub now active. 1076 Pi High Samurai chasing around the hot team, trying to play some defense. 317 to 217. Red has a 100-point difference, and they have an active
from that
hub
Hopper
for another
match,
10
Blue
seconds.
Alliance taking it with 395 points. Red Alliance not able to secure any ranking points in that match.
Can they get the supercharged ranking point? Looks like Red doesn't like our FTA, shooting lots of fuel and beating him in the head. 21 seconds to go, 404 to 264. Red Alliance has the lead. Awfully quiet right now. 67, stationary. 10 seconds to go. And this match ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some reason there at the end of the match, 2 of the red robots decided to stop working. Fortunately, though, they had a big lead. Preliminary score is 404 to 312. Red Alliance receiving 404 fuel into their hub. They received the energized ranking point. They were 96 short of making that supercharged.
We're going directly over into the Newton division, where we have a very close match coming out of auto. Let's see who can come out on top.
Side of the field to try and apply some pressure to slow down the scoring on the Blue Alliance side, perhaps to pick up some resources. iBots coming over, getting stuck on the bump. Ooh, a little bit slow. See if they can make it across. And Red Alliance now is going to score. Narbalut Powers Robotics with Niagara able to line up and score. And there they go, another volley from that dumper. That's going to be good for Red. Red now needs another 50 during this shift to catch up, and they are looking like they're going to try to do it. But Red Alliance attention is over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Here comes iBots. Let's see if they can score a few as we get down to the last seconds of their shift. And oh no, that's a lost opportunity for Red. Blue is coming on right now, and they are going to shoot constantly. We've got some type of a part on the ground over there for the Blue Alliance. Looks like it might be part of a turret, unclear. Red Hawk lining up and shooting right now. They're coming a little bit wide. We'll see if they can find their mark. Pink team scoring with Moonshot Mark II. Blue Alliance getting close in the last 30 seconds here, or they will have a 30-second opportunity in a little bit to close 30 more points, get 30 more in the hub. Narbalut Powers Robotics shooting a little bit wide. Let's see if they can get more scored in there in the last few seconds. iBots taking the shot now in the last few seconds of their shift. And Blue Alliance now is coming on strong. 23-17 Red Hawk out of alignment, but shooting and scoring right now. And they're going to get up to 360 probably on the Blue Alliance side. And yes, there's a little bit more, and that's going to get them there with the pink team. iBots mowing and shooting as they move across the field for themselves on the Red Alliance side, trying to get to 360 in the last few seconds of the match. Blue Alliance securing one ranking point, trying to get to 2 in the last few seconds, and that is going to be time on this match. We'll have your official results up in just a moment.
Pushing that lead, but look at all that fuel being scored by the Blue Alliance. That should give them the lead. It does, 86-56 as we enter the teleoperated period. Las Gorillas making their way quickly into the under the trench, scoring up high for the Blue Alliance during that 10-second transition
with the
shift.
Blue Alliance taking a 4 ranking point victory, 413 to 299. Red Alliance just missing out on those ranking points. But we're going to continue to watch daily qualification match 25.
303 trying to continue to add, and now Red Alliance has secured the lead for this match, 110-14 to now Blue Alliance's turn to answer back, and now they secure the lead quickly. 130 plus as Las Gorillas and 87-24 able to score up high. Here they go, getting right into position up against the tower as Las Gorillas continuing to shoot on the move. Red Alliance 17-27 playing a little bit of defense, but really just stealing as much fuel as they can. 303 and 17-27 with a little bump, but here we go. Red Alliance looking to secure that lead back. 17-27 looks to be jammed. 303, there they go. 66-96 scoring from the far side of the field, and now Red Alliance claiming that lead, 200, about 20-point difference. But Blue Alliance, look at that stream going in from 469. And here comes their alliance partners trying to score up high as well. 87-24, missing most of those shots. Blue Alliance now securing about a 30-point lead as we enter the end game in 5 seconds. Blue Alliance continuing to push that lead, and now Red Alliance ready to answer back, and here they go. 66-96, 17-27, and 303 trying to score up high. It looks like 2 red robots are jammed. Meanwhile, 66-96 trying to score as much as they can as they sweep the backside of the field. Blue Alliance trying to defend that lead, but Red Alliance now starting to get some fuel into the hub. May not be enough as we reach the end of the match. Final scores coming up momentarily. All right, scores on the screen. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 326 to 305. Blue Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points.
Up next, we're going to be taking you down to the Johnson field, where we've got a whopping 6 blue banners combined by the teams playing in this match. On the Red Alliance, 45-22, Team Scream is partnered up with 33 the Killer Bees, but they're going up against Poly Robotics, team number 8, and their partners 2040, the Dirt.
Blue robots run into each other and stop themselves in the auto period. Little discombobulated autonomous period, 67-66. All 3 robots on the Blue Alliance decide to do a little weirdness. 67-66, they get themselves beached. 2 blue robots run into each other, and 67-66 gets beached on fuel. 86-36, red wins the auto period, and they will have their hub active second. Killer Bees now grabbing fuel as they get ready for their activation, which is in 19 seconds. Blue's active now. 8 from Palo Alto, California, grabbing fuel from back near their Alliance Station wall. Oh, we had a big collision there. 67-66 trying to go over the bump. They're met by a Red Alliance robot, 772. Big collision there. Looks like no damage occurred. They're both running very well. Go active on Red now, 14 seconds. Red has the lead, 158 to 107. 2040 for the Blue Alliance. Dirt from Dunlop, Illinois, playing defense against the Red Alliance robots. They have lots of fuel in their robot. Shift over to Blue. 18 more seconds of Blue activation. Blue is behind in this match, 128 to 181. 67-66 having a hard time getting themselves over the blue hump. But strangely enough, 772 from the Red Alliance, they shove the Blue Alliance robot up and over. Last activation here for Red, and then we go into our end game. Killer Bees getting ready to shoot. Killer Bees do a barrage of fuel into the hub. Looks like half of those went in and half did not. Some of them going off to the left. And we get ready to go into the end game. Both hubs will be active. Still a very close match, 212 to 151. This could go either way. Poly Robotics from Palo Alto grabbing fuel from underneath their trench. 45-22. We're in the end game. You don't want to be touching one of those blue robots when you are there by their tower. Likely they got a major foul there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relatively low scoring match. Neither of these alliances able to get enough fuel into their hub to get the energized ranking point. This will all go down to the 3 ranking points for the win.
Welcome back to First Champ Live. We've got a new host with us. Justin, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks. I've been behind the scenes all morning, but it's nice to be back on the desk.
Yeah, how's your weekend been going so far?
Yeah, good. You know, flew in from Amsterdam yesterday. A little jet lagged, but ready to have some fun.
All right, sounds great. Sarah, what were we watching in that last match?
We watched an absolute heartbreaker there. In this game, it is so important to be getting those extra ranking points with so many top teams here at the championship. We know that 6RP is kind of elusive, not going to happen very often, so you want to be getting 4 or 5. And if you're losing the match, you at least want to get some ranking points. And in that match, unfortunately, we didn't see either alliance reach that 360 threshold. We have the scores coming up now, but neither alliance was able to do that. And as a result, we see the majority of the teams on both alliances moving down in the rankings, so a heartbreaker for both red and blue.
Yeah, for those watching at home, we really pay a lot of attention to the ranking points. So it's not just win or lose the match. It's not just how many points do you have. It's were you able to get past those thresholds. At championships, that is 360 fuel or and 500 for the higher supercharged ranking point.
So in that match, we also saw a little bit of defense that's being played against the dumper robots, who are a little bit more susceptible to defense versus the turret robots because they do have to sit still to shoot. So they're a bit more choosy, especially the ones with the high BPS, because when they press the go button to unload the hopper, yeah.
And you talked about BPS there, or balls per second, fuel per second, as we like to refer to it as. And that is absolutely critical for those dumper-style robots, because if they can get them out fast enough, they can often overcome the defense because they can shoot so quickly that the balls are all gone by the time the defense comes along.
Up next, we've got a match getting queued up on the daily field. We have 1538 Hall of Fame team, the Holy Cows, ranked 10th in SoCal, partnered up with Morpheus, 5813th, the 16th ranked New England robot. But they're going up against Aces High, who's all the way up at 11 in New England this year. So we'll send it down to the field.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 26, race towards the center of the field. Blue Alliance first to strike. Here comes Red Alliance ready to strike back. 58-13 scoring up high. 15-38 going down as well. And now they're making their way towards the center of the field. Blue Alliance making their second pass as well. But Blue Alliance with a commanding lead here. 97-72 as we enter the teleoperated period. 15-38 able to get some shots up high, but half of them missing. Blue Alliance now able to make another shot there. Red Alliance turn to answer back, and here comes 15-38. A couple of shots going in. Looks like they have some jamming issues, and now there they go. A stream of shots going up for the Red Alliance. 58-13 from the tunnel. Able to score up high. 15-38 able to get one or two shots up high as well. Now we're back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 39-90 and 176. Large amount of fuel going in for that Blue Alliance. That's 15-38 trying to clear out as much fuel as possible from the neutral zone. 176 able to score up high. Here comes 39-90 able to get another stream of fuel in as well. Hard hit in the center of the field there. 15-38 running into the hub as 176 now clearing and making their way back over to the other side of the field. 58-13 able to score. 15-38 getting a couple of them in, but heavy defense being played by 91-75, now playing against a 58-13 robot. 15-38 now left wide open, but only a couple of shots going in. Meanwhile, 176 already started their volley as we enter the Blue Alliance side of the shift. This final shift here for the Blue Alliance as 15-38 makes their way over to the other side of the field, trying to clear out as much fuel as possible. It's still a close match, 305 to 282, about a 30-40 point difference, and heads up, fuel going into the side of the field there. 15-38 now making their way back up and over. Blue Alliance continuing to add to that lead now, nearly 100 points over as 58-13 trying to score up high. Meanwhile, 39-90 just clearing out all the fuel over on that side of the field as 15-38 slowly makes their way back over. Doesn't look like they have enough battery to run the rest of the match. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance side, they continue to extend that lead, continuing 370. Can they go over 400? It looks like they may be able to do that with that final volley there. That's the end of our final matches of the morning. Final scores coming out in just a moment. All right, here come the scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 417 to 326. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
Up next, we're heading over to the Johnson field. We've got quite the turrets lined up on the Red Alliance. Should be putting up some major points here.
Sürücüler çizgilerin gerisine. 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
That's our Turkish countdown there, nodding to overcharge 9483 from Istanbul, Turkey. This is going to be an exciting match. We have 3 very capable robots on the Blue Alliance. Take a look at 4946 Alpha Dogs. They claim they can put 110 fuel into this hopper. Look at that. That's just a fuel sucking up machine. 160 to 23. Blue Alliance has a ginormous lead. Look at that. We go to the first shift to red, and blue already has 224. Look at the Alpha Dogs. That's a robot, Moto, grabbing fuel and shooting it over. 9483, the overcharge from Turkey, shooting fuel over into the Blue Alliance area. 16 seconds left in this shift. All right.
We're having some technical issues there, so going to switch over to the Newton Division qualification match number 26. We're joining it halfway through the teleop period.
Opportunity here. If they can score and get the lead, get even more of a lead here, that could be good for them. We will see what they can do. Chasing after that ranking point at 360, that might be a tall order, but red with double opportunity here as they can score in their shift. But now in the end game, an additional opportunity to score. Blue ready to go, trying to catch up and close the gap. 50 to go. Is it enough? Red down one robot, one high volume robot. And 4253 still struggling to get fuel to move through the robot. They've got plenty in possession, unable to score it. Red Alliance now looking to score 386. Team Voltage in the back, and here comes 687 with another volley as we get down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And can they shoot? Oh no, not quite enough time for 687 to get those last 9 points in the board to get that ranking point. We'll have your official results in just a moment. And here we go on the big board. It's going to be red or blue to win. It's going to be Red Alliance. Red Alliance will come away with this win. Let's see what the results are. 351 on the board. And they'll only pick up the 3 ranking points out of that. Not quite enough to get to 360. And that is going to mean a little bit of a mixed bag for them. Some up, some down. Over on the...
Red taking the win. Up next, we're going over to the Galileo field for qualification match number 25.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 25 here on Galileo. Red Alliance putting a big flurry of fuel cells into the red hub. They are going to take this autonomous round. We enter into teleoperator mode. Blue is going to get the first shift of their hub being active. Red trying to score a couple of more points in transition, and they do. So Red with about a 90-point lead as we enter into shift number 1. The blue hub is active. So that means the blue robots are able to score into the hub. The Spartiates scoring for blue. Avrasia trying to get in position to score as well. Right now they're just picking up a bunch of the yellow fuel cells. Perpetual Chaos throwing cells over to the blue side. The red hub is active here in shift number 2, and they have built up their lead. They're about 150, 160 points. They're going to try to get to a 200-point lead. They don't quite get there. They get to about 180-point lead there as we enter into shift number 3. Blue hub is active. See if the blue robots can score. So Avrasai Robotics collecting a lot of those yellow fuel cells across the field and bringing them over and dropping them off over on the blue side for their partners to shoot them into the goal. Meanwhile, we are in the shift number 4, and the blue hub is, or the red hub is active again, and the Red Alliance building up that lead even more. They've got almost a 300-point advantage now as we go under 25 seconds remaining in this match. So the Red Alliance seems to have it well in hand here as we come to the end here. 12 seconds to go in the match. Lots of scoring by these red teams. Sobots, Clockwork, and time expires. Coming up, and it's the Red Alliance taking match number 25. They win it by a score of 425 to 60. That's going to be 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done. We are going to go up to match number 28, and then we're going to take our lunch break. So 3 more matches, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Welcome back to the First Champ Live's desk. Joining us, Steve. Welcome to the desk.
Hey, it's great to be back. I love doing this at Championship every year. All 8 divisions just running and running and running, and seeing the highest level of competition for rebuilt that we'll see until some crazy off seasons. But
yeah, all 8 divisions running. They're taking breaks on some of the divisions right now, so we're stretching a little bit further between matches, but don't worry, First Champs Live doesn't take any breaks. We run all day long, non-stop. If there's many matches playing, we're going to be showing them off. Justin, what have you been seeing out on the fields?
Yeah, so it's really interesting this year. We think a lot of people have kind of divided themselves into 2 camps, the dumper versus the turret, or single stream versus wide stream shooting. But within those, we've seen subsets of design. So in the turret camp, we've got die rotors and more like washing machine type spindexers. And then on the dumper side, is it 2 wide? Is it 3 wide? Is it 4 wide?
And how tall is it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's such a good trade-off in this game of, do you go underneath the trench, which opens up your mobility lanes that you can travel, or do you go for extra ball capacity and make your robot taller?
And we've got some teams kind of bridging that divide with the sometimes tall hopper, either like a real actually activated elevator or just a net, and it just bulges up when you've got a whole bunch of fuel in there. But what I think a lot of teams are finding out here, as they increase their capacity for championship, or their robots' capacity for fuel for championship, is fuel's heavy.
Yeah.
Like you put 50 fuel in your robot, it drives very differently than when it's empty.
Yeah. And for example, a team on a match coming up soon, 2481, has a capacity roughly around 100 fuel. That's a massive change in mass of the robot. And they're also required to go over the bump with that because there's no way they're fitting under the trench.
Right. They built their robots so wide as well. When they go over that bump, they need the entire width of the bump to get through. Yeah.
It seems ponderous, but they're very quick with it. It seems like the kind of thing that would be difficult to do, but they're so practiced with it that they make it look like all these other robots that can get over quickly. So then everybody's having to deal with trying to defend this robot that's hard to move, and when it unloads, is unloading just a massive number of fuel.
But 2481 is one of those robots that's like, if you see them on the other side of the field, you need to try and defend them. Because if you leave them alone, every time they get to that scoring zone, the score is going to jump by 90 to 100 points.
So speaking of 2481, in this Milstein match that is playing right now, they are on the Blue Alliance just as Autonomous ends, over triple digits for their alliance, trying to get those 5 ranking points for 2481, the Roboteers. Let's check it out on the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm.
Blue Alliance has the lead, 175 to 60. And now it's time for the Red Alliance to close this gap. But at this moment, 47.95, he's stealing fuel from the Red Alliance. So just Team 1671, Buchanan Bird Brains shooting and scoring. It's time for a flurry of fuel up and in the blue hub. Oh my gosh, a lot of fuel being scored in the blue hub. Team 2201, BCR Blackout, in a constant shot of fuel up and in, while Team Valence Robotics is playing defense in the Blue Alliance. Okay, it's time for the Red Alliance again. The red hub is active, and Team Techno Dogs is shooting and scoring. 341 to 157. This is the advantage for the Blue Alliance. And now with a half defense, Team Eastbots is there, making it a hard time for the Red Alliance. 50 seconds remaining. A flurry of fuel up and in the blue hub. Great robots in the blue side. More than 400 points already. They're close to get the supercharged RP. Just 40 fuel remaining. Again, there BCR Blackout shooting and scoring. And now Eastbots is also there shooting. Fuel by fuel and scoring. And now the Blue Alliance gets the supercharger RP. Great job. And more than 600 points for the Blue Alliance. Amazing match here. Just 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
Wait, on Casey, this corner?
All right. Okay, cool.
Blue Alliance wins 675 to 391. 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance.
It's scoring 5 ranking points. We're seeing more and more of these matches capping over 600 points now.
Over 650 there, and with dedicated defense against the highest score with 2481. So looks like they've practiced against teams trying to check them and keep them from scoring at their highest capacity.
I haven't been such a fan of the large robot. It feels just less mobile around the field, but I can't argue with those kind of results that they've been able to put up 3 matches in a row now.
Yeah, 2481, they chose that archetype and have been playing with it all season. So the driver now is getting pretty well adapted to how to maneuver the boat around the field.
And it's sort of a meta question for a lot of teams this year. What is it worth it? Where's the threshold of your robot isn't going to be good enough versus we're going to have more practice with our robot at championships? So seeing a couple of different versions of preparation for championship after the 7 weeks of qualifying competitions, but we're here at the culmination of it at the first championship, watching 3255, one of those teams that iterated a lot during this season, Super Nerds on the Red Alliance. Let's see how they do coming out of auto with what looks like a slim lead.
3255 Super Nerds from Escondido, California, quickly out in the middle of the neutral zone, grabs some fuel and comes back. That was a good use of the transition period during which both of the hubs were active. Now 3255 trying to relay some fuel over into their area. Half the fuel is going out of the field and over by our referees. Field reset will throw those back in. Minute 48 to go. Close match, almost tied, 116 to 112. Red has an active hub. 179, Children of Swamp temporarily gets beached on some fuel, but they're up and moving right now. 2096 Robo active from Israel, playing some defense against the Red Alliance. 3255 Super Nerds from Escondido, unfazed though, able to grab a whole bunch of more fuel. They go back through their trench and they shoot. They have a dumper robot. They can shoot lots of fuel quickly from that robot. They come out, grab additional supply. And we have Blue active for another 14 seconds. 179 Children of the Swamp trying to shoot, while 2704 Roaring Robotics playing offense. Red goes active, 4967. That one team from Belmont, Michigan was ready immediately, started shooting. And the high capacity shooting here by 3255 Super Nerds. They are quick to shoot, quick to pick up more fuel. They go grab some more fuel. Uh-oh, they're getting beached. 2096, they beach the Super Nerds. 3255 is now stuck. Oh, nice driving there. 3255 able to get themselves off of that beaching by taking their intake mechanism and bouncing it up and down, and they roll themselves off the fuel. 15 seconds to go. Red has the lead, 308 to 212. We're in the end game. Both hubs are active. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the very end of that match, it looked like 49-67, that one team.
Wait, it's this one.
Okay, we're going to cut into a live match on Milstein where we are checking out the Hawaiian kids, 359 on red, against the Crusaders, also from Hawaii, on blue. 40.
And sending it to the other side. 189 to 118. Now it's the moment for the Blue Alliance. Close this gap. 29-74. Shooting and scoring. Up and in the blue hub. There on the other side, it's Team Critical Hit still playing defense. So Robots from the Blue Alliance needs to find a clear space to shoot. It's the last shift for the Red Alliance. After shot was shooting and scoring. Hawaiian Kids 2. The team 8158 playing defense, trying to make it a hard time for the Red Alliance, but it's raining fuel into the Red Hub. Just 30 seconds remaining. Red Alliance has the lead, but now Blue Alliance has a lot of fuel in their side, and they are letting it fly. 15 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance shooting and scoring with Walton Robotics. They are grabbing fuel in their side and letting it fly. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
We are the Robo Sports Network. We are bringing you whip-around coverage of all 8 FRC divisions here at the first championship. Going live over to the Galileo division presented by Mauser Electronics, where we are watching qualification match 27 just after autonomous mode.
Start shift number 1 with the active hub. Red putting in a few more fuel cells during the transition period, and here's shift 1. So Blue is active. The bomb squad, number 16 for Blue, putting in a number of fuel cells. Their partners, the Nighthawk 614, putting some in as well for Blue. Blue trying to catch up here in this first shift. Down by about 20, but closing that gap even more. They don't quite catch up, and shift number 2 starts, and the Red Alliance now with the ball. Their hub is active, and they are shooting those fuel cells in. We've got a couple of Blue robots that were over on the Red side doing some defense, slowing down. Now there's just one playing defense. That's the Nano Knights. But Red built up the score by a little bit, but Blue was definitely able to keep them with the low scoring, and that kept the score low. Blue now with the lead, and we're in shift number 3. So a good defensive round in shift number 2 for the Blue Alliance, holding the scoring down to minimal for Red. We're now in shift number 4. Blue trying to do the same thing. Red able to score more this time, though, around. Red now has taken the lead by about 20 points. And we're coming down to the end game. So there's the end game audio indicator. And now both alliances have the ability to score. Red putting in a flurry, trying to catch up. They don't quite get there. Red still maintaining a 20, now 30-point lead. But here comes Blue, cutting it down to about 20. We've got 12 seconds to go. Let's see if Blue is going to have enough to catch up at the very end. There's a big flurry of scoring by Blue, cutting down the lead, but Red now scoring as well. It looks like Blue did overtake them by a couple of points. So Blue at the very end.
We're going to take you down to the Newton field where the number 1 seed 2910 is trying to defend their position, but currently being dominated by the Red Alliance.
Scoring. Their alliance partner Cougar's gone wired out to get some more fuel, and Griffin Command shooting from right on the edge of the trench. So Red with a huge lead right now, 257. Blue looking to close it up. There's some high volume shooters over there. 63-52 beached a little bit. We'll see if they can get off of that fuel and score. Meanwhile, Goonies picking up fuel and shooting that back towards the Red Alliance side of the field. Blue Alliance looking to close the gap. They're getting there, but not quite enough. Red now shooting 260 points on the board. looking to get to 360 to pick up a ranking point. Blue looking to do the same. Look at that huge volume of fuel going back. Jack in the Bot picking up fuel and sending it back at high speed for their use a little bit later as they get the shift in 5 seconds. And there it is, Jack in the Bot. Huge volley right there. Robot called re-blitz. And that is going to get Blue Alliance within striking distance of Red. They've got to get 100 more points to catch up. And that was a huge volley right there, still counting. And here comes some more from 63-52 Launch Team Robotics. 29-10, Jack in the Bot, still out there in the midfield. They've got some more fuel. They're going to go and get there, and they're going to get to their ranking point before Red will, but Red is going to pick it up as well. Red has an advantage right now by about 50 points, and let's see if they can hold on to that as we get down to the last 14 seconds. But look at that huge volley right now coming out of Jack in the Bot. They're going to put at least one more on. 1884 is falling apart in the midfield. There goes Goonies out to pick up a few more, and Blue Alliance trying to catch up, but it may not be enough. We will have your official results up here in just a moment, but it looks like Red Alliance may have held on for the win. And here we go. Is it going to be red or blue with the win? It's a Red Alliance win. Red Alliance is going to pick up 4 ranking points from this match right here. Or is it 5? 4. They can pick up 4. 60 points of penalty to them. But look at what that means. It's going to mean a little downward pressure for 29-96 Cougars Gone Wired. And Goonies is going to jump up.
So penalties making a big difference in that match, changing the winner. It looked like in autonomous mode, one of the Blue Alliance robots across the center line, and that already gets a major foul, and then contact with other robots is major fouls on top of that. So Red Alliance actually not getting the auto win for determining the shifts because they scored fewer fuel, although they had a higher score. So that can sometimes really trip up drive teams and people watching the field because, well, why is Blue Alliance, why is it shifting over to the Red Alliance when the score is this? So something to keep in mind as you're watching these autonomous modes as teams collide in the center since everybody's going there for all the fuel.
Yeah, it can be a difficult game because of all the balls. You can get stuck on top of them, and your odometry can get screwed up while you're trying to do these autonomous mode. I mean, we're definitely in a new era of FIRST Robotics with the April tags, where teams are able to localize so frequently, and robots really correct for mistakes in autonomous mode. But it still happens as you're trying to get out there in the middle and grab as many balls as you can. You get disoriented and get on the wrong side of that line.
Well, the speed of it here in Rebuild, this is the first autonomous mode for FRC that's been 20 seconds long. So teams' ambitions certainly have progressed, looking to go out to a different part of the field, collect a whole bunch of fuel at once, come back over an obstacle, release all that, do that again, and then keep going and try to go back into the center. So very wide differential available for different alliances like autonomous modes.
Yeah, and of course this year the autonomous area is in the mid zone. There's a lot of contact with your partners, with your opponents. Right. So new variables coming into play. Software is also advanced with the ability now to not just use the April tags, but also do detection of game pieces as well. Right. So we are seeing teams with advanced software to the point where they're going for the largest pile of fuel, not just like driving and hoping for the best.
Route, yeah, and this is tough too at championships because you want to sometimes write new autonomous modes for your partners, and which teams can do now at an incredible pace. But it can be very difficult to get onto the practice field and actually test these autonomous modes because there's just so many teams waiting to practice here with 600 teams at this event.
But teams have a bunch of different tools at their disposal as well. Beeline or Path Planner or Choreo, these programs help them by plotting the course of where their robot's going to go, or teams take different tacks and have their robot just driving point to point so that they aren't leaving anything up to the program to determine by itself which path to take.
Yeah, and of course all these different softwares weren't just provided to teams, but these were developed by teams and then shared. So really interesting open source software being used by a lot of teams this year.
Yeah, the difference, I'm trying not to harp too much on like what modern robots look like compared to, you know, our era of FRC participation as students, but just they're robots. They're real robots. They're detecting real stuff. They are changing what they're doing based on inputs and like in a major way, moving all the way around the field. It's so exciting to watch this highest level of competition of like a mature current version of FRC.
And we're right now on the cusp of what happens when autonomous also starts to become pushed towards AI. I think we're going to see that in the near future as well in the next coming seasons.
Speaking of like advancements on software, there's also a lot of autonomy added to the teleoperation portion of the games. Many of these drivers are not in full control of their robots. The robot is thinking for them, deciding when to put the intake down, making decisions based on which part of the field it is, what the robot will do. Sometimes it's even fire on command based on the clock, how many seconds are left in your shift, and where your robot's located. So definitely a new era where it used to be a driver did every single thing about the robot. Well, we've got another match on Newton. We're doing back-to-back Newton while lots of fields are on their lunch break. And this one, we've got qualification match number 30.
So check out on the Red Alliance Team 948 finalists at the Pacific Northwest District Championship, NRG, and up in the Blue Alliance 9128 ITCON winners of the Texas District Championship.
Red will have an opportunity here as the shift will be theirs. And there's some high volume shooters there on the Red Alliance side. 948 and RG scoring right now. And we'll see if their alliance partners can help them out. Steel Armadillos, they're full up and they're shooting right now. In they go. Developing a little bit of a lead here with 6 seconds to go against the Blue Alliance. And there's a big surge right there as they get up to 240. Almost 250. Blue Alliance looking to catch up now. 818 on the other side. Steel Armadillos looking to slow down the Blue Alliance from scoring. They are having some success with that as 10-5 at 53. Orange Overdrive spends its time over on the Red Alliance side trying to collect resources. And look at this. Red Alliance, Blue barely caught up to Red. Red is now surging ahead, and we'll see how this plays out as we move through the rest of the match, because Blue's going to have one more shift that's just theirs. They're certainly prepared for it. Red Alliance is still shooting, though. 868 taking the last few shots. They've got 100 points. Red has 100 points on Blue, and let's see if Red can slow Blue down during their shift here. Blue Alliance still needs another 70, and there's a big chunk of that in the air right now. 2 volleys going in, 3 volleys going in for Blue as they are approaching 330 points. They've got 30 seconds to get to 360. Red Alliance is going to pass that now and pick up the ranking point. Can they get to 500? They have the capacity, but look at this. 948, the big scorer, is over there stuck on the Blue Alliance side of the field. And let's see if they can bring that in and put a few more on. They need 100 in the next 7 seconds to get to that additional ranking point. There may not be enough time, but wait, we've got to climb. 818, Steel Armadillos picking up the extra 10 points in the last seconds. And we'll see if that's enough for the Red Alliance. Take a look at the scoreboard, 416 to 411. Referees will add the last few points, and we'll see if this goes red or if it stays blue.
We're going to bring you straight over to the Milstein division, just finishing up autonomous mode here. Team 21-22 Taters from Idaho, and the Blue Alliance going against 49-15 from the Pacific Northwest in the Red Alliance, and 30-75 from Michigan, as well as their partners. 4907, those of the jumping robot from 5 years ago that everybody loved, Thunder Stamps.
170 to 80, and 2 minutes remaining. 32-45. Ravens on the Red Alliance, shooting and scoring. Robots from the Red Alliance looking for fuel in the neutral zone. They are collecting the biggest number of fuel to be ready to their shift. And now it's raining fuel on the red side. All right, 260 to 175. Red Alliance with a good advantage. It's still 7 seconds remaining in their shift. Team 49-15 Spartronics shooting in a constant movement. And now going back to the Blue Alliance. Team 32-45 Ravens grabbing some fuel and now back to shoot and score with a hopper full up and in. It's team 43-62 Champs. Less than 1 minute remaining. It's now or never. Red Alliance trying to take in the lead again. It's a neck and neck match. 372 for both sides as the Red Alliance is taking the lead. It's going to be a close one. Shooting from the corner, it's Team Spartronics. Less than 30 seconds now. It's raining fuel on the blue side. 20 seconds. Blue Alliance is taking the lead, but the Red Alliance is also shooting and scoring. It's still anyone's match here. Just 10 seconds remaining. It's point by point. Oh wow, great match. 5 seconds now. Blue Alliance has the lead. 2, 1, as time expires. Wins 579 to 519. 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. Great job.
I misspoke when I was introducing that match. Team 3075, Dream Team from Israel, not from Michigan. But we're seeing these 1,000-point matches between the two alliances. It's really exciting to watch.
Yeah, 21-22 looked really good out there. Despite getting stuck on a ball or on top of many balls during their autonomous mode, they were able to recover and really start putting up the points. They've won 3 regional events so far this year.
Yeah, so Red Alliance, again, this match able to get the supercharged. Blue Alliance, unfortunately, coming up just shy.
Just short of it, yeah. I mean, that's really a double whammy to lose the match and also not break that 500 threshold. You know, what's your take, Justin, on they've raised that threshold for championship, made it more elusive to gain. Is that a net win here, or is that going to put more up to chance on your final rankings?
So I think, yeah, in general, I think it was done in hopes to have the cream rise to the top, but in actuality, with the way the game plays out and more teams playing defense and the balance of the matches, but also compared to last weekend and the weekend before, things are a bit more watered down, in my opinion, than, for example, the New England District Champs or the California District Champs or Pacific Northwest District Champs, where, like, yeah, the teams in the total field of the Alliance, the total available teams on the field don't play quite at the highest level. So the thresholds being even higher, I think, yeah, it definitely doesn't have the best impact on ranking.
Yeah,
points.
it seems like making that 360 threshold for the first ranking point, you can control your destiny on that. You can be a great robot and always do that. But to get to 500, you really need some help from a good partner, and you need some help from your opponents to not play killer defense on you the whole match.
It's something that we've talked about over the years, these bonus ranking points. What is the goal of these things? Should these be truly like bonus, like very rare to get? Should they be automatic? automatic for good teams? Should they be automatic for the best teams? So the balance this year has shifted so much because there aren't 6 ranking points available. There are 5, 3 of them for the win. So it's very, it's not necessarily just schedule based, but if you're in an unwinnable match, trying to claw back just only 2 bonus ranking points can put a real damper on your whole like tournament journey. But these teams are doing quite well. That match, seeing, I'm not sure I agree with the people who think that losing autonomous is the way to win at the highest levels, but that match, Red Alliance getting the better of it, perhaps the different shift timings working in their favor there.
So Steve's comment about whether it's better to win or lose auto in the long run has to do with the scoring periods of the game, and how if you win auto, technically you have a longer period at the end of the game where you might have to chase to collect additional balls to keep scoring. So there's a trade-off there. I still think getting those points early means you don't have to score them later, and that's a better way to go. But I see how you could make the argument that losing auto by a little bit, like maximizing auto but still losing, would be okay as long as you can play the end game in a different way.
Or do you think anyone's out there actually tuning their autonomous mode to stop short of a victory?
I think that there are teams that are going to try to do it. I don't know how effective that will be, and that would be an interesting game of chicken. Because then, okay, are you trying to just do one of your sweeps and then be full up for the second one? So instead of coming back for your second volley just with whatever you have, you just keep sort of meandering around on your side and just pick up one or two more fuel.
Well, speaking of robots that have really good autonomous modes, we were going to go down to the Milstein match next, the Milstein field next, and one of the teams there is 1670, the Citrus Circuits, who have just a fantastic dumper of a robot and have really excelled at autonomous modes. They'll be coming to life here on the Red Alliance any moment. We've got thumbs up on the field. Let's take it away from the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm.
Match 31 underway here in our Milstein division, presented by Qualcomm. 287, Floyd Robotics shooting and scoring during autonomous. The same for Citrus Circuits, letting it fly. 146 points for the Red Alliance, great advantage. Blue Alliance will try to close this gap, and their team 80-20. A constant shot of fuel up and in. 80-20 Cyberpunk from Taipei, trying to close this gap. 203-62. And 10 seconds remaining in the blue shift. The Red Alliance is bringing a lot of fuel to the red zone, and now they are letting it fly. It's raining fuel on the blue side. 287, shooting and scoring. And behind the tower, it's Team 11-0-65. It's Team Max overheat. They are stuck there. Someone needs to save them. All right, now let's move back to the Blue Alliance. Just one robot of the Blue Alliance trying some shots there. It's Team Cyberpunk. At this point of the match, Team 2 Power Robotics is stealing fuel from the blue side, and it's raining fuel on the blue for the Blue Alliance. Citrus Circuits with a hopper full of fuel up and in. More than 500 points for the Red Alliance. The robot Lebot James from Floyd Robotics, shooting and scoring. Less than 30 seconds. Let's see if we can get a high score here. Citrus Circuits is still shooting and scoring, now grabbing more fuel coming through the tower, as they will be ready to shoot and score more with the partnership of Team Floyd Robotics. Almost 700 points here. They are making history. Great scores. 3, 2, 1. As time expires.
.422 comes back, grabs some more fuel. Unfortunately, they get stuck.
Autonomous mode.
The navigation puts them right onto the side of that bump, and they're unable to complete the second swipe of fuel.
And MechTech Dragons from Chesapeake up in this match. Let's check them out during teleop.
25-22, Royal Robotics close to getting beats there. They bounce on top of a cup of fuel there in the neutral zone, and they were able to get themselves free. Blues are now active for another 18 seconds. Red has the lead, 146 to 107. 422, MechTech Dragons. Lots of fuel there in that robot. And they're shooting it. Got a few fuel over here by the scoring table left to put back on the field. Shift over to Red, 143 time remaining. Close match, it's tied. Red now takes the lead. Look at these long distance shots here by the Blue Alliance.
Let's take the score down. So
26-38. Oh my goodness, that's some crazy shooting there by 26-38. Shooting long distance shots all the way from the red zone, all the way across the neutral zone into the blue zone. A little more than 1 minute to go. Red has a very slight lead, but blue has an active hub. 103.96, Mustra from Turkey, shooting there for the Blue Alliance, where the Alliance partner 422, MechTech Dragons, continues to shoot, grabbing fuel from along the line St. Wall. Uh-oh, 422 stops working right now. The Blue Alliance robot now dead against the Alliance station wall. Looks like all their lights are on, so they have power, but their robot status light is solid. Getting ready to go to in-game time. Both hubs will go active shortly. Still a very close match. 283 to 239. Red has the lead right now. Now we have only maybe one blue. Yeah, one blue robot is now working. 103.96 is also dead. That means 26-38 Rebel Robotics is by themselves at the end of this match. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's in the qualification match number 29 here on Johnson. Preliminary score 395 to 269, advantage to the red.
Okay, we've got 1796 on the Blue Alliance here from New York with a big capacity turret robot going up against 2046, one of the dumpers from PNW.
The two red robots are entangled and not moving, yet they're keeping up on the score. Let's see how this plays out.
424 is down. Rust Belt trying to get their bearing and get back into service. We'll see if they can do that. But on the other side, Pink Team picking up fuel, sending it to their alliance partners because 1796 is ready. Robo Tigers currently ranked number 3. They want to stay there, maybe go up to number 2 with a big win here and 5 ranking points. We've got more coming up right now. 2:33 looking to score and getting a few more in for the Blue Alliance with 3 seconds left in their shift. And that's going to push them up to 250 as we turn it red. Red has the shift right now, has the opportunity to score. There is some heavy D getting played right now by 233. Pink Team trying to slow down and keep the Red Alliance robots from getting to their mark. also stealing fuel and sending it back for the Blue Alliance use during their shift. Red Alliance trying to close the gap and get to 267 to try and match them point for point, but unable to do so. Blue Alliance now with a shift, they can score and advance their lead, trying to get to 360 to see if they can pick up a ranking point here. Blue Alliance is now within striking distance of that ranking point as we get down near the end of their shift, and Red Alliance has scoring active, and up they go. We've got a belt on the ground there on the Red Alliance side. Not sure who that belongs to, but we've got Red Alliance scoring, and it looks like they do have enough time to get the 360. Let's see if they have enough resources to do it. Blue Alliance pulling ahead here. Here comes a big volley right now from the pink team to try and put a pin in it for Blue Alliance. Red Alliance trying to pick up that ranking point with 3, 2, and they do it 1, and that is going to be time. Blue Alliance looks like they may be a little bit short of the 500. We'll have your official results in just a moment. Up it goes. It's Blue Alliance with the win. They will come away with 4 ranking points out of this, 470 points. Red will come away with 1 ranking point, and let's see what this means. 1796.
Robo Tigers leading their alliance to a big win and maintaining their 3rd seed position despite only getting 4 ranking points in that match. We were just talking about bare metal 2046. Looks great at some times, and at other times having some trouble getting stuck in autonomous modes, shots coming up short, but a lot of potential with that robot.
With this game, you have to have several different scoring actions, cycles, if you will. You're coming back into your alliance zone with hopefully a full hopper 8, 9, 10 times during the match. So missing one of those is kind of it's a big part of it because it's so many fuel, but it's relatively, you get another chance. You get another chance to come back in. So talking about consistency here at Championship, some of these robots have run 50 plus matches. Some of it comes down to breakages compared to practice and like how well you have integrated your whole system to just be ready for the next match after a match doesn't go your way.
But with a lot of robots mechanically being pretty similar now, by the time we've gotten to championships at least, we're really starting to see also that the drivers are starting to make a difference. In the teleoperated period, you can really see the drivers who have honed their skills and really understand how to maneuver their robots, how to line them up and make the most of the match play. And yeah, I've always said, or in general, people will always say, like a good driver with a bad robot can win more matches than a bad driver with a good robot. And this year, for sure, is one of those games.
Yeah, this game is so, you have to be instinctual about where to be at different times during the match, and you can't pre-plan the whole thing. You know, based on where the fuel ends up, where it's compiling, which shifts you got, you have to really make smart decisions. Like, I need to be over there stopping that robot right now versus I need to be loading up to start shooting soon.
And depending on where you're standing, the 3 player stations, you can't see vast swaths of the field because of the big hubs and other obstacles that are in your way. So you have to go where you know that fuel is going to be, even if you can't see it.
Oh, where you hope fuel is going to be. Because, if you compare this year to last year, for example, like the game pieces last year, you always knew where they were basically going to be. The human players were throwing them out or handing them to you. They started in the same places. You placed them in the same locations. Whereas this year, like depending on who you're playing against, the inter-opponent interaction in the middle of the field has a huge impact on where the fuel ends up.
All right, we're going to go over to the Johnson field. They're just about ready to start this match, getting all the robots connected. But on the Red Alliance, we have 3 robots that have all won blue banners for winning tournaments this season. The Cyber Coyotes won it at one of the Michigan district events. The Robots have won, I think, 5 or 6 blue banners this year, if you count their Impact Awards.
I think it's 8 with the
8 with Impact.
additional ones.
It's just 5 with the tournaments. And then It Can girls team, there's a pair of sibling teams out of Plano that have just been dominant in Texas this season. So let's check out the Red Alliance. Blue also has 490, the Cobra Commanders, Arizona winners that have won 2 events in that state. So high-profile teams on both alliances should be good. Oof.
And we end the auto period. 88. Oh, wow. Looked like the Blue Alliance had some last-minute fuel that was counted there. 118. Robonauts shooting into an active red hub. Red is active for another 20 seconds here. 3603 Cyber Coyotes from Reed City grabbing fuel from back along the Alliance Station wall. 3630 from the Blue Alliance has Stampede from Golden Valley, Minnesota, trying to play some defense against the Blue Alliance. Shift over to Blue for another 23 seconds. And Blue ties up the match here just now. And there's a whole pile of fuel coming from somewhere over there on the far side. It looks like Wild Weasel from the Cobra Commanders in Glendale, Arizona, pummeling that hub. 50-26 Iron Panthers out in the middle of the neutral zone. Comes over here, grabs some fuel from the Red Alliance zone. This match is going back and forth. Blue Alliance has received the ranking point for Energize. They have 361. That's one more than they needed. Red Alliance now working on getting their Energize ranking point. 330, they need 360. Can they do it? Blue is now active. It's the last activation here for the Blue Alliance, and then we go to in-game. 50-26 Iron Panthers from Burlingame shooting while 118 the Robonauts play defense against them. And we go into in-game. Looks like somebody may have popped a belt, one of the belt drives from maybe the intake or whatever, sitting out in the middle of the neutral zone. 25 seconds ago, Red is behind, but they're gonna tie it up here. 16 seconds ago, nobody's shooting right now, kind of quiet in this match. 103-40, Itcon girls now shooting. Oh, and the Red Alliance now takes the lead with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a close match. Back and forth, and in the very last waning seconds of that match, Red Alliance takes the lead. Preliminary score 426 to 404. Both alliances able to get that extra ranking point for energizing their hub.
And we are bringing you live coverage. We're going straight over to the Archimedes division where we're watching the autonomous mode for qualification match 24. So check out these teams on the Archimedes division presented by Rockwell Automation.
In the lead, Red going to take the first scoring shift, but first 10 seconds of transition where both of these hubs are active. 1868 going up and in. Chaos Theory highlighting their shoot on the move. Blue Robots heading to the neutral zone, trying to send all that fuel back home. 2539 Krypton Cougars scoring on their own. 1501 chasing them down. Chaos Theory and Space Cookies now scoring for the Red Alliance. All three Blue Robots pushing fuel over to the Blue Alliance zone as they take control. And here comes the fuel. Now Red Robots racing on back. They're going to try and create some ruckus for our Blue Alliance robots. 2539 Krypton Cougars coming in now, but Ralt scoring undefended. Taking that nice full hopper and emptying it up for the Blue Alliance. Blue in the lead now, 284 to 266, but it's Red's turn. Here they go. A stream of fuel coming in from the Space Cookies. Chaos Theory right behind them. Looks like 2539 Krypton Cougars unloading as well. Up and in they go. Red over 300. Blue knocking on the door at 290. A minute left of the clock. Red trying to run up the score even further. They're approaching 400 now. But Blue gets control, and they're going to start to score. Thrust up and in. Rolt right behind them. Red trying to play some defense. Krypton Cougars stealing that fuel, getting in the way. Space Cougars cleaning up the center field. Rolt emptying their hopper into the Blue hub. 15:01 right behind them. It is neck and neck, 4:07 to 4:05, 32 seconds left. That means Red's hub is now active in the end game. Krypton Cougars off to a quick start. Here comes the Space Cookies. Looks like they're up on a fuel. They're going to have to get unlodged to get their next volley in. Thrust and Rolt doing the same for Blue. Red pulling ahead now. Space Cookies up again. Chaos Theory right behind them. Here come the Krypton Cougars. A barrage of fuel for the Red Alliance pulls them further, now above 500, a 100-point lead. It changes that fast here on Archimedes as time expires. For that match is going to show us the Red Alliance taking it home 622 to 465. Red earning all 5 ranking points of that match, 3 for winning, 1 for energizing their hub by scoring 360 fuel, 1 for supercharging their hub over 500 fuel. Blue not walking away empty-handed, 1 point for themselves for energizing.
A whopping over 500 points scored in that last match. Up next, we're taking over to Johnson for qualification match number 31.
Close auto here. Red taking a slight lead here. Let's see how this settles out. Last second counting. Red Alliance wins our auto as the student drivers take control of their robots. Number 8, Pali Robotics from Palo Alto, California. Shooting, they come out in the middle of the neutral zone, grabbing fuel and just launching it into their Red Alliance zone. 48, Team Elite from Warren, Ohio, grabbing fuel and shooting it. Grab some from the neutral zone, they head over. 59-68, Little Apple Cyberx from Manhattan, Kansas, playing defense against the Blue Alliance. Back there in the Blue Alliance zone. Shift over to Red, 21 seconds of activation for the Red hub. Red is behind, Blue's leading 236 to 197. Got 4 robots back in the Red Alliance zone. 94-84, Robots District from Brazil, playing defense initially. Shift over to Blue. 22 seconds of activation here on the Blue hub. A little bit of a collision there while 8 Pali Robotics runs into one of the Blue Alliance robots. 1 minute to go. Blue has a very slight lead, 301 to 274. Pali Robotics back here shooting. Some of the shots going a little short. But their alliance partner is 7558. Alt F4 from Canada, placing many shots in there. About ready to go into end-game time. Very close match, 324 to 310. Red has the lead. Pali Robotics pushes a few fuel there for their human players to throw. And we go to endgame. Both hubs are now active. 48 Team Elite is beached on top of the hub, possibly some fuel. See if their alliance partner 94-98 Robots District can give them a push. They get a shove by 59-68. 59-68 actually dislodges them and gets them loose. 10 seconds ago, red has the lead. Blue putting lots of fuel up there. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of qualification match 31, our last match before we break for lunch. Preliminary score 493 to 414, advantage red. Both alliances able to get the energized ranking point, neither close enough to supercharge.
We're going to bring you live coverage of this match in progress over on the Archimedes division with 16-19 Upper Creek Robotics, winners of the 2022 First Championship.
Some points. Blue is live. Looks like we have 9401 setting fuel on home, 9001 doing the same. Their alliance partner, the Constellations, looking to play some counter defense, keep the red robots occupied, and let Delta Force and Midas's Mayhem score. We got 3 seconds left until we go to red, though. The team from Longmont is in position, and in they go, running fuel out with their twin shooters. 80-84 doing the same. The Night Owls scoring up and in for the Red Alliance. Gleam coming in to help as well, shuttling fuel around the field. Midas's Mayhem pushing fuel over to blue. The team from Romania picking up fuel as well to bring it on back. Red in the lead, 250 to 135. But it's Blue's turn to score. 90-01 in position. A barrage of fuel coming in, but some well-timed defense from Gleam will send their scoring to the wrong direction. A little over a minute left here in Archimedes. It is 254 to 205. Red in the lead, but Blue's got a minute to turn it around. Night Owls left scoring uncontested. Upper Creek right behind them doing the same. Here comes 7608 to come in and try and change that up. 7598 playing the defense, shutting down these two teams. Constellations trying to make this scoring as difficult as possible, but Red maintains their lead, now a 90-point gap separating our alliances. But that sound means we are in the end game, which means both hubs are active, so it is anyone's chance to score. Human players taking some shots in for the Blue Alliance. Longmont's team scoring uncontested for Red. It is bumper car pandemonium in the blue side of the field. There goes Midas's Mayhem, a stream of fuel up for the Blue Alliance. 8 seconds left. Red trying to get over with 3, 2, 1. All right, Archimedes, here come your scores. This one goes to the Red Alliance. 400 to 306. Red earning 4 ranking points for that match as we get ready for qual number 26 up next.
watching a couple of matches here at First Champs Live. More than one field running at once, so we'd like to get a little bit of a view of a Cury match that we just played that we weren't showing on stream. So let's bring up the replay.
So we're replaying qualification match number 25 here, and really a close one, as we see all three Red Alliance robots are working their way to scoring in the autonomous mode, but Blue is just dumping them in, but missing many of them, so their score is just not keeping up at the top here. What we see is a full stack of fuel inside of 1477 as they get stuck on the hump. Fortunately, they can take use of this transition period and immediately start scoring it back to keep their score up. What I like about this match is we have 6 big dumpers on this field, so everybody is trying to score. So it becomes really a game of starvation, of who has the enough fuel in this match. The Blue Alliance creeping up on the score, and now at 2 minutes left in the match, we see it is tied, and Blue takes the advantage here. And Red has not fully filled up their robots prior to this shift that they're going to take over. We see the transition of Red now playing defense, trying to guard these balls and take them away, but all the Blue robots coming over to this side of the field, trying to line up, trying to block the Red robots, and Red unable to really take advantage of their shift and get back control of the lead. That's really what we look for in a lot of these matches that are going by, is at the end of each one of your shifts, you should have taken back the lead from the other alliance. And we can see now towards the end, Red is getting some amount of that lead back, but now it's Blue's turn. 2 robots lined up, filled up with fuel here, ready to shift that score, and already with 15 seconds left in their shift, more than half of it, they have the lead again. When we start to map this out, you can see these trade-offs back and forth, and if you're able to get 2 really good volleys in on your robot and really double down on the lead, you're in a great position. And now the killer defense over here. The Red Alliance needs to be in their zone. They need to be scoring right now. They have the opportunity to score, and no Red robots are shooting until almost 15 seconds left in their shift. So quite a bit of good defense getting played by the Blue Alliance, and there we see 1477 Texas Torque 2013 world champions unable to score all of their fuel into the hub because they got bumped, and once again they got bumped during their shooting. That's one of the challenges with the big dumper robots, is that you really only get one good volley in, so if someone bumps you at just the right time, you can really miss out. Here in the last 15 seconds, Blue is trying to make a comeback, and Red knows that, so they are just trying to keep Blue out of their zone to be able to score, and they are successful in that. And you can see Red just powering through the defense, 51-93. As the buzzer expires, Red has taken back the lead and taken control of this match. Didn't look like that the whole way through, and that's how many of these matches are going. We're starting to see really evenly matched robots. One downside, though, as exciting that was, if we look at the ranking points that each alliance is going to get, neither one are even getting that first scoring ranking point. So both alliances coming home with less than they want in this matchup.
The supercharged and the energized ranking points, kind of the big differentiator here at championships. And after all the teams had played their qualifying matches, those jumped significantly for the championship. So as practiced as a team may have been, they now have to deal with just so many more fuel that they have to score. But we're not slowing down either. Going straight over to the Archimedes field to check out qualification match 26.
Blue a little bit behind them, 3604 not quite making it home. That'll put Red maybe just in the lead. Nope, Blue's gonna take it out by just 3 points. That means Red will be our first scoring alliance, and Blue will have the opportunity to collect first. Here comes 45-93 up and in for the Red Alliance. 53-38 Wave right behind them, getting the scoring going, but 10-0-21 sending fuel on back to their side of the field. Goon Squad doing the same. Blue taking this opportunity to stock up as much fuel as they possibly can, while Rapid Acceleration and Robo Loco begin to score. We're switching over to Blue now, and the Blue Alliance was ready. 88-17 Buccaneer up and in. 3604 Goon Squad doing the same, showcasing their shoot on the move. Golden Gears said, we don't need any shoot on the move. We're gonna get into position and dump so much fuel it will make your eyes hurt into that blue hub. Blue approaching 200 points here. A minute 20 left on the clock, but now it's Red's turn to score. All three Red robots doing just that, and it's a feeding frenzy in the center of the field for Blue to begin collection. Wave Robotics collecting any fuel left over, putting it up and in with their own chute on the move. 45.93 rapid acceleration going up for Red, but we're switching over to Blue control, and just like that, a rain of fuel in for the Blue Alliance, putting them back in the lead, but only by 8 points. They've got a little bit more time left in their shift to make it go even higher. Here it comes, courtesy of 10-0-21 and the Goon Squad. Rapid acceleration in the center of the field, now getting back for Red scoring because we are in the end game. Both alliances are able to score. Blue has earned their ranking point. Red just a little bit away from it. They're gonna have to work a little bit more to get there in the last 20 seconds of the match. Blue looking to get their next one. Goon Squad up off the ground. They're going for that climb. Let's see if they can get to level 3, reaching a little bit higher, hooking on. There they go, 8 seconds left. Blue at 4:38, Red at 3:55, almost there. A last barrage from the Buccaneers as time expires. All right, Archimedes. Here come your score. And the Blue Alliance is going to take this one home for 87-381. 4 ranking points for your Blue Alliance, 3 for the win. 1 ranking point per alliance for energizing their hub. Qual 27 up next.
Blue Alliance taking it there. The Goon Squad 3604 from Michigan helping out their partners. These are close matches, not quite getting to that supercharged. Wait, I can't. Which one's which? Which one's the higher one?
Supercharged is the higher one. Yeah, energized and supercharged.
We're hearing from our production crew that yes, energized is the lower threshold and supercharged is the higher threshold. So getting that second bonus ranking point is vital to being a captain, we think, at this tournament. So tournament structure, let's talk briefly about that. We've got qualification matches today and tomorrow. Each team gets 10 divisions of 75 teams, and then on Saturday morning, those teams that are ranked high enough get to pick their alliances, and they pick 3 more teams and work with their partners to make a cohesive 4-team alliance that they put 3 robots out onto the match, or onto the carpet each match. But lots and lots of strategic decisions beyond just what's happening in the matches here at Championship.
Now heading over to the daily field, qualification match number 27. We have 624 on the Blue Alliance to keep your eye on, and 272 on Red.
Shift 121-61 is the Red Alliance's lead, but here comes Lambot answering back. Kryptonite sitting idle there on the field, there in the middle of the field. Eagle Force looking to collect some fuel, sending it over along with Garrett Forward, setting themselves up for their first shift here, which begins at about 3 seconds. Blue Alliance, one last score of fuel there before their hub deactivates, and here comes the Red Alliance storming back, quickly retaking the lead, and now they are off and running here in the shift. 194, 152, minute and a half left to go. Gear it forward, filling back up on fuel, as is 272. That's the Cyber Crusaders. All three Red Alliance robots able to work undefended here on the red side of the field. Now here comes 3478. That's Lambot out of Mexico scoring as the Blue Alliance's hub is now active, quickly catching up to our Red Alliance. Red Alliance at 299 points here, just shy of 300. 2399 over there on the blue side of the field. That's the Fighting Unicorns out of Ohio. Looking to collect some more fuel. Now it is the Red Alliance's turn. Blue Alliance almost caught up to our Red Alliance during their shift. And now here comes the Red Alliance's next shift. They continue to score and build their lead, now crossing the 400 fuel mark. They've already secured the Energized ranking point, trying to get to a Supercharged ranking point, and they are quickly closing in on it as Eagle Force and Gear It Forward continue to score fuel up high there. 489, 327. Now here comes Lambaugh. Long range shots there from the corner of the field, reining them in to that Blue Alliance hub, as Blue now trailing 515 to 388, but Red Alliance with a huge load of fuel there going into that hub. Red now closing in on 600 points. They've definitely secured the Supercharged ranking point. Can they cross 600 as time expires on match 27? All right, let's see our results for match number 27. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Our final score, 648 to 430. Red Alliance getting 5 ranking
We're going to bring you
points.
straight over to the
Blue
Archimedes
Alliance
division
getting
as we
1.
check out the score from that last match we played, getting both bonus ranking points there from the Red Alliance, all 3 robots working to score that. But Archimedes, with just over a minute left, is a tightly contested match, just under 80-point difference here. Let's see how it plays out.
Another volley courtesy of our Red Alliance puts them at 260, and in 2 seconds we switch back to blue control. Strike Force ready to go, locked and loaded. Here comes another stream of fuel from the quadrangles. 2881, Ladykins getting into it now. Red trying to clean up the fuel and get ready for the end game. It's 386 to 291. Red's got about a 100-point deficit here. They're gonna have to try and make that up in the end game. Blue getting one last volley in before those lights go on. Here they go. Red gonna start scoring since they had time to fill up. Blue gonna do the same. Strike Force making use of that turret to score and pick up at the same time. Let's see if the bubbles can turn the tide for our Red Alliance. Blue approaching 500 points that they'll need for the ranking point. They're closing in on it now, 6 seconds left. There they go. Blue earns the RP. Red trying to find it now in 2, 1. As time runs out here on Archimedes. All right, we've got your scores from that match. This one's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. 558 to 456. Both alliances earning 1 RP for energizing their hub. Blue earning 4 more on top of that. Strike Force hanging on to position number 4.
All right, 2767 Strike Force there, providing a big scoring punch, getting over that 500 fuel threshold. It's so many fuel. The whole field only holds 500 or 504 or something.
But again, we're looking at match scores where the combined score is well over 900. We've seen matches break 1,000 between the combined score. And we've even seen the highest score of today up to, what, 908, I think we saw?
Yeah, we saw that over on the Hopper division. These teams are just so practiced, and it really is, with a recycling scoring element like this year's fuel, it just comes out of the place that you score it, and you can pick it back up. So if you get into the perfect rhythm with all 3 of your robots, there's enough fuel there to really like be at full capacity for 3 fast-scoring robots, which is something we don't often see in games in FRC.
Yeah, in general, we've only seen a few games in modern or continuous history where we've seen infinite scoring possibilities. The most recent that comes to mind is 2017, but in that game, not a ton of teams really focused on fuel. But if you flash back to 2006, was like the last time we really saw an infinite scoring game, the first real high velocity shooting game. Yeah, I know, it's a long time ago, but that was the last time we really saw this type of game, and it was not anywhere near being played at this level.
Well, that was my rookie year, so looking at this game through that lens, this whole year I've noted that I have a soft spot for Rebuilt. I want this game to do well because it harkens back to a game that I loved, the first one that I participated in. And we're seeing it because now we started talking about it a little bit with the shift changes and optimizing all of those. So you have the same amount of time to score as your opponents do. But where that breaks down really changes the optimal place for you to put your robots to, because there's the whole of the match where just in aggregate how many fuel are you scoring. But we saw it acutely in a couple of these recent matches that we showed. Defense, as the teams are trying to come back with that last hopper load in these close matches, that can break an alliance and keep them from getting to those thresholds or keep them from winning the match if it's there are 30 seconds left and we're up and we're not going to let you come back to your zone and shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly right there with you with 2006 being near and dear to my heart. That was my senior year of high school. I was a driver that year as well, so I fully understand the very big nostalgia feel towards that game. We're taking our time here at the World Championships. We're heading over to the daily division for qualification match number 28.
Check out on the Red Alliance Team 316 Lunatics from New Jersey. They won the Mid-Atlantic District Championship First Impact Award, and they've been a major player there for the past couple of years, and they're paired up with the winners of the Northern California District Championship this year, 1323 Madtown Robotics.
Red Alliance cleaning up this midfield area. 1323, 316, and 7632 all working together to collect all of this fuel in the middle of the field and send it over to the red side of the field. Should be a big first shift for our Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance starting to close the gap. 135, 161, Blue trailing, but here comes our Red Alliance's first shift. 1323 reining in fuel from downtown. Meanwhile, here comes 316 having some trouble getting blocked out under the defense by 10002. Now Red Alliance back on the prowl for more fuel here in the middle of the field. Just a few seconds left in this shift, and there goes Lunatics. Madtown doing the same for the Red Alliance. Red already over 300 points, and now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to answer back. Brainstem and Bot Builders both working together to score fuel there. Bot Builders playing some defense on the Lunatics machine, who's trying to clear fuel out of that Blue Alliance zone. Blue Alliance about to cross 200 fuel now, 315 to 202. Red Alliance leading as we begin the Red Alliance's shift. Red ready to attack out of the gate. 358 and counting as they blow past the energized ranking point threshold and continue working towards supercharging. 44 seconds left to go, 425 to 204 as Red Alliance getting another volley of fuel up and in. Here comes 316 lining up, taking aim at that hub. They score a bunch of fuel as now the Red Alliance closes in and passes through that 500 fuel threshold. Both bonus ranking points going to the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still trying to collect the energized ranking point, but running out of time. 15 seconds left to go. Red getting close to crossing that 600 fuel threshold, and there goes Lunatics and Madtown working together, passing through 640 fuel as time expires on match number 28. let's see those scores for match number 28. And it's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Final score, 702 to 292. Red Alliance getting 5 ranking points from match number 28.
Sports Network bringing you all 8 divisions here at the championship as we get straight into teleoperated mode here. Check out 1816, one of our Hall of Fame teams here.
58-95 and 816, and Red Alliance continuing to pile it on during that 10-second transition shift. Look at all the red robots just cleaning up all of the fuel in the neutral zone while the Blue Alliance tries to score as much as they can to bite into that lead there from the Red Alliance. They're now going over the 100 mark as they continue to fire more. But now it's only less than 3 seconds away, and it's going to go back over to Red. Take a look at all that scoring from the Red Alliance. 46-07 scoring for the Red Alliance there. 30-82, playing some zone defense. I don't know if they're working, though. It looks like they may be dead on the field. Bad place to die there. But hopefully they get back up and running before the end of the match. Red Alliance still continuing to add it on. 22-31, doing some excellent job there. The machine from Israel just continuing to pour it in for that Red Alliance. Now let's take a look over at Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 58-95, scoring some shots up high. 46-07, just swiping any available fuel in front of them and making their way clear across the side of the field. They are all set for their shift, which starts in just about 5 seconds. 5 more seconds left for the Blue Alliance to cut into that lead. But here comes big Red Alliance. Take a look at 46-07 and 22-31. Continually firing up high. 22-31, just a little off the mark there in that final volley. But as they get closer, they're able to hit and are on target. Red Alliance 46-07, just continuing to gobble up as much fuel as is available. 22-31 right behind them and continuing to score and shooting on the move. Great job by the Red Alliance. That sound now indicates that we've entered the end game. Both hubs are active, and Red Alliance with just a commanding lead here, 396 to 169. 15 seconds left on the clock. Can they get the 500 mark and get that extra RP? We'll see if they're able to do it here with the last 10 seconds. They're certainly going to try and continue to add more and more there. 22-31, continuing to shoot on the move. Might not be enough time, though. Final volleys coming in from both alliances. That's the end of qualification 29.
We're going to bring you straight over to the Cury field where they're just starting autonomous. This is truly an international match. We've got teams from Switzerland, Brazil, Chinese Taipei, and then a couple of teams from the United States. But battling it out here at the championship on the Cury division, presented by Argosy Foundation.
That does mean, though, Red Alliance still going to walk away with the advantage into this tally-up portion. And this Blue Alliance is so pumped for the opportunity to score in the beginning of this match here. And they are showing that clearly. Lots of fuel coming up from this Blue Alliance. Nikolai Fear making their way on back, collecting fuel from this Red Alliance zone and shuffling it back to their partners. Red Alliance trying to do the same, fuel sliding back and forth across this field. Nikolai flying through that neutral zone. Now it is Red Alliance's turn. Robotics blossing that fuel up into that hub. Dirty Mechanics doing so as well. Blue Alliance, both Nikolai Fear, and this is how we play in that Red Alliance zone. Nikolai continuing to try and play that defense against these Red Alliance members while also funneling this fuel back to that Blue Alliance side. Blue Alliance hub going to now be active. kilobytes, and this is how we play, launching lots of fuel up into that hub. Blue Alliance trying to build a lead over what Red Alliance currently sits at. 206 to 195. Blue Alliance really gonna have to make up some fuel. New Nikolai Fear, and this is how we play, launching a bunch up, and we have now broken 250. Red Alliance, though, their hub about to become active. They're gonna start launching that fuel up on in there. Kilobytes now taking a turn at this defense. Just 10 seconds remaining until the end game period. It does look like for one of the Red Alliance members, that signal light not flashing in typical pattern. Looking very, very stuttery on this field. Endgame now active, 30 seconds remain in the match. Both hubs active, Nikolai Fear launching fuel, kilobytes, and this is how we play, all doing that for the Blue Alliance. Does look like the Dirty Mechanics still kind of stuttery, having put their arm up in the air. They're gonna try and line up, but looks like they've changed their mind. 10 seconds now remaining. The Frito-Lins lining up with that level 1 of the tower, not quite on it yet. 3, 2, 1. Are you?
All right, welcome back to the desk, Adrian.
Hello. I had lunch. I'm energized. I'm ready to go, just like all the teams here. Let's talk about that match.
It was so exciting to watch out here with 85, 95. This is how we play from Taiwan. That one of those big dumper robots, you see the balls just going through it in a stream when they, from our view on the camera, like directly sideways, you see this serpentine path that the fuel takes, but then right at the end, all 3 robots on the Blue Alliance coming together to just eke out that energized, that supercharged ranking point, and it's so satisfying to see, because you don't want the, come on, 359, like just 1 point below.
Yeah,
it's the worst possible.
You know, we obviously like to talk about robots, and we get really excited when things are happening at the desk. So we're watching the match, going, come on, 10 more, come on, you got this. So we are cheering everybody on from the RSN desk, even though we might be a few fields away.
And right now it feels like we are a few fields away, because the 2 closest to us are at lunch, and we were used to just a whole bunch of activity right behind the desk for us to feed off. But now, I mean, even just watching matches through the computer, like it's been amazing to be able to follow so many different. I've lost track of how many competitions there are every year, but so many, catching them live or post-match or post-tournament, and just checking out teams that you would never be able to see at your local tournaments.
Well, we're headed over to the Galileo division now for qualification match number 30.
Who is it going to be? It looks like it's going to be the Blue Alliance with the winning autonomous. Blue Alliance 103 to 85 as we enter the teleoperated period. 14:03, quick to strike back up top for the Red Alliance, and now Red Alliance is live, ready to strike back and reclaim the lead that they initially had during autonomous, and here they go, just 3 more shots in, and that should secure the lead for them. There you go, 150 and climbing. They're going to have to continue to climb as Blue Alliance has a large amount of fuel over on their side of the field. They're ready, and here comes Blue Alliance. Look at all that fuel being scored. 1391 scoring up high. 364 doing the same, and here comes their Alliance partners, 1506 from the backside of the Alliance station there, as they now extend that lead, 250 plus. Still 5 more seconds left. 1390 not done just yet. 1391, 289 to 189. Red Alliance now ready to punch back. Over 200 now scored for this Red Alliance. A lot of fuel over on this side of the field. 1403 just shooting on the move, doing a great job of slowly cleaning up the rest of the field on their Alliance side of all available fuel. They're almost tied up here, but they're still lagging just slightly behind. 1403 able to secure the lead, but look at that Blue Alliance. They quickly reclaimed that lead. 350 plus points scored by this Blue Alliance. 26-35, trying to play defense, but look as they all score at the same time there. Now plus 400. Can they hit that extra ranking point? They still got 35 seconds left on the clock. 15:06 making their way back. Here comes another volley. We have now entered the end game, and Blue Alliance wants that supercharged hub ranking point. They're only one fuel away. Can they do it? 26-65 playing some defense. Here comes 15:06. Last 10 seconds available. Here they go. They get that 500. That gives them an extra ranking point. Red Alliance now trying to catch up as well, trying to get to that 500 mark as well. Not enough time on the clock as we end qualification match 30. All right, here come the scores for that last match. Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 563 to 420.
Close match there until Blue really pulled it out at the end. Actually, I think a big thing here is that was not a match where you saw the score actually flipping as the Alliance shifts went. So Blue Alliance able to keep the Red Alliance at bay. But in matches like this, it's a little bit of a missed opportunity, because when you've got these high-powered robots paired together, you really want to pump up your tiebreakers. And the first tiebreaker after your ranking point average is just match score. So when you have the opportunity to hang these 600, 700 point matches to only eke out a little bit more than just what you need for the bonus ranking point, it doesn't have like that full galvanizing appeal.
Well, we're going over to the daily field. Qualification match number 30, featuring the team from my hometown, 340 Greater Rochester Robotics. They are going against 1629 and 972 from California. Let's see what happens on the field.
Los Gatos colliding there in the middle of the field. Meanwhile, Ironclaw freeing up the Garrett Coalition as the Red Alliance's shift begins. Red needing to score some fuel, but having some trouble doing so. But there goes 972. That's Ironclaw scoring up high there for the Red Alliance, trying to play some catch-up as they inch closer and closer to our Blue Alliance. There they go. Looks like Coot Knights are now functioning again. That's 1939 out of Kansas City. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance's shift has begun. GRR loaded up with a ton of fuel, sending it into that hub. A lot of it getting overshot there, but they're back in the middle of the field, hunting down more fuel, looking to line up onto that hub, taking aim. Meanwhile, their partner 90-94 there, scoring as well. Blue Alliance now leading 251 to 119 as we begin the Red Alliance's next shift. This will be their final isolated shift. 972 going and collecting some fuel. 1939 doing the same, still trying to catch up. They're trailing by just under 60 points here against our Blue Alliance. Under a minute left to play as now the Blue Alliance's final shift begins. Blue quickly scoring, pushing their score over 300 points as they close in on that energized ranking point. 342 fuel scored, and there goes a big load of fuel there from 340 and their robot buckshot. 365 as the Blue Alliance secures the energized ranking point. The Red Alliance also trying to chase that ranking point, but still trailing by quite a bit of fuel here. Their hub is now active along with the Blue Alliance as Ironclaw and 1939 continue to work at scoring fuel there. Red still needing to cross that 300 fuel threshold in order to be in range of that ranking point. 6 seconds left to go. Here comes 90-94. The Earthquakers trying to score some last second fuel as time expires on match number 30. All right, let's see our results for match number 30. It's going to be...
All right, we're going straight over to the Galileo division where we can check in on 1768, the winners of the New England District event in match 31.
From those powerful Blue Alliance machines. Blue Alliance already in the neutral zone, ready to take off. Big lead for them, 142 to 85. Red Alliance still trying to clean up and get as much fuel as they can, but look at this Blue Alliance able to get another volley in during that 10-second transition shift. And now Red Alliance answering back, 39-37, playing some defense, and it looks like they're gonna stick on cleaning up as much fuel. They're throwing as much of that fuel out of the Red Alliance's zone. And take a look, there's nearly no fuel in the neutral zone area as Red Alliance now makes their way back over to fire away, trying to cut into this lead, nearly getting there, but now it's a Blue Alliance and they're just gonna run away with this now. Look at all that fuel going in, 280 plus. And here comes another volley from 1768 as they continue to gobble up as much fuel as is available. And they're gonna push 400 just in this shift alone. 5 seconds left, and here they go, 400 plus, as they're nearly 450 points there during their shift, but Red Alliance already answering back. 1768 playing some really good, smart forward defense by clearing out all of the fuel from the Red Alliance zone, forcing the Red Alliance to actually travel over onto the other side of the field. Red Alliance now answering back. Here comes a big volley from 2491, no Mythic. Right behind them, 51 trying to do the same. 11-2-4-2 trying to play some defense, but take a look at all that fuel going in. It's going to be plus 500. They just secured supercharge ranking point by crossing that 500 mark. They're going to go past 600, folks, as they continue to score into the hub. Red Alliance doing as much as they can to pass as much fuel over onto their side of the field. 2491 has a lot of fuel ready to fire up. Here comes 2491 and 51, but Blue Alliance just answering back. We're gonna go over 700 in this shift. Endgame, 20 seconds left on the clock. How high can Blue go? They're continuing, they're past 700. 400 for the Red Alliance, but here comes another volley from 1768 and 3937. One final volley. Look at all that fuel going up for that Blue Alliance. Can we go over 800? 210. 800 secured. Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, here come the scores. What are the final scores? Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, a new high score, 838.
838 points for the Blue Alliance on the Galileo field. And I want to welcome to the desk a longtime first mentor, a Woody Flowers Award winner, and most importantly, my friend, Paul Copioli. Thanks for joining us this year.
Thanks for having me. I don't know how I'm going to look against you professionals here, but we're going to do our best.
That match featured the winners of the Michigan State Championship and the New England District Championship, 77-69, the Crew from Royal Oak, Michigan, and 1768, Neshoba Robotics, scoring so quickly, able to get over that 800-point threshold. That's been like a real differentiator of high 700s to 800s to now we've even seen 900s, a single alliance working cohesively.
Yeah, and these scores are just going to continue to rise. We've been saying it all day. Reaching 800 is hard. We've already hit 900 today. And, you know, we're all speculating on when maybe we'll get into the 4 digits. Do you think it's going to happen?
You know what? It could go two ways. One, we could keep seeing the scores escalate, but then I think midway through tomorrow, we're going to see some changes in strategy, and the scores are going to start to lower because it's going to be keep away, defense ball, like some more treacherous defense across the bumps in the trenches. So I'm hoping to see 1,000. That'd be cool, but I'm really looking forward to when the scores start dropping and we start seeing these 500 to 500 type matches. I think that's going to make it a lot more fun.
I mean, close matches are always the most fun, and always gets the RSN desk really rocking back here when we're watching and just willing more fuel into the hub as the match plays out. We're just starting to get most of our divisions back from lunch, and so we're going to play a lot more matches today. We have a full day of qualification matches today, a full day of qualification matches tomorrow, and then Saturday is when the big dance happens. All of the divisions will play a full playoff tournament, and we'll get 8 division winners. Those 8 division winners will face off on the Einstein field until we are able to crown a world champion. Any guesses? Predictions?
Not yet.
I think it's very volatile. We talked about, like, yes, we'll start seeing a lot more interplay in the qualification matches, but by playoff matches, everything is going to be dependent on what your opponents are trying to do to you.
100%, 100%.
All right, we're going straight down to the daily division. We're on match number 31. Let's take it down to the field.
Check with our referees at the end of the match, but Blue Alliance scoring 29 fuel. They're going to end up with the advantage here at the end of autonomous. That means Red Alliance will go on the first isolated shift. Tiki Tax having some trouble crossing underneath that trench. But here goes our team from Romania. That is 11-1-4-1 for the Red Alliance. Scooping out more fuel, heading back, looking to take aim. Looks like we're going to get a foghorn.
Okay. Well, we all try to be perfect, but we can't all the time. So it looks like there's some technical difficulties on the field in this match. So the good news is you get to listen to us some more.
Well, we see that these fields have both hubs are running the full time, so those have to keep up with these super high-scoring robots, and we'll see if they can do it. We're going to bring you straight down to the Cury division, where we saw previously 31-28 aluminum narwhals. They are on the Red Alliance. And we are also seeing Team 294, Beach Cities Robotics on the Blue Alliance.
Into a tally up, and Blue Alliance going to take it by just a few points. But it does look like, so that does mean Red Alliance is going to start with that first active hub shift. Polar pilots, full of fuel, going to line up and start tossing this fuel up. Large collision in the middle of the red bump between multiple teams. Beach Cities Robotics, aluminum narwhals, all of them bouncing into each other. Meowbotics overplaying some defense for this Red Alliance, or Blue Alliance, against the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance hub now active. Elevate gonna line up, start tossing a bunch of that fuel. Unfortunately, some of it just short. Luckily for them, it does bounce back into the Blue Alliance side of the field for them to pick it back up and continue to score. The aluminum narwhals playing some defense against these teams. Collision between the polar pilots and Meowbotics not letting them back to their side of the field. Red hub now active, and these Red Alliance members are trying their best to get over there. Unfortunately, aluminum narwhals can't get over that bump because Meowbotics just won't let them. Elevate also on this Red Alliance side of the field playing some defense, but now they leave and it gives the narwhals a chance to score. Red Alliance continues to build the lead it's looking for. Does look like, unfortunately, Pimble Pride a little bit concerned. I think they're looking for an FTA. Unsure where Pimble is. Looks like they're stuck under that Red Alliance trench on the audience side. Blue Alliance looks like Beach Cities Robotics, their robot, very, very stuttery and jittery on this field. Having a hard time getting over that bump as we get to the 30-second mark. Red Alliance continuing to score, though, and build this lead. They have a 100-point lead almost over that Blue Alliance. Elevate continuing to go back and forth, grabbing fuel, launching it, some of it again just to the side of that hub as we get to the last remaining 10 seconds. 3 seconds now remain in the match. Red Alliance not quite to that bonus ranking point.
We're going to watch the last little bit of this hopper match with a huge score from 2056, and then we'll see you right back here on the desk in about 20 seconds.
A few surfing robots. That Blue Alliance making quick work of the fuel that they've collected. With 5 seconds to go, the Blue Alliance has a commanding lead. We have your scores for match.
So 2056 showing out there. The score just coming up 686 there for the Blue Alliance. So well over what they need for those 2 bonus ranking points and the 3 for the win.
Yeah, I mean, 2056 did what they do, right? Red Alliance seemed to underperform in that match, but seemed like they had some robot issues on one end of the robot. So,
well, I think what we're seeing a lot here, well, just throughout this whole game of rebuilds is you have to go over the bump sometimes, and sometimes there's fuel waiting for you, and that fuel doesn't like letting you drive.
No, the fuel has become an obstacle of the field this year in a way that maybe was intended, I don't know, but it definitely is an obstacle for some teams.
well, I mean, at kickoff they showed surfing robots everywhere. So,
yeah, it is not a position that you want to put your robot in, but it is a position that a lot of robots have been in this year. Luckily, it seems to be usually pretty easy to have your partner come over, kind of give you an elbow, and you usually can surf right back off of them. But sometimes we see robots that get stuck for significant portions of matches on top of fuel, and it impacts the final score. Next, we're going over to Galileo. And it looks like the match is almost about to start, so we're going to head down to the field. That's the Galileo Division Qualification 32. We've got a thumbs up presented by Mauser.
And here we go with qualification match 32. 3 robots racing to the center of the field. Blue Alliance making their way back. Red Alliance the first to strike, 44-69, able to score a volley up high, but here comes 64-87, making a second pass, but looks like they didn't get any additional fuel. Red Alliance now they're ready to reclaim it, but looks like 44-69 got jammed. Blue Alliance with the autonomous win and an advantage, 56-40. As we enter the teleoperated period, 44-69 now getting unjammed and scoring up high for Red and reclaiming the lead for the Red Alliance. 15-33, Triple Strange now pushing as much fuel over to feed the 44-69 machine. 44-69 just continuing to grab as much fuel as possible. But Blue Alliance now also doing the same thing. Nearly all the fuel just cleared out from the neutral zone area. And now we go back over to Blue. Blue Alliance's turn to answer back and cut into that lead by the Red Alliance. And look at triple, all 3 robots scoring for the Blue Alliance, and now nearly catching up to the Red Alliance. Here with this volley, they'll surely catch up, but it looks like one of the shots from 64-87, just a little too short. Looks like they were able to be on target. Slight lead for the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance now answering back. 170 plus, Red Alliance now reclaiming the lead. And here comes 44-69, another volley up high, 78-40. for the Blue Alliance, trying to clear out as much fuel as possible as well. But Red Alliance damage done. Here comes another volley from 4469. 200 to 165. Blue Alliance now trying to come back in this match. 2393. Scoring up high, and then over on the Trent side, their alliance partners are able to do so as well. 64-87. 78-40 also firing up from back near the tower on the Blue Alliance side, and they just continue to grab as much fuel as possible. They have secured the lead, and now it's back over to Red and Blue as we're now in the end game. 44-69. It's going to be back and forth. 256 advantage Red. Now advantage Blue with that volley from 64-87. But if 44-69 has anything to say about it, here they go. They're trying to catch up. It's going to come down to these last couple of volleys here from Red or Blue Alliance. Red currently with the lead. Blue Alliance trying to answer back.
The Archimedes division qualification match number 32 is about to start.
All right, looks like everybody is ready. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, qual 32, here we go. It's a race to the center of the field with incredibly high-powered teams. Bread gonna come back for the Blue Alliance. Spark gonna do the same. Here comes Rush crashing on in.
I got it.
56-65, looks like they might be stuck. The Pioneers taking a few more shots.
We're gonna show you the
looks
scores
like
from the
Blue Robots
Galileo
getting
match, a
stuck
very
as well,
contested
but
match.
Blue
Red
will
Alliance
be in the lead
eking
here,
out a victory by
111 to
5
33.
points.
We're snapping to driver control now. Bread still beats. There they go, they're free. Douglas Spark going back for Red. Pioneers trying to come back as well. Choate's team sending fuel all the way over the wall. Their drive team's trying to catch it. Rush pushing fuel as well. It's Red control now for the next 15 seconds. Red Robots trying to find positioning. Bread trying to keep Idea away from their side of the field, leaving everybody else to pick up fuel and score. Douglas Spark going up and in for Red, but it's Blue's turn now as all three big dumpers absolutely pummel that field. Looks like Blue Alliance is going to try and go for a high score here on Archimedes, but Pioneers are going to play defense, try and keep 27 out of it. Fuel coming in from all sides now. 74-07 setting it over to the Blue side. Pioneers trying to stop Rush, get some of that scoring offset, and it's Red's turn to score. 74-07 in Red territory, sealing their fuel. Idea putting fuel up and in. Looks like Douglas Spark struggling. Pioneers trying to glue themselves to Rush's bumpers, but Rush slides on by. Pioneers going to chase them down across the field. 5 seconds before we go. Shift phases. 3:47 to 1:38. A minute left of play. Pioneers playing defense, trying to stop these scoring machines, but it might not be enough as Blue ticks over 400 points. Another volley up for Bread, but it looks like it's not quite lined up. 94-27 gonna pin 27. 74-07 for Blue scoring. Bread right behind them. Rush tucked into the corner. Pioneers trying to keep him out of it. 30 seconds left. 25 seconds, 74-07, another volley up and in. Pioneers keeping Rush away from their side of the field. They're going to try and do that just a little bit longer. Slow Rush down with 15 seconds remaining, but Rush is able to slide in and score all the same. Blue over 600. Pioneers going to make their way back as we tick down 3, 2, 1.
Taking a lot of opportunities there. The Blue Alliance with 74-07, 27, and 59-40, putting up a high score.
Yeah, and and it didn't start off well for them. They were trying to coordinate 3-robot auto. You can tell they were testing some stuff out, and there was a lot of points left on the table. And I think you're going to see more and more of that teams doing that in matches they think that they can win handily. They're going to start testing out their maybe autos that they didn't need to use in their district championships, but as we get to the playoffs here, 3 robots scoring an auto is going to be important, and untested autos, as you can see, don't really sometimes don't work out so well.
Well, in your view, you think that they might work out so well, right? That losing auto might be the key to winning this
yeah,
game?
Look, we've talked about this a lot. I said early on in the season, I said, you probably don't want to win auto in a high scoring match. You don't want to lose by 70, but you definitely, having that last 55 seconds of burden of scoring is not an advantage in my opinion. And we'll see, because I know that you definitely don't agree with that sentiment.
Well, let's check out another match that we had the opportunity of putting on our replay machine. This is Cury match number 31. I was commenting earlier how on the Blue Alliance, team 6369, that's Mercenary Robotics out of McKinney, Texas, is partnered with their sister team, 6773 Max Throttle Mavericks, also out of McKinney, Texas. Can you imagine coming all the way to the championship and having an alliance of the team that builds in your shop with you? I think that's really funny, but they're going against another powerhouse in Texas, team 6800.
And we see all 3 red robots there getting off a good first volley, and both 1987 Bronco bots and Team Valor getting a good second volley in. So an advantage for them in autonomous mode, which makes Blue Alliance have the combined 35-second initial shift of transition plus the first Alliance shift for them. So Blue Alliance has to collect a lot of these fuel, but Red Alliance doesn't have to score right now. So they have the opportunity, all 3 of their robots right in the middle of the field, picking up all of that neutral zone fuel and moving it and tilting the field toward the Red Alliance side.
Yeah, this is a great example of ball positioning after auto, ball flow, really penalizing the Blue Alliance right off the bat and having to try to come back. They're doing a valiant job of coming back, but they're playing from behind. But not just that, they really didn't have a good location to the fuel, and Red Alliance took advantage of it quickly.
And something that I want to highlight here, just a few seconds ago, 17-14, during their Alliance's active shift, they were actually just sitting in the neutral zone and firing fuel over to their side of the field. I think that is the key to making it so that you are not seeing disadvantage from these combined or these like awkwardly timed alliance shifts, is if you're willing to shoot during your active period, you're going to set yourself up for later. I'm going to speed it up for the last minute of the match. Just check out Blue Alliance trying to slow down the Red Alliance but one robot on their side also stopped moving. So Red Alliance mostly able to do as they please and picking up lots of fuel from their alliance zone. With 30 seconds left, they have to go back out into the neutral zone to pick up more fuel. And so that's something that you, in this match where they're up by nearly by over 300 points, that's something that can work, but that might be something that would be something that can be exploited if an alliance is prepared for that in playoffs.
Yep. Well, we're going to head straight over to the daily field. We're on qualification match number 33, where we are going to see our number 1 ranked team on that field, and that is 4414 High Tide.
High Tide has a massive hopper. Their robot, when it is in its starting configuration, is very biased to one side. They're much longer than they are
They're wider than they are long.
Wider than they are long, and then because you're allowed to extend 12 inches in one direction, they immediately extend their hopper 12 inches in one direction to become nearly a square, so that they're big die rotor. And those are the 2 things, irrespective of robot architecture overall, that it seems like you really need at the highest levels here. Capacity and throughput.
Yeah, we talk about dumper versus turret, but it's really continuous shooting versus horde and shoot.
Yeah. So bringing it down to this match on the daily division presented by BAE Systems, check out 4414 in the red bumpers as they attempt to maintain their number 1 seed.
A ton of fuel there. Blue Alliance doing quite a bit of scoring themselves there, but High Tide there, 44-14, just a constant stream of fuel going up and into that hub. 129 to 60 is our score at the end of autonomous. So advantage goes to the Red Alliance. Over goes 44-14 quickly with another hopper full of fuel, setting it up and into that hub. Meanwhile, Prepatech Cerberus, a lot of shots going over the hub, a couple of them going in, but a very productive transition shift for our Red Alliance, who now leads 184-99. 13 seconds left in this first Blue Alliance shift as Blue Alliance trying to play some catch-up, still trailing by just under 50 points. Now here comes the Red Alliance, 44-14, loaded up with a ton of fuel, along with 60-17 Prepatech Cerberus, as High Tide just cleaning up this Red Alliance zone, quickly passing 300 fuel scored, and we still have a minute and a half left to go. 44-14 already posted several scores over 600 points in this match. So here they go, chasing another high score here on the Daily Division field. 389-168 is our score. Red Alliance in the lead, as it is the Blue Alliance's shift, and Blue trying to score as much as they can there, trying to see if they can at least get a energized ranking point out of this match. 44-14, a ton of fuel into that robot. Now taking aim at that hub, up and in goes all of that fuel from their hopper into that hub, and then back out into the middle of the field. Now, two of the Red Alliance robots collecting more fuel there in the middle of the field. 473-255, under 40 seconds left, as Cerberus and High Tide both taking a 1-2 punch at that Red Alliance hub, as 44-14 goes back into Roomba mode there, shooting on the move. 579-279, Red Alliance in the lead. They already have the supercharged ranking point. Blue Alliance getting closer and closer to that 360 threshold. See if they can hit it and get it, at least the energized ranking point out of this match. 10 seconds left to go, as another huge rush of fuel from High Tide and Cerberus. 5 seconds left. Can they get another volley up and in and cross the 700 fuel threshold? And that is the end of match number 33.
Really exactly what we wanted to see from 44-14 High Tide in that match, just a showcase.
They do not disappoint. They are by far my favorite robot here. They've been my favorite robot all season, and I learned more about them when I got here. Their ball capacity is insanity. It's over 100, like 110, 115 ball capacity with a die rotor, which you gotta do some fancy sauce stuff to make that happen. The one thing I want to point out in that match, and in future matches we should show people, the hungry hippo that they do in the depot, where they're like, I'm so wide, I'm just going to go in and back up, and all the balls disappear. It's crazy.
Yeah, and their autonomous mode, you see the kind of meta that's formed in autonomous this year is that teams immediately go into the center, gather up as much fuel as possible, come back, get rid of it, and then go and gather up as much as they can. We got a score here, 721 for High Tide remaining in number one. So they go out a second time, they gather as much fuel as possible, and they do basically 2 volleys of fuel. High Tide does 1, because that's how much fuel they can hold, and by adding in that extra part of the depot, they increase their scoring in autonomous, and then they end in the center of the field. So now they're primed for that transition period where they can pick up what's left in the center, they can quickly go back, and in that first few seconds, they've inflated the score even more.
Yeah, they're basically using the transition period to extend the autonomous period for them.
Yeah, it is. It's really neat to watch. The next match we're going to go over to is qualification number 34 on the Archimedes division. Who do we got in this match, Steve?
Well, if I've selected the right match here, we are looking at 2960 Automation Nation from Birmingham, Michigan, with partnered with 2 other district teams from different districts, 103 Cybersonics and 5468 Chaos Theory from Pacific Northwest, whom I have really loved watching this alliance. So they're a low ball or low fuel capacity turret, but they've got that same shoot on the move technology, and so you watch them throughout the match, they just keep sweeping across their whole alliance wall and the side walls in their alliance zone as they're shooting, and it's just continuous.
ABSB. Always be shooting, baby.
Always be shooting.
And that's the key to it, is whatever is happening during the match for these turret robots, they want fuel coming out of their robot.
Yep.
Sometimes it's going in the hub, and sometimes it's going so that they can pick it up later. But if they're not doing that, they're sort of missing opportunities, because
100%.
that's the raison d'etre of having this ability to shoot on the move.
That's really the theory, right? That's really am I going to store a bunch of balls and control the flow by holding the balls and then just scoring as quickly as possible, or am I going to try to use all the time available to be ejecting balls out of my robot, getting them to the place I want them to be, like you said, hub or in strategic locations on the field?
Because when we're talking about fuel per second or balls per second, all of this, it's over the whole course of the match. You can talk about how violently quickly these 4, because the goal, the hub is so big,
so wide.
You can shoot 4 balls into it at once accurately if you're doing that from like a standing location. But if you're talking about the whole flow of match, a turret can outpace even these fast dumpers if they are shooting the whole time.
That's right, but the one downside of that always be shooting baby mentality is if you need score quickly at the end, the dump robots have a huge advantage.
They do. It looks like we have thumbs up on the field, so let's go down to the Archimedes division presented by Rockwall Automation.
4 robots to the center of the field. Chaos there giving the last one back, not quite making their mark. The team from Longmont scoring for red. 2583 Orange Dynamite and AG Robotic doing the same, coming on back with their next round of fuel. Chaos Theory one last pass as well. Red gonna end up just by about 25 points, which means blue will have the first scoring shift. Cybersonics filling up their hair a-waving. In this transition period, red will run up the score even further. Now it's blue's turn. Chaos Theory collecting. Orange Dynamite scoring. Cyber also up and in. Red getting ready for their shift. Fuel coming in from all sides. Chaos Theory going up to score for blue with just 2 seconds left as we shift over to red. And just like that, AG Robotic and the team from Longmont Upper Creek going to score for red, but there's 2 blue defenders in red territory trying to tip them off their game. Here comes the 3rd red robot sliding on in to get scoring going. Cybersonic is heading back for blue. Chaos Theory gonna do the same. Blue up by a hair, and now it's their turn to run up the score even further. Red will have their work cut out for them if they want to get back into this. AG Robotic raining fuel down across the field into red territory. Blue scoring as fast as they can. Chaos Theory looking for their next bunch of fuel as they brush over 400 points. 55 seconds left of the match. It's red's turn now. 2 blue robots back to play defense. All 3 red robots in scoring form. Orange Dynamite lined up now. Cybersonics raining fuel back to the blue side of the field. Blue robots retreating for their scoring shift. They're looking to get that ranking point now. 34 seconds left of play. It is 434 to 420, but that sound means we are in the end game. Both hubs are lit, and blue was ready. Just like that, they are over 500. They've earned both ranking points. Red trying to get something going, trying to get back into this. Here comes 64-59. Their alliance partners, Orange Dynamite, right behind them. Can they get up to that 500-point threshold in time. Looks like they might be able to. 3 seconds left. One last round from Orange Dynamite as time expires.
All right, we're going to head straight over to the hopper division. That's presented by GE Aerospace. I want you to keep your eyes on Team 6329, the Bucks Wrath from Bucksport, Maine. They're your current #1 seed on the hopper division. Let's see how this match plays out on the field. Well, looks like, we've got scores from the last match on the Archimedes field. Blue Alliance comes out with a victory, 632 points. That's a big score. That match was really close for a while, but as soon as we entered endgame, Blue Alliance really had all the fuel on their side of the field, and Red barely scored anything in the endgame, which is why that score, the match was very close, but the score does not tell the story.
Turned into a runaway freight train at the end there.
Yeah, Blue getting 5 ranking points, and yeah, just like scoring almost every single piece of fuel on the field at the end. Looks like we still have some communication issues or technical issues on the field for the hopper division. So we hope to get down to that match soon, because I really want to see the Bucks Wrath. But we're going to come back to the desk and we're going to talk to you for a little bit more, because that's what we like doing, talking about robots. As well as the 6329 on the Blue Alliance, we have the #1 ranked team in the Wisconsin district this year. That's 1732 Hilltopper Robotics. We saw them earlier today, and they were just absolutely killing it. Right now, they're ranked a little bit lower in the division, but ranks don't really matter yet. People have only played 2 or 3 matches, so they're going to change a lot. But rounding out that alliance is team 8513 Sisters First, and they are from New Jersey, and they ranked 3rd in the FMA district. Who do we got on the Red Alliance?
We've got teams from Minnesota, North Carolina, and California here. 11024 Hypernova from North Hollywood, California, one of our rookie teams here, getting up into the the 5-digit teams. I forgot.
I still don't really know how to say. How do you guys do it?
Do what?
Say the 5-digit team numbers.
I say 2 and then 3.
Okay.
And sometimes I say 4 and then 1 if their team is 11141.
So I heard from people who've been announcing FTC for a long time that the standard that happens, at least in the Pacific Northwest, is first 2 numbers, single middle number, and then last 2 numbers.
Oh, I don't like that at all. Okay, well, let's see what happens in this match. Bucks Wrath already out to a great lead. Let's head down to the hopper division to watch the rest of this.
As the hub deactivates another load of fuel into the blue hopper. .2220, that's Blue Twilight, looking for another load of fuel on their side of the field. Their partners, Hypernova, pushing some to the human players just on the outside of that driver station wall. A huge amount of fuel from the Blue Alliance as Hypernova comes to play defense. Sisters First, looking to fill that big hopper full of fuel. .6329, the Bucks Wrath, looking for game pieces as they move across the neutral zone. 6639 looks to be on the defensive. That last blue robot Hilltopper moving to their side of the field to unload that hopper of fuel into that Alliance hub. 2220 Blue Twilight look to be on the move to play some defense, but has gotten themselves hung up on the blue bump.
Blue holds a commanding lead of almost 500 points. And that whistle means that there are less than 30 seconds to go.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Daily 35 should be good. What do we got going?
Yeah,
Daily 35, yeah.
Back with all that fuel they grab from the middle of the field. They're coming back for a second scoop of fuel. And there goes Inverse Paradox there on the near side of the field.
Match 35 just getting to the end of autonomous mode. 1325. Inverse Paradox from Mississauga, Ontario is on the Blue Alliance. They're looking to stay up near the top of the rankings here, just having one autonomous.
That robot quickly scoring it. Meanwhile, their partner 6919 doing the same. That is the Commodores out of Albany, Georgia. Commodores are back already. Red Alliance storming back in a hurry, building up quite a lead, nearly 100 points now as we enter the final seconds of this first shift for our Red
Big win for the Blue Alliance, 654 points from the Hopper field. We'll take you back to the daily division so we can finish this match.
Is our score. Long arcing shots there raining down in the middle of the field from the Commodores. But here come the Dreadbots. 69-19, the Commodores trying to find more fuel, but that Blue Alliance side of the field almost devoid of fuel, forcing Inverse Paradox back over to the middle. Going to extend their cycle times just a little bit, as the Blue Alliance did take a small lead in that shift. Red Alliance's shift now, they've already retaken the lead. Getting ready to cross 300 fuel score there, 319 and counting to the Blue Alliance's 279. A minute left to go in this match. 5 seconds left to go before we shift back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance getting almost a 100-point lead now, but Blue Alliance is already loaded up and ready to go. That's Inverse Paradox shooting on the move there on the near side of the field, but the Commodores starting to empty fuel out of that zone, undoing a lot of the prep work our Blue Alliance did during their off shift. 379, 356, Red Alliance in the lead. 4 seconds left to go before we enter the end game portion of the match, where both hubs are now active. Now here comes the Red Alliance, quickly storming, a ton of fuel going in, but a lot of it ricocheting off the backboard and back into the middle of the field. Rex locking their swerve, taking aim at that hub. Hard to push them. Robo Jackets trying to score there from far away, but the Blue Alliance staying right in this one, trailing by just over 30 points. This one can be anybody's game with some well-timed scoring here. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and that is the end of match number 35.
All right, going directly over to the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm. Who do we got in this match, Steve?
We are checking out Team 343, Metal in Motion on the Blue Alliance. They're from Seneca, South Carolina, and they are looking to keep their rank pretty high to try to be a very early Alliance captain for our playoff tournament on Saturday.
Yeah, and on their alliance, we also have Team 2905, the Sultans of Turkey, who were the winners of at least one regional this year and an Impact Award, so a 2-banner season already. So they're going to be looking to put up a high score in this match.
Yeah, we got 3 top 10 teams right now. I know it's early, but...
And the Sultan's robot actually is brand new for this event. So let's take it down to the field and see how this match plays out.
Here in the autonomous period with deliveries from the neutral zone here, and those 4 machines back out to recollect the rebounds. 2 red machines heading back over. It looks like 686 trying to get over the bump in time. That second delivery from the Red Alliance will make it in time, and that will make the difference here in the opening period of play. 89-36 is the unofficial score line. As Team 4421 trades places here with the Tech Pirates out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, getting a last-second score in there before the transition shift ends. Blue Alliance takes control here early in the match for their first Alliance shift. Team number 343, Metal in Motion, with their first delivery now switching places with some of their Alliance partners, but that's Team 4421, Forge Robotics, in the blue zone, and they are preventing 2905, the Sultans of Turkey, from getting over and now hounding them on the far side of the field. And that might have been enough to prevent some pretty big scoring from the Blue Alliance during their first shift of the match. Despite that, they still do have the lead, 210 to 162 with a minute and a half left in play. 686 is that team at midfield, Bovine Intervention, ferrying that fuel up and over the Blue Alliance hub into their space to get ready for the Blue Line shift. That starts right now as they will try to extend their lead here. Still trying to get around the defense of Forge Robotics, moving back and forth in the blue zone. Metal in Motion, able to get some more going here on the near side as they trade places with the Sultans. Just over 1 minute left in play, 292 to 184. Another volley up from the Blue Alliance with 3 seconds left on their hub being active, and Red Alliance takes over, and already a large volley from the Red Alliance to get things going here. Those two red machines will recollect here. 9635, Cyber Rabbit going underneath the tower, and 8808 is heading all the way back into blue space with 10 seconds until the end game period. Blue Alliance a little closer than red here towards the energized ranking point. Neither alliance has crossed that threshold yet, but they have 30 seconds to get it done. End game period. A volley coming in on both sides of the field. 686 locked in right by that tower, along with their teammates, the Sultans of Turkey, trying to power in the fuel with 17 seconds left in play. Blue Alliance surpasses the energized ranking point, looking for more. Red Alliance still on their way up, getting close. 7 seconds left to go. Recollecting for final shots here in 3 seconds left in play, and time expires here in match number 35. Scores official here in match number 35 coming up on the board, and it will go to the Blue Alliance. Blue takes the win in this one, a final 459 to 364. 4 ranking points here for the Blue Alliance.
Going straight down to the Archimedes division for their next match, which is qualification number 36. We've got Team 1114 on the Red Alliance, a Hall of Fame team from Ontario, Canada. We have not seen them yet on our stream this morning, but I saw them backstage and they put up over 700 points. So they are already off to a good start at this event, and I'm excited to see them on the stream. Who's on the Blue Alliance? Who? That would be Team 8884, the Night Owls. Also a Canadian team coming in and trying to upset this high-powered Red Alliance. Steve, who else do you see in this match?
We've got 9401 Midas's Mayhem from Troy, Missouri, winners of the Rocket City Regional. And they are also paired with, on this Blue Alliance, 5829 Audibots from Houston, Texas, so a hometown team here, looking to do well as this match is just about to start.
6907 for the last touch. 1114 pounding the upper hub. The team from Slidell doing the same. Midas's Mayhem, another bite from the center of the field before heading back under the trench. Gonna rain it down to the blue hub, but red gonna pull ahead here, 152 to 62. Simbots fill up one more time before heading back to get ready to score. There they go. Team Combustion right behind them, gonna empty it out. Blue, having lost Autonomous, will go ahead and score first. Looks like there's a traffic jam underneath the trench. 1114 paused. 2 minutes left on the clock as these robots get ready to switch scoring sides. Blue's got another 8 seconds before it's Red's turn. The GOAT heading back for the Red Alliance. 1912 going over to blue territory. The GOAT gonna go score on their own, left undefended. And just as I say that, 58-29 heading into red territory. The GOAT lining up again. Simbot back alive. They're going to try and get something going for the rest of this scoring shift. They've got 6 seconds left. Combustion and Symbotics now emptying their hoppers up and in. Blue going to start back up. Midas's Mayhem slides into position. 58-29 doing the same. There's a few more seconds left of blue control. Midas's Mayhem looking for their next volley. Audibot's doing the same. Let's hope that Night Owls can get back into this in the last minute of this match. It's 262 to 176. Red in the lead, and it's their turn to score. Human players taking shots now. Looks like a Red caught flat-footed, though. Here comes Combustion with the first volley. Simbot's fully empty. They're going to look for some fuel as well, trying to find their way to the ranking point. Combustion a few more pieces in. They're at 303. They need 60 more in the last 30 seconds. Midas's Mayhem going up as well. 50-26. Sending fuel up as well. 58-29, excuse me, up for the Blue Alliance. The GOAT for Red. Simbot's coming back for Red as well. 15 seconds left. 326 to 271. Blue closing the gap. Combustion trying to grow it again. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1 as time runs out here on Archimedes, sponsored by Rockwell Automation.
Seems like I gave a little bit of an announcer's curse to 11-14, but they still come out with the wind. We're going straight over to Galileo for match number 36.
Trying to shoot another 82-29. It's just a lot of firepower over on the Red Alliance side of the field. But Blue Alliance ready to answer back. 2-4-6-8.
And the score from that last match that we were watching on the Archimedes field presented by Rockwell Automation. Red Alliance 11-14 coming out with the win, but no bonus ranking points. 11-14 intake seemed to stop working midway through that match, and that really curtailed their scoring ability.
And making it much more difficult for the Blue Alliance to score. Red Alliance now going to extend that lead. 390, well over 400 now as 1690 makes another pass. 2-4-6-8, trying to play some defense. But 1690 so well, just a well-designed robot, shooting on the move, even during as fast as they can. They're making their way all the way over to the Blue Alliance side of the field, leaving 82-29 for another volley of shots. Endgame is here. Blue Alliance with a large amount of fuel going in. 1690 trying to do the work over on the Red Alliance side of the field as 82-29 now getting into position and scoring up high. Another high amount of fuel going in, courtesy of the 82-29 robot. Here comes 1690 right behind them. We are now pushing 600. 400 for Blue, but can we hit 700? Here's another volley of shots going in right at the last moment. Final scores coming up momentarily. All right. Here comes the final scores for that last match. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 671 to 525. Red Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points, but Blue Alliance walking away with 2.
So 1690 Orbit, after playing their first match of the year here at this tournament, really coming into their own, and their partners 931 Perpetual Chaos providing very good secondary scoring for that Red Alliance to take the victory in that Vegas versus Vegas matchup.
I mean, how many of us looked that good in our second match of the year?
Yeah, I sure didn't. Let me tell you that.
Pretty darn impressive.
Yes.
Pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, we were not putting up scores like that. So it looks like we are going over to the Hopper division now for match number 35. Check out team 3015. They have been a powerhouse in New York this year. Let's see how many they can put up. It's really close going into the start of the shifts.
Ranger Robotics looking to steal some fuel from the neutral zone. Shuttling it back to that the Blue Alliance hub. Their partners Aluminum Assault also looking for another hopper full of game pieces. The Red Alliance hub is lit up once again, meaning it's time for them to catch up. They quickly take a lead. 761, the Tech Pups. Looking for another volley of fuel, uninterrupted by that blue robot. It looks like there's a loose roller of some kind on the red side of the field. $97.85 Electrona. Looking for fuel. Those red robots racing back to their side of the field. As their shift begins, a volley of fuel from two of those robots go up and into the hub. They take a lead over red. Red Alliance leading the blue by now over 100 points. So many robots on the red side of the field. It looks like we have all but one robot. That would be the Coconuts on the red side of the field, and they race back at the sound of the endgame whistle. This next volley of fuel pushes Red Alliance up over 450, 470. Ranger looks like they've gone on the defensive, trying to keep Electrona from scoring as the time expires. You have your scores for that next qualification match. It goes to the Red Alliance, with a final tally of 532 to 298. The Red Alliance will take that match alongside 4 ranking points, pushing both of those teams 761 and 880.
Okay, exciting match there. The Red Alliance working well together, all 3 robots contributing to that very high score, but 35 points in penalties means that even though it's over 500 points, they don't get the supercharged ranking point.
Yeah, and that's one that trips you up sometimes, where you're looking at the score instead of the fuel.
Well, because this year is deceptive in that way. A fuel is worth the same number of points throughout the entire match. Autonomous, first shift, all of these things. But we get these things that happen where I thought that Alliance won auto, but no, it was because of a bunch of fouls. And then so the shifts change. And if you're not on it as a drive team, as a drive coach back there, we've seen opportunities where teams are trying to score in the hub when it's inactive because they thought they lost auto because of the autonomous points, because it's just one number. Like, you don't see it from anything else. You assume it's from fuel. And it's like sometimes it's from the tower, sometimes it's from fouls, and you have to keep track of that separately.
Could you imagine if the tower was actually in play more? It would even be more complicated. But since everybody basically abandoned the tower in week 2, it's been a little easier to...
I think that this speaks to how well teams are looking at the game strategically. This is one of the only years that we've ever seen in first where it's disadvantageous to your overall robot to have a good endgame mechanism. Every ounce that you put into climbing, you're taking out of fuel scoring.
Well, we're going over to match number 37 on the Newton field. On the Red Alliance, we have team 148, the Robo-Rangos from Greenville, Texas, facing off against the Blue Alliance. And if you want a little Emerson trivia, the Laker Robotics is from Meredith, New Hampshire, and that's what my sister is named after, Meredith Emerson. All right, let's watch this match on Newton.
And now let's move on to the autonomous period. Okay, 11:08 with a hopper full of fuel. They are passing it to the blue side. First shift is the red shift, 3354. Prepa Tech droids from Mexico shooting and scoring. And now Nightcrawler also there, trying some shots. Red Alliance is taking the lead. Robo Anglers, the constant shot of fuel again, coming through the tower as we move on to the blue side. In the blue side, Team Kingsman Robotics letting it fly. Blue Alliance more than 2 to 10 points. They are looking to take the lead. Just 4 points separating both alliances. A lot of fuel flying in our Newton division presented by NASA. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Red Alliance is taking the lead. A lot of robots in our red side. They are looking for the biggest number of fuel possible. Nightcrawler shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. Also there, 8046 playing defense in the red side. It's Laker Bots. And now it's raining fuel into the blue hub. Blue Alliance looking to take the lead again. They still need to score 50 fuel to get the energized RP. Red Alliance just need to score 3 fuel. And now we move on to the end game. And the Red Alliance gets the first ranking point. It's a close match, just 50 points separating both alliances. Everything can happen, it's still anyone's match here. 400 to 422, Red Alliance has the advantage. Robo Anglers shooting and scoring. With them, Nightcrawler also shooting. And in the blue side, Kingsman Robotics, 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
As we wait for those scores from the Newton division here at First Champs Live, we are showing you all the divisions, all 8 divisions here, but we're gonna check out this hopper match that's coming up. Teams still getting their robots connected. Red Alliance over on that Newton field, even with only 2 robots operating at the end, able to stave off the Blue Alliance charge in that end game. They had the field tilted just enough towards them that Blue Alliance was not able to score quickly enough. Previewing this Hopper Division match, we've got Team 1706 Ratchet Rockers, winners of the St. Louis and the Oklahoma regionals. They were on Einstein in 2022, and this year they have put up some super high scores. But we've got their partners, 581, the Blazing Bulldogs, one of the first rebuilds that we saw into a big drum shooter dumper, trying to get that all the way dialed in, and a late rebuild from their opponent's 6328 mechanical advantage. As this autonomous mode starts playing out, we will see how well all of these robots have their stuff dialed in.
Going up on both sides. Those scores climbing so fast. A beautiful autonomous from both sides, but it looks like the Blue Alliance will take it, meaning that the Red Alliance hub will stay active for the first shift. Now that drivers are controlling their robots, lots more fuel crosses the field and goes into robots. On the red side of the field, 1296, that's Full Metal Jackets, one of those 2 of the same name teams we have on this field. Moving to score and back to the neutral zone and over to the blue side to play defense. Blue robots moving quick. Are those red robots quicker? Another volley from the Blazing Bulldogs. Those Blue Alliance robots have sent their score up to 468. We have a minute left in this qualification match. Mechanical Advantage and the Full Metal Jackets are hard at work shuttling fuel. That last red robot Droid Rage trying to collect in the neutral zone and play against those blue robots defensively. It looks like one of those blue robots has become stuck on the fuel in the neutral zone, freed by their partners. Ratchet Rockers in the neutral zone looking for fuel. Their partners, the Robotics Revolution, sends another stream of fuel up into the hub, followed by a volley from Blazing Bulldogs. .30-35 on the defensive once again against Blazing Bulldogs. That is Droid Rage. An incredible match from both sides. We will have that final score up in just a moment.
Live score there showing the Red Alliance scoring 584 points, which means
they lost.
Oh, devastating. It looks like a win there for the Blue Alliance. Final scores in 787 to 597. These scores are so high, and we saw defense during that match, attempting to keep the Blue Alliance out of their zone as they got to the end game. But the combined scoring, 1706 with probably the best double turret that we have at this tournament. 581 of a fast, smooth dumper, and their partner 1710 providing like tertiary scoring. Nearly 800 points there with only one robot in the Alliance zone at the end of the match.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't score much in the last 30 seconds, but they didn't need to. They were so far ahead.
Yeah, it's all style points at that time.
Almost all.
Yes, I know.
These are the
tiebreaker is the overall score, so I do get it.
You're gonna count the total number of fuel that your alliance scores during your 10 qualification matches. So in matches like these, those fuel at a certain point still count.
They're gonna start mattering,
past this match. So yes, the ranking points, you got to secure those. You got to get your win, and in these matches, you have to get both your bonus ranking points.
Can we talk about the modified unicorn match? Because that was a modified unicorn match.
Yeah. Right. So the maximum that you're going to get, the best possible match for all the teams involved is 7.
It's 7.
Yep. So
just the nubs.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be, on that note, let's talk about the next match we're going to watch, which is Cury. Qualification match number 37, where we have one of the program's favorite teams to watch. That's Team 254, the Cheesy Poofs, and they are on an absolute tear this year. Who else do we have in this match that you guys can see?
So we've got, going up on the other side of the ledger, 5460 Strike Zone from Lapeer, Michigan. They won their Michigan State Championship division as the captain. So very high capacity robot with 5460 Strike Zone. Also in this match, 1477 Texas Torque, who winners of the First in Texas District Championship Impact Award and previous Einstein team, just a few times on Einstein. But we've also got 7028 Binary Battalion from Minnesota, winners of the Minnesota Granite City Regional. And both of these alliances will know that they have to do something to affect how their opponent plays the game. Because if both alliances are allowed to just play unfettered, then you get a little bit of variance, and you don't have as much control over where the fuel is. So then your last shifts might not be as advantageous as you want them to be.
So like, with these super high scoring robots, especially the ones that are heads and tails above the pack, you have to do something to disrupt their flow. Like, and I used to call it bully ball or whatever, but you can't just let them score unfettered. You're not going to be like, hey, we'll try to score more than them. No, you have to do something to disrupt their flow of the match.
So we'll see how disruptive each of these alliances can be to each other as we go down to qualification match 37 on the Cury field, Cury division, presented by Argosy Foundation.
To their side of the field, launching lots of it at the same time. Blue Alliance side, strike zone, grabbing fuel, making their way into the neutral zone and back a couple times. Blue Alliance going to start off with an 8-point lead into this transition period, but Red Alliance not going to let that fly, continuing to score as much as they can. CC Shambots, their autonomous didn't go white the way they wanted to, but it gives them the opportunity to catch back up and show what they can do. They continue to grab that robot full, fill it with fuel, and line it up to toss. 270 points already scored by this Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, though, 3 seconds, and they are going to tell us what they have to say regarding these points. Strike zone lined up. Degrees of Freedom going to line up and start tossing fuel as well. They have quite a lead to catch up to in the 12 seconds of their active hub time. CC Shambots collision in with a Blue Alliance. Looks like strike zone over that bump. They're able to make their separate ways and continue on, but Red Hub is now going to be active. Lots and lots of fuel going up from these teams. They are just not hesitating. All 3 of these Red Alliance teams currently ranked within our top 10. Only 37 qualification matches in, but those matches and those ranking points can still say a lot. Red Alliance now over the threshold for both ranking point bonuses. Blue Alliance going to take an active hub turn. Degrees of Freedom lining themselves up, strike zone on their way as well. Some of this fuel bouncing off the front of the hub. We're getting to this 30-second mark, and Red Alliance is getting themselves locked, loaded, and ready. And there it goes. 30 seconds now remaining in the match, and all sorts of fuel is coming up from these Red Alliance members. Now over 600 points. CC Shambots adding, Cheesy Poops adding, Binary Battalion helping out their teammates shuffle this fuel back and forth. We're gonna break 700 points by this Red Alliance. We still have 10 seconds in the match, and there is a high possibility they break 800 in the remaining seconds. 5, there's 800 points from that Red Alliance, and they're gonna continue to go. Time was gonna run out though.
All right, we are going to go next side by side, and our next match we're going to watch is on the Milstein division. That's qualification match number 38. With one of my favorite Texas teams, Team 9140. They were the winners of the Texas District Champs this year, and their name is the Robobots. We're going to wait for the scores to come up for the match that we just saw on the Cury division. But partnered with the Robobots on the Red Alliance is Team 2481, the Roboteers, who have been having an absolutely great season and putting up a ton of fuel already here at the championship. All right, a big time score over in Cury, 858 points from Team 254, 5907 and 7028.
Seconds left to go, a free-for-all here in our end game period. Both hubs are lit up and ready for scoring. 9140 passing the fuel way up and over as the Roboteers for the Red Alliance trying to find an opening. Blue Alliance trying to catch up here. It is close with 7 seconds left in play. Red Alliance getting closer to the 360 mark. They have 3 seconds left to get it done. And time expires here. Unofficially 354 to 295.
Blue Alliance there, 32-45 Ravens from Sandy, Utah, spending a lot of effort trying to keep 2481 from coming over the bump. Looked like it paid some dividends there, keeping the high-scoring Alliance robot 2481 from getting to those thresholds.
Yeah, the Red Alliance won the match, but they didn't get the energized or the supercharged RP. So that's really going to play into the rankings coming up later on.
RP defense, right? So, and you watch the way they did it in a way where they weren't overdriving. So they were kind of playing a little bit of chicken and just kind of mall walking, like slowly getting in the way. You know, you're walking in a hallway, you got a group of 5 people that won't move, and they're just slow. That's the bump defense that you need to be playing. But I want to talk about something that we've talked about, all these rebuilds, right? But there's rebuilds inside the rebuilds. So you see a lot of these robots initially, they're big hoppers. They had no top on them, no net, no cover, no whatever. And all these robots now, they have these hats. And like they just keep putting hats and hats and hats on top of their robots, and whether they're nets or canvas or whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like everybody, the new fashion statement is to put a hat on your robot.
Hat on the robot is the fashion statement. I think everyone should have a hat. Oh, we've got scores from that last match. Red Alliance does pull away with the victory, but only 3 ranking points.
It's effective bump defense. Yep. Effective bump defense. And you're going to see the Alliance captain doing that when we get to the playoffs. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's an important role. And so you can't leave it, you know, to just anyone. You need someone that's practiced it. You need somebody that is good at it. And so I think you're right. We're going to be seeing robots that have high offensive power, playing defense when it is very opportunistic and pretty easy to do.
And they're going to be playing defense with full hoppers. So you play defense with a full hopper, you're taking all kinds of fuel off the field, and you put yourself in position to quickly transition from whatever bump defense you want to play, boom, go back and start the scoring process.
And part of it is that when you're talking about defenders, when you're talking about what you need for a very high-level playoff alliance here is your robots have to be moving at the end of the match. And picking teams whose robots will survive this brutal game. It is brutal. Defending against the bump, if there could be some high-speed collisions there, or going out and collecting your intake, the most important part of your robot, that has to work every single match and still be working at the end of the match, even with all the bashing and crashing that's going to come down.
You got to be moving and eating. You got to be moving and eating, because you have even if your shooter breaks or you get jams, if you can at least intake balls or intake fuel and spit them out,
you can affect the match.
You can affect the match. But if your intake is gone,
you can't do anything. There's nothing. You can kind of push fuel like across the field into your trench.
To be fair, you can do something if your intake breaks. You could hang.
Oh.
But nobody's actually doing that, so it doesn't really matter.
Coming up next, we're going to preview this match on Hopper Quals 38 coming up. OP Robotics 2056 from Stony Creek, Ontario. We've been following them as a very high-scoring team, high-performing team. Coming up against them, we have 8044 Denim Venom, who were the alliance captains of an alliance that won their division last year with a rebuilt robot, and this year rebuilt their robot for championships.
They won 3 regionals this year too.
Yes. So they have some experience rebuilding their robot. They know what it takes to sort of speed up to get a second robot going after the initial build season. But here we are as this match starts. We're in autonomous mode. Check out all of these teams as they vie for high seeds on the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace.
A volley from them. Not quite enough to pull ahead in auto, but that's all right. It means their hub will be active for the first shift. As that blue hub flickers a few more from those 2 teams. The Red Alliance's turn. I see 35-12 looking for fuel, moving back under that trench. Denim Venom, 80-44. Refueling that big hopper on the front of their robot. They take an initial lead, answered quickly by OP Robotics, currently in our second ranked position on the division field. 1701, the Robo Cubs trying to answer the Red Alliance as well. They pull ahead by 100. The Red Alliance volleying back to their own side. It looks like they have one robot playing on the defensive. That's 1014 Bad Robots. They call Dublin, Ohio their home. More volleys from the blue side keeps them 100 under. The blue robots shuttling around the neutral zone. All three of those blue robots full of fuel, meaning it's time for a volley. Huge stream pushing their score up over 470. They have scored over 500 fuel, meaning they will receive the supercharged ranking point. The Red Alliance trailing. That's all right, another volley from Denim Venom. Partially interrupted by the Cadillac connectors, but that's all right. They are still on the move. A huge last-second push from the Red Alliance. Answered just as quick by the blue side. With 5 seconds to go, last-second scores going up from all 6 robots. And we will have that final tally back to you in just a moment.
Take a glance as to who our teammates
We have your scores for qualification 38. It will go to the Blue Alliance. With a final score of 773, the Blue Alliance will take the win alongside those 5 ranking points.
All right, big scores over there from the Hopper division. Blue Alliance taking away a huge victory. OP staying at that #2 rank. We're gonna go directly over to the Galileo division, where we are gonna watch the current #1 seed, Team 7769, the Crew, see if they can defend that position with their partners Argos and Cyber Tribe. That's the Galileo division presented by Mauser Electronics. Let's take it down to the field.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 40 for blue, or 4 blue and red robots racing to the center of the field. 7769 already working on their second swipe. Here comes 4020 as well, making their way back up and over. A lot of fuel being scored by both alliances. Red Alliance already over 100. Blue Alliance at 85, 132 to 85 as we enter the teleoperated period. Quickly, Red Alliance making it up and over and scoring up high for the Red Alliance, 77-16 and 17-56, able to add at least 40 more during that 10-second transition period. And now it's back over to Blue. Blue Alliance needs to cut into that lead. Here they go, 10-54 along with 69-85 and Triple Strange, able to score up high and now nearly securing that lead. And with this final volley from the 2054 robot, they do so, but Red is set for striking back. 1756 and 4020 and 7769. A triple barrel shot here as they continue to score into the hub. unimpeded. 77-69 in for another volley. This is their third volley during their shift. Excellent fuel management and speed in scoring. 386 to 211. A commanding lead by this Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance continuing to peg away here. 2054, just cleaning up as much of the available fuel up against their side of the wall, while Red Alliance members just trying to clear out as much fuel as possible from the neutral zone. Here comes the Red Alliance now. Look at all that fuel going in from this Red Alliance. 1756, 2769. Able to score up high, and here they go into the neutral zone, trying to catch as much of that fuel that they just scored in the neutral zone. Meanwhile, 1756 cleaning up from the backside, and 2 trench shots going in. 6985 trying to play some defense. 1533 trying to do the same as well, but they're well over the 590 mark. They will be over 600. Can they continue to add to that score? They will try. 630 to 363. It's like it's out of reach as we have only 10 seconds, but Blue Alliance trying to get that extra ranking point. Not enough time to get to 500. Red Alliance just continuing to pour it on past 700. Final scores coming up momentarily.
Big time score by the Red Alliance in that match, but I want to welcome a new member to our desk today. Welcome, Drew Bennett. How has your championship been so far?
Going fantastic so far. I'm so excited to be joining RSN here on the desk. Yeah, my chance has been great. Can't complain at all. I mean, the scores so far have been fantastic. Put up some great numbers. We hit over 900, so hey, that's pretty cool.
I know. I can't wait to see what continues to happen throughout the championship. But we are just having a great time at the desk right now. Every match has been either super high scores or really close. And teams that are putting up 550 points are losing matches, which at the beginning of the season seemed impossible.
Oh, yeah.
What else have you noticed today, Paul?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, we had a team score 597 and lost.
Yeah.
Right? One thing I noticed, pretty obvious, nobody's really climbing.
Oh,
you know.
So weird.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, we never expected that here. We thought
everybody's staying on floor. Only time they're getting airtime, going over the bump.
And we have seen some significant air going over the bump and lots of surfing still at the championship level. It's still a problem.
There's a couple of things that's really interesting that, you know, I wasn't really sure what we were going to expect during the qual matches here, especially when the rosters came out for each of the divisions. It's like they're all a bunch of mini regionals, so they're going to play we're just going to score more than you game. But there's so many more depths to this game that we've seen bits and pieces. We've seen bump defense here and there. We've seen robots going across and kind of trying to tilt the field, if you will, stealing balls, but we haven't seen it as a whole alliance strategy. And the other thing I'm looking forward to, especially as we get deeper into today and tomorrow, is these coordinated autos. Because everybody kind of has the either trench go over the bump auto or trench to trench auto. Somebody is going to have to get creative with a third robot auto, if you will, that is complementary and can either boost score or put them in a great position to kind of control the flow of the inside match. You're not seeing a lot of that yet because people are kind of playing the game straight. Just the Western Conference of the NBA, so to speak. I'm just going to score more than you.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's going to change as we get through tomorrow.
I expect tomorrow we're going to see a lot more follower autos where you're trying to put 2 robots on the tape line so they can follow each other out and try and, time their swoops so they're trading off on the bump. Probably also going to see a lot more going to the outpost, going to the depot, trying to hit all those weird areas of the field, just maximize that auto score to try and win.
We have to transition from auto checkers to auto chess. We are waiting for this next match on the Archimedes division, and let me tell you, this match is going to be crazy. Let me read off the Red Alliance here for you. First of all, we've got 46-46. They're Wildcard Robotics from Iowa. They won the Iowa Regional. Next, we have 9470 Control Alt Defeat. They were ranked 6th in the California districts, winner of 2 district events, and finalists at the North California State Championship. Then, to round out the alliance, we have 5940 Team Bread, who also did very well in the North California district this year, winning 2 district events. and going very far in the tournament at NorCal State Champs. So I am looking for a huge score from the Red Alliance on this in this match. Do you think Blue can hang with them at all here? We have the Wired Boars from Wallingford, Connecticut. We have Enigma Robotics from Grand Rapids, Michigan. They and their last alliance partner is Viking Robotics. They are a team at 10-162 from Florida. So do you think they can match the firepower of this Red Alliance?
I mean, the Wired Boars are the #1 seed, but they're going against number 4 and number 5 in the division right now. So they've got a lot of work to do, and they have. They're a little bit outgunned, so we'll see how the Wired Boars, they're going to have to do some strategic, they're not going to outscore them here, they're going to have to do some strategery to...
Full strategery. All right, match is starting. Let's see how this one turns out. Let's go to the Archimedes division, presented by Rockwall Automation.
Back to the middle, Bread as well. Enigma, a load of their own. Control defeat going up. Bread doing the same, running up the score. Red over 170 points in autonomous alone. Now it snaps to Teleop. Your Blue Alliance will be on the first scoring shift. Red gonna try and make another barrage happen during the transition period. Here we go for Blue. Teleop Enigma gonna be the first one up. 9470 sending fuel on home. 4646 scooping up fuel as well. The team from Choate is trying to get on back. They're full of fuel. Viking doing the same. Wired Boars now in red territory, trying to play defense against the dumping teams. There goes Control Alt Defeat. Bread trying to get in position, but they keep getting bumped by the Wired Boars. Wildcard raining it down as well, right over 300. A minute 28 left of play. Red can try and snap off one more volley. There they go, courtesy of Bread and Control Alt Defeat, and it's over to Blue. 2075 scoring now, a minute 15 on the clock. Blue Alliance scoring shift in action. Two Blue robots trying to clean up the red side of the field, but Red robots are trying to fill it back up as fast as they can. Herculean tasks by both teams. A minute left of play. It's 362 to 146 as we snap back to Red control. All three Red robots undefended, scoring as fast as they can. Red approaching 500 fuel scored. Viking trying to pin down Control Alt Defeat. Bread on their way back, gonna make room for some Blue robots who are trying to escape. 33 seconds left as we approach the end game. Here we go. Blue robot scoring begins. Red robot scoring continues. Red over 500, they get their supercharge RP. Blue looking to find their energize RP. 18 seconds left. Viking is pushing wild cards all the way across the neutral zone. Bread and Control Alt Defeat scoring as much as they like in the last 10 seconds.
All right, we're so technically savvy here on First Champs Live that we're bringing up a side-by-side. We're going to show you the Newton Division, match number 41, and they just got started over there, so let's see what happens down on the field.
It's Khan. That is back to the red side with a hopper full of fuel, letting it fly directly into the...
Big victory for the Red Alliance, 688 points, moving up two of those teams to number 3 and number 4 in the rankings.
The Gray Bots, our first seed at this moment at the Newton Division, letting it fly, a flurry of fuel up and in, as the Blue Alliance takes the lead. Again, another flurry of fuel for the blue side, and it's raining fuel in the red side. Great match here. All right, Red Alliance trying to close the gap. The pink team shooting and scoring, while we have Team NF playing defense. It's the Red Alliance taking the lead here. It's still anyone's match. It's a neck and neck. because we still have a blue shift, and it's a barrage of fuel up and in for the Blue Alliance. 100 points separating both alliances, but the Blue Alliance still has 15 seconds remaining in their shift, and they are getting closer and closer. Team NF also shooting and scoring, 30 seconds remaining now. Red Alliance, a flurry of fuel up and in. Red Alliance has the lead, more than 100 points. The pink team shooting more. And in the neutral zone, a lot of robots looking for game pieces. 10 seconds remaining. Red Alliance close to get the supercharged RP, and they got it. Blue Alliance is not getting through 2-1 as time expires. It goes to the Red Alliance.
Two matches side by side again. The scores for that Red Alliance, 562 points and a big win, knocking ITCON Robotics into the #1 seed on the Newton field. On the other side of the screen, we have the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm. Let's see who comes out on top in this match.
The Wayland Wildcats for red. Time runs out in our opening period of play, and Red Alliance will take the early lead, 111-54. And Red is trying to take advantage of this transition shift here. They managed to do so. A ton of fuel going into that red hub before time runs out, and Blue Alliance takes over for their first alliance shift of the match. Here comes Team Taters and their alliance partners, the Daleks, lined up right against that hub. They're trying to cut the deficit here with just under 2 minutes left in play. Team 44 at 99. With that large hopper making their way across neutral space and getting ready to set up here for their first shift. And here comes the Red Alliance, a volley from all three teams up into the hub. That score climbing up here as they extend their lead just over a minute and a half left in play. Recollecting along the diamond plate is the team from Fort Collins, Colorado. And now Team 54. 62, Two-Paw Robotics, that's the Blue Alliance machine over in red space, pushing 60-90 sideways, trying to slow down the Wildcats machine as Blue Alliance takes over once again for their next shift of the match. Plenty of game pieces for them to deal with, but Red Alliance is not going to let that slide. They send two robots over to try and take as much fuel as they can from the blue side of the field with just over 1 minute left in play. Red Alliance getting close to their first ranking point. Blue Alliance trying to cut the deficit here. That volley from the Blue Alliance will help. Red Alliance is going to try and get it going here, but some great defense from the 54-62 machine, and it took 44-99 quite a while to get back over that bump and start scoring. But now that they are going shot for shot from the corner of the field. The Highlanders all spun up and trying to collect some more from the depot here with 3 seconds until the end game period. Red Alliance has surpassed the energized ranking point and pushing towards supercharged. Blue Alliance has the firepower here to get the energized ranking point. They have 20 seconds to get it done. They are inching closer and closer. About 10 more fuel they need in the last 16 seconds of play, and that should do it for the Blue Alliance as well. Another large volley from the Red Alliance with 10 seconds left in play. 42-70, the Crusaders collecting the rebounds and shuffling them back over to the red side of the field. And time will run out here in that high-flying end game of match number 41. Unofficially 550-403. Some incredible scores on both sides of the field. We're going to tally those results and post the official results in just a moment. Scores are official for match number 41. This
big time score from the Red Alliance. Just popped up on the screen. 5-8-5 for that Blue Alliance, and the Highlander Robotics 44-99 in that match. Paul, what did you say they looked like?
They look like a bubblegum machine.
They do.
Like, it's so cool. And it looks like, Drew was saying it earlier, they look way taller than 30 inches, but it's just an optical illusion.
Yeah.
I really love the, like, what we say, get what you get robot. Like, they go in there like the little poppy machine for the little kids that you
the
like
lawnmower?
a little bubble popper lawnmower. Yeah. But they have so much capacity. And they were slowed down a bit by some pretty decent bump defense, but it looked like the drive team got a little distracted and then stopped defending them, and then next thing you know, you got 100 bubblegum fuel going in the hopper.
The best defense against a bubblegum machine is bump defense, I guess. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But anyways, a big score for the Red Alliance there, and we have just been seeing it time and time again at this championship. Over 500, over 600, over 700. The scores just keep escalating and staying at a really high level that we expect to see here at the championship in Houston.
I wasn't sure how the breakdown was going to be on the new ranking point thresholds of 360, 500, but it honestly seems like they got it pretty correct. Where, you know, your best alliances are hitting that right around 500 mark. We've seen some really solid alliances hit only like 480. We saw one that was 499 earlier.
Yep.
You know, I think that is really doing a good job of sorting your best robots to the top of the rankings already.
Because there are a lot of good robots at this tournament so far that have not reached that 500 threshold in matches that it was really important for them to do, but they either didn't have a whole lot of help, they had an inopportune, they had an inopportune mistake, they had something break on their alliance, and unless everything is really going right in most of these matches, you are not seeing that 500, and you were right, Drew, that's a great distinguisher.
Yeah, let's touch on something that we don't talk about a lot, but this whole changing of the scoring and ranking points, this was a vision thing. So this laid the groundwork many years ago when first said, you know what, we play a new game every year. We're not going to get it right. As robots get better, we need the ability to change the ranking point thresholds. So putting that in there and making that a staple of the rules, I think was really done well. And you can argue about the minutia of what the numbers should be, but the fact that they can change them at the district championships and then change them again here, you really saw that's affecting the rankings. Because I think that they didn't do that, everybody would be smashing the top and we'd be looking at tiebreaker after tiebreaker, which nobody really wants that.
No, we want, the whole reason that we have ranking points in this system is to distinguish robots easily. And going to tiebreakers just makes that a whole lot harder.
Yep.
So yeah, I think they really got it right this year, and it's been insane to watch some of the matches where they've made those thresholds, and then some of the matches where those thresholds have maybe been missed. We look right now at the rankings in Newton. It looks like these are a little bit outdated at Qual 10. So we're going to take that right down and see if we can make it work and pull it back up at some point. But we are going to start to get ready to preview our next match, which at this point looks like it might be Hopper Match 41. And there's a familiar team in here. Drew, you might have heard of them. They're called the Bucks Wrath from Bucksport, Maine. What can you tell us about them?
Might be a little familiar with that. That is my team. Love this team. Talk about just a fantastic group to work with. So proud of all those students. They pulled off a really solid rebuild this year. I'm sure a lot of people saw that they showed up to their Pine Tree event week 1 with the turret. They planned to go to the University of Vermont event week 5. They wanted to leave 4 weeks so that they could rebuild to be the best robot for coming to the championship. And it's been a conversation point that we knew that if we had brought that turret here, it would have been rough. So the dumpers worked out well.
Looks like we have Hopper rankings that are actually updated in the Bucks Wrath. Look at right there, number 1. That's a nice place to be at championship. Even if it's just after lunch on Thursday, you'll love to see it, especially above Team 2056 OP Robotics. Who knows how long it'll stay like that, but this match... we're getting ready for this match, and I'm super excited to see if the Bucks Wrath can stay in first. I got people in my ear making me laugh right now. It's totally not fair, but I'm excited to watch this match over on Hopper. It looks like they're doing introductions right now, so we are going to get ready to take it down. What do you see on the Blue Alliance? We got 2 Michigan teams and a team from India, and we know that Michigan is a powerhouse in FRC. They have so many teams in Michigan. The district itself is just so competitive, so they always come to play at a high level.
Yeah, we've got some really solid robots on blue. I think the one I want to highlight is Biting Bulldogs. There's a really adaptable robot for this Blue Alliance. I expect they're going to play like a variety of roles here. Their auto is also really fast, so I'm really interested to see who they're going to be lining up against on Red Alliance. To see if they line up against Buck's Wrath, it's probably going to be a pretty big hit in the middle of the field, so definitely interested to see how that's going to go. Are we able to see where they are lined up? I see that Buck's Wrath is lined up bottom of the field, so that close red trench. I'm not quite able to read the blue bumpers. Do we know, is that 35-39?
No, they're in the middle. They're actually at the
they're in the middle.
hub.
Interesting.
So we may see a third robot auton here.
Some coordination happening. It looks like we have a thumbs up on the field, so we're going to get back to the action on the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace.
41 on the Hopper division field. Already tons of fuel going up on the red and blue side. Those scores climbing very, very quickly. That striking purple robot from the Buck's Wrath sending up volley after volley, giving them the autonomous lead. The blue side taking their shift, now working on bridging that gap between those Red Alliance, and they do, and take the lead. 61-52, that's the Robo Falcons putting some fuel up alongside 96-92, that is Sigma. On the red side of the field, lots of robot traffic as the Biting Bulldogs go on the defensive. The Buck's Wrath looking for fuel in the middle of the field, bumping into that blue robot as they chase them back to their zone. More volleys from blue robots as the shift changes. 573 Mech Warriors making an effort to shuttle as much fuel as possible back to the Red Alliance zone. Lots of fuel going up once again for the red side with 35 seconds to go. These scores are incredibly close. 61-52, the Robo Falcons freed from the bump by their partners, sending more fuel up into the hub. 15 seconds to go. These scores are very close. It is still anybody's game, but with another hard volley from the Red Alliance, they might be able to cinch the win. Those final tallies coming up.
Comeback from the Red Alliance in that Hopper division match. We're going to go side by side and wait for the scores while we go over to Archimedes qualification match number 43.
Into teleop with. That means post this transition period, Blue Alliance will have that first active hub shift. And they are ready for it. Blue Alliance going to do everything they can during this active hub shift to catch up to that lead Red made. During that first 30 seconds of the match, Red at 152. Blue Alliance, though, going to do what they can. Children of the Corn launching up lots of fuel. That robot continuing to wiggle. Chaos Theory doing the same as that robot slides across the floor. Their turret.
Red Alliance squeaking out that victory after they came back from behind in the middle of that match. 573 points. Great win for the Red Alliance.
For the Blue Alliance, the Pioneers getting stuck on top of some fuel in that Red Alliance zone. Chaos Theory, though, right there to help their teammate and get them back on the floor. Blue Alliance hub now acted. Children of the Corn launching that fuel, single file line up into the hub. Chaos Theory doing the same, one at a time in that line they go, but they continue to slide and glide around that field, launching that fuel from wherever they are up and into the hub. Just a minute remaining in our match. Blue Alliance trying their best to break that 300 mark, just surpassing where Red Alliance was at when the Red Alliance shift starts. Red Alliance breaking the threshold for that first bonus ranking point. Lots of fuel coming from all of these teams. The Pioneers continuing to try and play defense against these Red Alliance members, as well as Chaos Theory stealing some of that fuel and bringing it back to their side of the field. Now that both hubs are active, Blue Alliance going to do what they can to catch up to this major lead that Red has built for themselves. These teams are working so hard to maintain and grow their scores each and every match. Red Alliance almost to that 500 fuel that they need, and there it goes, the supercharged hub now for that Red Alliance. Children of the Corn grabbing more fuel, tossing up what they can. 3, 2, 1. And we have results. It's going to be a Red Alliance win. 607 to 466. Red Alliance gonna walk away with 5 of those rankings.
Big victory for the Red Alliance, 607 points. What did you guys see in that match?
I mean, I saw a lot of robots scoring a lot of fuel. Oh yeah. again, the basic, like what I'm calling the basic strategy, right? Like, I'm just going to score more than you, and we don't need to do anything fancy. And I think, again, I believe that strategy is going to start to dwindle when we get into tomorrow. But it's still fun to watch now because it's just like a flurry of fuel in the air. It's really quite something to watch.
This game is very visually entertaining, especially after last year's game where you didn't have a ton of interaction. Everybody kind of stayed on their side of the field. They were working all around this center reef structure, and this game to just have things flying across the field all the time. You have robots crossing the field in like 2 seconds flat. This game is just so visually entertaining, and it was just such a nice change of pace after last season.
Last season was like, everything is nice and orderly, and this season, chaos.
Last year was an assembly line.
Yeah.
This year is just a massive popcorn machine, and once we start seeing more full field passing, it's just gonna be crazy.
I think there's some teams that have pulled out some new mechanisms that I can't wait to talk about later today and maybe tomorrow.
I've seen a preview on the practice field of one of the ones I think you're talking about, but we'll keep it a secret for now until we see it on the real field. We are going to be going down to Newton 44 at some point. Oh, we're going to switch that over to Hopper 42. And in Hopper 42, once we pull up our data here, we have in that match our number 6 ranked team on that division, Team 5000, the Hammerheads. They are having a great season, really great season for their team. Ever since they showcased their robot right at the end of build season, everybody could kind of tell, like, ooh, they may have it this year. And they have just been getting better and better all season. Overall ranked 8th in the New England region. Drew, can you tell us anything else about them?
Yeah, you want to talk about a team that takes iteration really seriously. It's 5000. They've been on the grind all season long, really trying to perfect that die rotor. Talking with a lot of teams that have a lot of experience, trying just to really get it down, fine-tuned to perfection. And that turret they have on top, too, what they're calling the pancake turret, complements their die rotor beautifully. The 2 intakes, certainly an interesting strategic call. I don't know if it's the same one I would have made, but it's worked out well for them. They have been using both intakes, so it's pretty cool. Might reduce their hopper capacity, but definitely gives them flexibility in their matches. So much harder to defend.
On the other side of the field in this match, we have Team 4613. That's the Barker Redbacks from Sydney, Australia. Having a season that's a little bit different from them. Usually they are winning events hand over foot. They're going out there, one of the best teams on the field, and this year struggling maybe a little bit. They have rebuilt their robot. They are coming to play a championship, so we're going to take it down to the field and see who comes out on top in this match. Hopper Division, match number 42.
Fuel going up for both sides as those 6 robots make their volley. At the end of autonomous, red leads blue by almost 50 points. The Red Alliance hub flickers and shuts down for the first shift, giving the Blue Alliance a chance to catch up. Lots of fuel flying through the air in all directions. Some going right off the field. Those Blue Alliance robots emptying the rest of their hopper into the hub. As it begins to flicker, last couple shots go in and through, leaving the Red Alliance with their next volley. 46-98, that's Raider Robotics looking for a chance to break that red lead. The Fighting Robo Vikings shuttling an entire robot full of fuel over to the red side of the field. Their partners, the Hammerheads and Mustang Robotics, doing valiant work for the Red Alliance. On the blue side of the field, once again, I see Barker Redbacks scooping up fuel from their side of the field as they are defended by a red robot. A last couple scores go up for the Blue Alliance as their shift ends. The Red Alliance responding with a volley. An incredible stream of fuel from those 3 robots. Raider Robotics races back to their side of the field, waiting patiently in wait. Their hub activates as the 30-second whistle sounds, and fuel goes up and into both hubs. The Red Alliance has crested 400 and blue 250. Will this 15 seconds be enough to pull ahead? It looks like 6200 Prepatech X-Rams is looking to get a last couple shots in, unable to line up. Their partners volley their last spray of fuel into that hub.
The action never stops here in Houston, so we are going directly over to the Newton Division presented by NASA, so we can see match number 44, Bare Metal 2046, and Quicksilver 604 on the blue side of the field, looking to score a big score in this match. Let's see what happens. Let's take it down to the field.
Level 1, great job. Moving on to the tally-up period. Team Spam shooting and scoring with the partnership of Team Voltec from Mexico. Red Alliance has the advantage, but the Blue Alliance is letting it fly. Quicksilver in the neutral zone looking for more game pieces. They are filling their hopper. And now coming back to the blue side, and a flurry of fuel up and in for the Blue Alliance. Wow, there's one team that is stuck in the middle of the fuel. This is happening in the red side. It's Team the Flying Octopi. They cannot move anymore. Someone needs to save them. Spam is there to do it. The advantage is blue, and the Red Alliance shooting and scoring with Team Voltec. Blue Alliance has the active hub now. Quicksilver grabbing more game pieces in a constant shot of fuel up and in. And also there, Team Cougars Gone Wired shooting and scoring for the Blue Alliance. 1 minute remaining here. Now the red hub is active again. As Team the Flying Octopi is grabbing fuel from the corner, and they are trying to find the best place to start shooting. Who is shooting? It's Team Voltec from Mexico. They are close to the hub, letting it fly. It's the Red Alliance trying to close this gap, but the Blue Alliance has the advantage. Quicksilver shooting and scoring for the blue side. Spam is there in the other side.
Scores are in from the Hopper division. Looks like your Red Alliance scored 493 points, Blue Alliance 312. A lot of that scoring did come from the 5000 machine using that die rotor and that turret. Solid performance from both alliances.
Jam. Jam with a J. Jam.
Welcome back. We got a new guest on the desk. It's Manisha.
Hello, RSN. Happy to be here. Happy to be at championships. I haven't been since the Charged Up season, so it's been amazing to see how the venue overall, the teams and everything, the experience has totally changed for the better. It's been awesome to be back.
Great.
Well, you're going to have to keep these two clowns in order, so good luck.
Yeah. What's been the most exciting thing you've seen so far?
I think for me, a couple things. So FTC upstairs has totally been transformed, the way that they're running the show up there. So if you haven't been up there yet, definitely take a look. We've got a partner desk from RSN up there as well. So you're getting analyst coverage the same way that you would get for FRC upstairs at FTC. We're now going to actually take it to some field action in FRC, focusing on the Milstein division right now. We've got 1678, 4905, 3492 over on the Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, 2169, 8429, and then 4476. Should be a high-scoring match. Let's take a look.
They're joined by their alliance partners. Blue Alliance starts the scoring here. Red Alliance looking for a volley of their own. Some shots coming in from the human players as the Citrus Circuits head back for a second volley here on the blue side of the field. Pushing up past 100 points here before time expires. 122-50 unofficially out of our opening period of play. And Red Alliance gets set up here to go on their first alliance shift of the match. Another volley from the Blue Alliance before their hub deactivates, and they extend their lead here. The Waffles machine up into the air for the Red Alliance, starting on the Red Alliance shift. They're joined by their teammates 8429 Valence Robotics from Durham, North Carolina. They have recollected here early as Team 2169 King Tech. Looks like they're taking a defensive posture potentially against the Citrus Circuits, who are lined up here for the Blue Alliance shift. And a very fast volley from the team out of Davis, California. They're going to switch places with 4905 Andromeda 1, who's lined up by that hub. Looks like they are troubleshooting potentially their shooter or lining up to get in perfect position for the Blue Alliance. 8 more seconds on the Blue Alliance hub as 1678 unloads once again up high for blue. 120 on the clock here as we shift back over to the red side of the field. 44-76 in control for the Red Alliance. Pushing and shoving at midfield as 2169 chasing down these blue machines. It looks like 3492, the parts machine, is also taking up that defensive position. Now moving over into a red space and preparing for some more red machines after this Blue Alliance shift. Here comes 1678 up high with another flurry of fuel up into the hub. They're taking the route underneath the tower to collect plenty of more fuel here, and they're lined up right next to Andromeda 1 up high. 2169 trying to slow down those Blue Alliance machines, but they are quick. Blue Alliance getting close to the energized ranking point as we reach our final period of play. 1678 with a hopper full heading the long way around as the Red Alliance continues the scoring, trying to bring this one back. Blue Alliance trying to seal the deal and get the energized ranking point along the way. That volley should do it from the Blue Alliance with 13 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance trying to make a push towards the supercharged ranking point. It's going to be tight. 6 seconds left to go. Continuing to score for Red as time ticks down here in match number 44.
And we're back.
Tough match at the end there. A lot of defense going on. It seems like we were having some potential vision issues. We've been hearing about that over the course of the week thus far. I mean, like any typical competition, when you get in on the field, you calibrate, but things are different, right? The lighting's different, the type of lighting, like we saw this at New England District Championships with the red and the blue from the show lighting. Here, we've got so much light that you have to adjust your cameras, and a lot of, I think, repeat field calibration is what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the part of the tournament where you're going to win a match and drop in rank.
Yep.
And so I think that's going to happen to Citrus here because they didn't get that 5th RP, and you'll see it here. Wouldn't be surprised. Yep, they only dropped 1 spot, which, you know, at this point in the tournament, dropping an RP like that could drop you way more. So it should be interesting to see how they can recover from that.
Yep. I think something interesting in that match, too, 44-76, their huge hopper, it looks like they just took a lot of fuel out of play. Like, there was a couple points in the match where they looked like they had around 100 fuel in that robot, which just stars the rest of the robots on the field. Like, it's going to be hard for Citrus to hit that 500 mark when there's simply nothing for them to pick up and score, and I think that's what we saw happen in that match.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're doing starvation defense and ferrying it to the other side of the field, but they just straight up are taking the fuel off the field.
Yeah, exactly. It's either going in their hub, but when they're going from the far side of the field back to theirs, that's just totally out of play for that period of time. It makes a huge difference.
I mean, but think about this, right? Like, so if it looks like some of these divisions have so many large hopper robots. Like, you could have in a match where one alliance is holding on to almost 300 fuel in their hoppers playing defense during transition. Like, that doesn't leave a lot of fuel left, 204 to be exact, but like, and they're spread out all over the field. So in this game, 200 fuel spread out across doesn't look like much. And you're hunting and pecking versus, plowing through a whole subset of fuel, which is really going to, like I said, bring the scores down as we start bringing those strategies into play.
And making a lot of teams, harder to hit the ranking point thresholds that have changed for championships too.
Yeah, I say a lot of teams struggle with fuel that's behind the tower. So talk about when you've got 300 fuel, if even more is scattered behind the tower, it's scattered into the corners. Makes it so hard to justify, like Paul said, going and doing little pecks to just get only a couple fuel at a time because it is so spread out over the whole field. It really just doesn't collect in the neutral zone like you would think it would. It really scatters everywhere.
Yeah, and again, like, depending on, some of these teams are doing a really good job of like where they pass and how they pass. It's very prescriptive. It looks like it's by accident, but no, they're putting the fuel exactly where they want them for future use.
Yeah.
And again, like, that's going to come down to it as the scores. I think the scores are going to come up and they're going to start to come back down. And they're going to start to come back down because of restrictive fuel things, by either putting them somewhere on the field or just hoarding them in your robot.
Yeah. I do think some of the best scores we've seen, some of the scores over 700, it's not even about all 3 robots scoring, it's been about sending one really strong robot to do fuel management. So in the world record match where they got over 900 points, one of the teams who was an excellent scorer, can put a ton of fuel in the hub, spent a lot of time on the far side of the field simply doing fuel management, cleaning out those corners to make sure their 2 partners had fuel in the neutral zone or their own alliance zone to score. So, that you have to enable your partners to be able to hit those huge numbers, because if everybody's in the neutral zone fighting over the same fuel, there is nothing to score.
Yeah, well, we got Johnson match 44. This is this seems like it's a Michigan State Championship match. It's 5 Michigan teams with a guest appearance from a China team, 7551 Extreme Mechanism. So we've got some perennial powerhouses in Michigan, 67 on one side, 33 on the other, with Adam Botts and a couple 35-36 and 36-03. So we've got like five Michigan alliances and this Chinese team in a match that is pretty evenly matched.
Points on the board, but 254. Adam Botts playing some defense against the Killer Bees. They're going to give up on the defense scheme and go back to the neutral zone. Electro Eagle is shooting on the move a little bit, but now we have the hot team getting some defense against them, 75-51. The hot team continues to try and shoot and score through the hub, despite the defense of the Killer Bees. Killer Bees now trying to clean up the middle of the field and jump back to their side of the field to start their next shift, which starts right now. Electro Eagles, and now will be shooting in the blue hub. Killer Bees do finally manage to get over to the blue zone. Taking aim at the blue hub with their partners, Electro Eagle 2 red robots hanging out in the blue zone. Now hot team going back to the middle of the field. 245 Atom Bots now taking a heavy hit from 7551 Extreme Mechanism. Red Alliance continues to strengthen their lead, 320 to 152. Electro Egos jumping over a bunch of game pieces as they pick up the fuel that was over in the red area. As we go into the end game, the hot team quick to cycle those game pieces through to start their shift. Killer Bees continue to shoot near the trench there. Now we'll try and get 1 or 2 more cycles in near the outpost. Hot team gets another cycle. Let's see if they can get to 500 points for the Red Alliance in 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's that new ranking point in effect, the new thresholds, I mean. So like 360 to get the energized over on the Blue Alliance, and Red Alliance got the energized, but that supercharged, you just come so close. It's really hard when you're getting defended so heavily.
Well, you got all these teams that know each other, right? And you saw bump defense on both sides of the field. You saw a pick to counter the bump defense. That's going to lower the score. Like, you can say, oh, that was a terrible match. No, that was a great match. There was a lot of strategy and counter strategy in there, and I think it's a preview of what's to come.
I was going to say, that played more like an eliminations match than it did a qualification
We
match.
call it playoffs now.
Sorry,
we call it playoffs now, yeah.
It played more like a playoffs match where you saw good bump defense and really solid picks on both sides. And what was interesting there, too, is you saw there was a really solid bump defensive play against 33, the Killer Bees, which gave time for 67, the hot team, to get in there and totally clear out the corner that 33 probably wanted to go pick up from later in that shift, but it slowed him down like that 5 or 6 seconds.
Shift
we do have scores for that match, and it does look like the Red Alliance did get over 500. They got exactly 500, so 15 penalty points, so they hit that threshold, got exactly 500 fuel scored into their hub, so they do earn 5 ranking points there. Blue Alliance did not hit the 360, probably because of that defense.
And that was big for the hot team because they went up in rank. They went from 4 to 3. They probably would have dropped 3 or 4 if they didn't get that 5th RP. So getting that 5th RP, that 500 threshold, you nailed it. It's a thing, and that's going to be a strategy coming late into. I don't want to say manipulate the rankings, but like if you can't win, but you can stop someone from gaining that RP, I think it's a legitimate place to be.
It's like the side strategy that's happening in addition to the robots doing the challenge that we put forth for the teams this year. I also have been noticing that the shifts management, when your hub is active versus not active, where you are on the field can make such a difference. Like we saw Team 67, they had filled up, cleared out the tower on the Blue Alliance side, but that bump defense prevented them from getting in there as soon as possible to put all of that fuel into their hub right away.
It looks like we're going to shoot over to Newton Division presented by NASA, qualification match 46. We got the number 3 ranked team versus number 7, so this should be a good one. Looks like we're still all robots are connected, so that's good, and looks like we should get thumbs up here soon. But this should be an interesting matchup. Should be tight, but again, we got an Israeli team that they haven't played a lot. 1577, right? So this is the 3rd or 4th match of the year for them.
Still shaking off the rust.
Still shaking off the rust, right?
Let's dive in. Team over here.
There's enough fuel in the sky that NASA can see it from space. Blue Alliance with a distinct advantage, 144 points on the board. And that means that Red Alliance is going to have the first shift. Blue Alliance takes advantage of the transition to get up over 200 points, putting them in good position to get to 360. But look at the absolute flurry, the flock of fuel coming down on the Red Alliance hub right now. They are not sitting still on the Red Alliance. They've got 3 seconds to go, and there's still more fuel in the air. Now it switches to blue. 60-36 taking those shots. Scoring for the Blue Alliance, 18-33. Team Bean right there with them. Blue Alliance has a continual flow of fuel despite the pressure being applied by Steampunk. Steampunk with a full load going over to the Red Alliance side as the Red Alliance hub becomes active for their shift. Both sides by the end of the shift are going to be chasing that 500-point mark in the fuel. And there we go. So both sides have earned a ranking point, but Blue Alliance has the advantage, at least for now. Red Alliance with a few more seconds to score, and they are going to go past the Blue Alliance. This is neck and neck. This is, I think, the closest match that we have seen back and forth during the course of the competition thus far. 40-36 taking shots from the back row. Those are scoring as Blue Alliance creeps up closer to 500 points. They need 50 more in order to get to that supercharged ranking point. And here comes Red. They are ready. Fuel's going in. They need 40 more, 30 more to get to Supercharge. Supercharge is in the rear view mirror for the Blue Alliance with 610 points. Things are slowing down. I can feel some grinding in the midfield, but look at Red pouring it on, trying to catch up to Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance hasn't scored in the last 30 seconds, but here we go. Blue Alliance coming on strong. Red running out of resources as we get down to time. Both sides are going to pick up a ranking point, plus another one for...
It's just what we were saying about defense in that last match. It's really making a difference. You can have that crazy throughput, but if you're getting defended, it just makes a huge difference. We're now going to take you over to Cury, taking a look at the teams over here.
Match 45. This is a match that Robotics has predicted that 254 loses.
Look at that huge auto sweep from 254 going the whole neutral zone. It's a lot. We're going to win the autonomous period.
During this autonomous period.
Newton just now, 646 going to the Blue Alliance with 5 ranking points, but the Red Alliance also getting both fuel ranking points over on their side of the field.
How would you like to score 573 and lose?
Championships. Welcome.
Making a statement to your Blue Alliance. And now the Red Alliance hub remains active here. 9609 Paradox getting a little bit hung up on that far side bump. K9.0 Robotics able to free them. Not a lot of movement there during that period for your Red Alliance. Now the Blue Alliance will capitalize on that while they already still have that lead. 199 points and now expanding courtesy of Team 254. More fuel continuing to go in. Swerving around, trying to find any last remaining fuel in their side. Whole bunch of stockpiled over by the corral on your blue side of the field. Now your Red Alliance hub is back online. Getting a whole bunch in there, bringing their point value up to a 172, and now expanding courtesy of K9.0 Robotics from the far side of the red side of the field. Feeling now a little bit starved as the Red Alliance as they look for more fuel. Hub pulsates. Last shots to go up and in. Most of those not going to count as that does go after the 3 seconds after the period comes to a close. Blue Alliance now back with an active hub and 40 seconds left to go. 105 points separate these two alliances. And the Cheesy Poofs getting in on the action once again. Human players getting their shots up and in for your Blue Alliance. And now we're under 30 seconds left to go. K9.0 putting up a few as well for your Red Alliance. Poofs looking to go back for another deposit. Running into the big defensive robot, 9068 of your Red Alliance. Both able to break free and find an opening. Poofs finding their safe spot there during the last 30 seconds. Shooting from the tower. Getting an energized RP. 3 seconds left to go. 2, 1. Match number 45 comes to a close.
What you just witnessed was the GOAT putting on a clinic. 254 was supposed to lose that match, and they were heavily defended, heavily aggressively defended. They still were able to get to that first bonus RP, but again, with the championship threshold increased, they did get an RP stolen from them. And even though they were basically solo in that match from a scoring standpoint, they just showed everyone in the world why you never underestimate them.
I really want to highlight the distribution of fuel across that field, right? So 254 is putting in the work, trying to clean up the Blue Alliance side of the field, but there was still plenty of fuel. And we've talked about, when teams are picking up a lot of fuel in their hopper, or you have ferry defense where they're sending it to the other side for their active shift later. So much fuel was pooling over on the Blue Alliance side, no matter what, throughout that match. So it was very interesting to see, it really does come down to how the alliances work together and how they communicate about what is our intention with the fuel on them. How are we managing the fuel of this match?
Right, so the defense we saw there was all positional. There was no actual fuel stealing in that match. Had the other alliance tried to steal 254's fuel, we probably would have seen an even lower score, but 254 was being blocked to get to their shooting positions, but they were never really blocked getting to another full hopper of fuel. Those corners were full for them basically every time they needed it.
So we're going to Archimedes match number 47 here, where Team 27, who has had a phenomenal season by every measurement, let's see if they had some ghosts in the first couple of matches. Let's see if they can shake those ghosts off. The expectations are pretty high for this team right now.
This does mean that the Red Alliance not going to get the autonomous they were looking for, but lucky for them, still scoring enough points to take the advantage as we get into the transition period and tally up. Red Alliance going to take every moment of that transition period to score, but now it is Blue's opportunity. All three members of this Blue Alliance launching loads and loads of fuel up into that Blue Alliance hub. Almost 200 already in this first active hub shift. The GOAT launching lots and lots of fuel. Their partners wavelength from the far corner. Few of those pieces missing just to the side, but it is now Red's turn. Red Alliance having that active hub, launching loads up front at first. But the Blue Alliance is going to start stealing and taking that fuel and launching it back to their half. The GOAT full of fuel. Precision Guessworks trying to line up, Team Rush trying to line up, but they are not being allowed to do so easily. Cresta Valley trying to make their way to their Blue Alliance hub, but F-Pro not allowing them to line up the way they were hoping, playing some tough defense against both of these Blue Alliance robots. Blue Alliance still maintaining a little bit of a lead over this Red Alliance as we hit the 1 minute mark. There is fuel all over the field. The neutral zone, both alliance zones, fuel everywhere for these teams to collect and score. Human players putting in the effort, tossing lots of fuel up into their alliance hub while it's active. Fresno Valley tossing fuel from this neutral zone. Red Alliance hub still active for remaining 2 seconds. Blue hub now going to become active as we hit end game. Both alliances capable of scoring. Blue Alliance has built themselves quite a comfortable lead over this Red Alliance, and Red is really going to have to put the effort in. Red Alliance choosing to have a team member, looks like F-Pro, playing some defense against these Blue Alliance members. Red Alliance currently undefended as they continue to score. Just now 3 seconds remaining.
Really close match getting out of our last division there. We're now moving on to daily. Things are heating up with Madtown over on the Red Alliance.
Coming over to play some defense, and now Alpha Z looking to play some defense and collect some fuel, as well as Alpha Z sending fuel out of the Red Alliance zone, trying to clear it out. 291 to 140.
Coming up for Archimedes. Take a look at the Blue Alliance squeaking away with 407 to 375. Both alliances getting that first ranking point, but like you said, Paul, it's the really low-scoring matches when there's the most work happening on the field.
Well, and that's an upset. That's an upset.
Big upset.
That's a big upset.
I really think it came down to the end game. I don't want to take too much away from 1323's performance here, but like looking at that at the end, in the end game, all the fuel was on the blue side of the field. They weren't necessarily scoring it super fast, but they just had all the fuel and they just churned it up and into the hub. And it was
tilted the field, man.
That's all it took.
Tilted the field.
Bringing it back to Daly now. Let's take a look as we get into the end game era of this match.
500 fuel and get that second ranking point. Oh, so important for our number 2 ranked team here on the Daily Division. 69-19, scoring some more fuel as well. We're in the end game portion of the match. Madtown with a hopper full of fuel and a ton of balls on the floor. Floor is hopper moment right now for the 1323 machine as they cross over the 500 fuel mark. 540 to 165. Red very much in control. They're getting at least 2 ranking points out of this match. 6 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance trying to score some more fuel as well. A ton of fuel on the floor, but time runs out in match number 47. All right, let's see the results of match number 47. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Our final score, 599 to 179. Red Alliance gets 5 ranking points.
99. Great performance by our Red Alliance here. 480 fuel. They got that second ranking point. We've been talking about that higher threshold, and Red Alliance really put in the work. Blue Alliance, a little bit of struggles, but a lot of learned lessons, I think, from every match, right? Even if it doesn't have the outcome that you hoped for, or even if, Robotics tells you one thing before you go into that match, the bigger thing to remember is coming out of it, what did we learn? What do we want to adapt for next time?
Yeah, I think with this match, this division is the turret division. It is a significantly disproportionate amount of turret bots versus dumper bots. So it's going to be very interesting. It's setting up the number 1 and number 2 seed in this are both probably the best 2 turret bots in the place, but it's going to really set us up for like the rhetoric about the multi-dumper alliance versus the multi-turret alliance. Now, again, both of these robots have high capacity, so the reality is it's high capacity versus high capacity, just different ways of delivering. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. But again, these turret robots have to tilt the field. Right? That's the way. They have to use the home zone as their hopper and defend against the steal.
Right. Both high capacity, but what's interesting is just the speed the robots are moving. Your dumper robots are flying around the field because they are unloading all of their fuel very quickly, and then they need to go reload very quickly. 1323, they're not moving particularly fast, but they don't have to because they're all able to score no matter where they're facing, no matter where they're picking up from. They are putting a beautiful stream of fuel up and into that hub, so they're not panicking ever. They are just slowly moving around the field, putting up massive numbers, and you saw it in that match. They put up probably well over 300, 400 solo, and they made it look easy.
Yes, always be shooting, baby. Like, that's what they're doing.
Yep.
Always be shooting. And that was a strategy that they said, we're doing that from the start. And unlike other teams, they didn't rebuild their robot, but they did do some work.
Some cool stuff going on there.
And they added a thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't wait to talk about that thing.
I want to see it.
Yeah. They added a thing, and it's going to be really amazing to watch.
Yep.
We're going to take it to Archimedes in a second. Take a look at 11-14, one of our Hall of Fame teams on the field over here. I'm excited to continue to see, and we've been seeing this across the division, so Archimedes is no stranger to this, but shooting on the move is a very challenging thing for teams to accomplish, right? And to see it put on display so well here at the championship, it's been such a treat, and I think we come here to compete, but we also come here to inspire, and I think for other teams watching at home or in the venue even, like getting to see how other teams tackle the challenge and how, it doesn't take a rebuild to win matches here at championships. You can just hone your skills that you started thinking about, day one after kickoff. It's like, what kind of robot archetype do we want to build? What strategy do we want to focus on? And you're seeing teams like in that last match, it's just, this is how we're going to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, we should touch on this about, there's another vision thing that First did many years ago to put us in a position that we're in right now. And while we're waiting for this match to start, I guess we can touch on it. And that is the requirement that if you want to reuse your code, you must share it publicly. And I am telling you, that has changed everything. There are teams that are doing shoot on the move, and if that wasn't a thing, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Like the sharing and the cooperation you're getting off of the field, so you don't really need it on the field. And I love the fact that this game takes the cooperation part off the field, and on the field, we're just playing robots, man. And it's really fun to see. We're getting ready to start this match. We got a thumbs up. So we should see the Auton coming up here in a few seconds. Here we go.
For these teams, order replacement called prior to the match. So far for that Blue Alliance, it looks like it has been successful as they hit that almost 100. There it is, 100 points in this beginning autonomous period. Robotics for the Blue Alliance, quick into that neutral zone at the end here, getting stuck on top of some fuel. Luckily for them, able to get back on all fours and continue on. Lots and lots of fuel coming from Cury 6 into that hub, but Red is going to start with that first active hub shift. Red Alliance doing everything they can to work on getting this fuel up into the air. Teams continuing to see what we've seen them do the entire day so far and all season. Gather that fuel from the neutral zone, get it to their Alliance's side of the field, score it into the hub, and then grab it from the field again. Lots of it going to and from that neutral zone, back into Alliance's side of the field as they continue to try and score their best. Blue Alliance continuing, though, to benefit, looks like, in this match. 300 points already from their first shift in autonomous. Red Alliance, though, has something to say about it. They are not going to let this just go easy. Laser grabbing fuel from that Blue Alliance side, sliding underneath that trench and grabbing fuel to bring back to that Red Alliance area of the field. 2 blue robots currently in that Red Alliance zone. Blue hub now active for storing. Cury 6 trying to line themselves up. Laser not making it easy. Egg Robotic over there as well. Oxford Robocats just launching that fuel from the neutral zone back to the Red Alliance side of the field. They have a very large capacity on that robot. That may be beneficial for them as they can collect more and more pieces of fuel to score. Sliding around this field, the robot angles itself differently based off of where that hub is. As we're under now and getting to that 15-second mark, both hubs active for these teams. Blue Alliance, though, large lead at this time. 550 points already as we hit 5 seconds remaining. Will they get to 600 points by the end of the match? We'll have to see if those last few fuel counted for that 600 goal.
Unofficial score at the end there, near 600. We'll see what those official scores look like, but wow, that match. Guys, what did you notice?
I noticed that it started off slow. Well, it started with a nice auto from Blue, and also that no one is safe from the surfing.
No one is safe. So here are those scores. Officially over 600 now. Double fuel ranking points over for the Blue Alliance, so 11-14 stays at the number 5th position now, and then Red Alliance taking home a ranking point as well. So, but one ranking point brings you down, and it's.
Yeah, but how do you score 606, get 5 ranking points, and not move in the rankings?
It's crazy.
Right. Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's something else, man. It's something else.
Something else to highlight from that match. Red Alliance, they moved a lot more fuel than the score shows. 6459, one of the best turrets out of Turkey. Looked like their aim was a little bit off that match. It looked like they were hitting sort of front left of the hub. Had that fuel been going in for them, I think they could have hit the 500. They were moving a lot.
They shot a lot. They shot enough fuel to win that match. They just didn't score a lot of fuel.
Unfortunately. So watch out for them, because once they get that online, they're going to be trouble. They would look excellent.
Live and die by the vision, right? You guys live and die by the vision.
Oh yeah.
100%. 100%. we're going to take you over to Milstein in a second here. We've got the number 2 versus the number 4 for Milstein. So this should be a fun match to watch. See how the rankings are impacted. See what the teams prioritize, right? So are they going to prioritize the win? Are they going to prioritize the RP? We have to wait and see.
It'll just make my day a match that someone A-stops so they can purposely lose on them. I want to see it.
Oh, you're going to be watching the field go in. They're going to A-stop it just at the right time so they lose by 5.
And have a full hopper.
Yep, that's the dream.
I'm telling you.
That's a spicy thought.
take.
Spicy
I'm telling you, man.
You're ready for Einstein, aren't you?
So ready.
So ready to press button.
Yeah, I'm just going to be doing commentary with nobody listening, but it's fine. Maybe someday. We can all dream, can't we?
We're all Einstein commentators in our own heads. All robots are connected now.
Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting for this match to get started. Well, we should see a pretty spicy auton here. I think you're going to see some interesting collisions depending on where the lineups are. I'm looking forward to seeing a third robot auto. I'm actually
6238's your robot. They ran some really good autos at the California Championship.
So get your popcorn ready, 6238.
Right.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, so I'm surprised actually that we're this deep into the tournament and we haven't seen more.
Yep.
We haven't seen more even attempts. And I think a lot of that has to do with the threshold, right? I don't want to take this chance because we may not get the 500, right? And so I think that's coming into play, which is going to hurt them later.
You might not get the 360. So let's see our teams now. Auto underway.
So it looks like 6238 just ran their normal auto.
From 7457, hopefully this robot is okay. Getting hung up on the far side trench. Their teammates still powering in some fuel here, and Red Alliance does look like they will take the early advantage. But a bit of a precarious situation here for Super Duper, caught up on some fuel underneath the trench, and as some help from their teammates, it looks like they are back in action. Hopefully that robot is okay as Blue Alliance takes the first shift here of the match, and 2 Phil Hoppers on the blue side of the field. Team 7039 XO and their teammates 6989 Kaiser, both delivering those hoppers full of fuel and heading back to recollect here as Red Alliance keeping control here of neutral space and trying to clean up any fuel that's getting scored here, any rebounds along the way. Unofficially 180 to 128, and another volley here from the Red Alliance will cut that deficit as Red Alliance tries to keep pace and retake the lead here if they can. Team number 8158, Bosphorus Robotics from Turkey, is that blue machine that's moving back and forth in red space, trying to slow down the Popcorn Penguins out of Los Altos, California. Despite the defense, they are able to find an opening before time runs out on the active hub, and blue takes over once again. Red Alliance managed to retake the lead there in that last shift. Blue Alliance is starting to cut into that lead here, 220 to 260 with just over a minute left in play here. They have 5 more seconds on their active hub before it transitions back over to red, and some last second scoring coming in for blue before red once again takes over. Super Duper Robotics with a hopper full once again, collecting right from that depot, and the team from Indianapolis able to quickly acquire more game pieces and put them up into the hub, but 2 blue machines to contest with. It is congested over on the red side of the field as 8158 and their teammates XO trying to slow down 9635 there on the far side of the field. As we reach our endgame period of play, Blue Alliance at it once again, trying to cut into the Red Alliance lead. They are close to the ranking point here, 2 fuel away for the Red Alliance. That delivery should do it for red as they hit the energized ranking point. 13 seconds left for Blue Alliance for the same feat. Unofficially 396 to 300. Blue looking for 60 more fuel if they can get it done. It's going to be tight with 3, 2, 1.
So we're Galileo match 49, side by side with the end of that match. We're not quite started yet, but it looks like everybody. Nope, we still got some
while we get
working on the robots.
While we get ready on Galileo, let's talk about the end of that Milstein match for a moment here. We were seeing the impact of an early autonomous trench incident, right? Right, coming out of that transition shift, Red wasn't able to take as much opportunity because they were busy trying to unstuck one of their robots. And thankfully, they bounced back really well. Like I was concerned for a second, you know, when you get stuck in the trench, it's a little bit of scary moment, but it looked like they just got caught on their intake, which was flexible enough to be, you know, released.
Getting beached, getting stuck on a bump, getting clotheslined in the trench, it's the gift that keeps on taking. Because not only do you not score, you've got to take one of your partner robots away from doing the thing they're supposed to do to break you free. So it's a double whammy.
Scores on the board here. Despite all of those challenges, Red Alliance takes the win. 477, but the ranking point.
Yeah.
The ranking point.
Ranking point, man. Ranking point, man.
A little bummer for the Red Alliance not to be able to get that second ranking point, but hey, all of them ascending in the rankings for that Milstein division. A little bit of motion over on Blue. Again, with 0 ranking points, it can really hurt sometimes.
It's a killer. It's a killer. Absolute killer.
Galileo still getting ready here.
It looks like we're ready to go on Galileo division presented by Mauser Electronics, and here we go. Big collisions in the middle.
Robots converging in the middle, picking up those fuel cells and shooting them in rapidly. Holy guacamole. Link getting another round of fuel cells and putting those in as well. Now they're going for a third one. They fill halfway up. And time runs out in autonomous, but the Blue Alliance, led by that great autonomous mode, takes the lead and they win autonomous. Link goes back and scores another big chunk during the transition period, and now we are in shift 1 where the Red Alliance has their red hub activated. So Red trying to close the gap. Blue is over 200 already. Red looks like they're gonna catch them and maybe overtake them in just shift, and they do. So nicely done, but we go to shift number 2, and Blue is just going to town. They take the lead back. They're already up by 50 points, and they're just getting started. They still got 15 seconds to go in this shift. Blue grabbing about a 100-point lead now as they come to the end of shift number 2. And here comes shift 3. Red gonna try to come back into it. Let's see if they can. A large number of those fuel cells being put in by the multiple Red robots that are good at shooting. They've already cut it down to a 30-point lead. And here comes shift 4. So Blue still in the lead as they start shift 4, and they are now building on it. They're going to go over 500 points here any second. They're at 487. Here comes another flurry, and they go other. Well, there they are. They're over 500 now. We come to the end game. They've already earned 2 ranking points over on the Blue side. They're close on Red to earning the first ranking point, and they get it. So with the last 15 seconds of the match, Blue's going to try to get over 600 points. Red does go over 400. 10 seconds to go. Quite a bit of nice scoring on both sides. Blue at 650. They're going up for 660, 665. And probably a little bit more there as we get to the end.
Excellent showing there by all the robots in Galileo qual match number 49. Blue Alliance put up a fantastic score. Blue Alliance just has 3 really strong robots. Link, Waffle, and Nemesis, 3 very well-known teams. They all worked in unison there. Probably almost 700 points. Paul, what'd you see there?
Yeah, I mean, it actually started out quite even, right? But then you just saw the field slowly tilt. You saw a lot of the fuel just kind of magically gravitate toward Blue Alliance. That was just a methodical passing coordination with scoring. Like, not everybody was scoring at the same time during the active zone, but they were making sure that at the end of the match they had enough fuel to not starve the shooting. And so you saw that at the end of the match, the score went a little bit hyperbolic there.
Yeah. There was also a good amount of time where Link was down in the far end, like playing defense and filling up their hopper. It took them a while to get out because they were really clustered with the other 3 robots that were trying to score, but they made it back and put up a huge score.
When you have 3 scoring robots, you can take one of them and do crazy things with them. And you saw that a little bit in that match. Because, again, you want to score a lot of points, but you just want to make sure you score more than the other team, and you've got to start practicing the strategies that you're going to use in the playoffs, because you can't just go ahead and turn on a new muscle and just think it's going to work. Right. You have to test it, and you saw a little bit of that in this match.
All right. We do want to take a look at a match that we didn't show on screen yet. So we're heading over to Daily Division now, match number 49. Let's take a look. So, kicking things off with Autonomous right away. Quick work by High Tide, 44-14 in the middle there. And similar to what we were talking about before, you've got these robots that have this high capacity hopper, and they're able to really fill things up. But this auto was just so beautiful to watch.
Hungry hippos, man.
Absolutely. So you take, they pulled as much fuel as possible from the neutral zone, head over to the depot, and shooting on the move. Again, we talked about this earlier, but shooting on the move really changes the game a lot. They're able to empty the hopper, simultaneously fill it up without missing any fuel. Really awesome stuff. And the Red Alliance, their alliance partners, are getting in the way with the other Blue Alliance, keeping that lane of travel open for High Tide. Either when they're blocking the trench up here, this lane is open down here. And a lot of multi-ferry going on by all 3 robots. They're all helping each other, collaborating very well.
I made it very clear that 44-14 is my favorite robot here, but they made what will be a critical mistake in the playoffs. And during transition, they shot about 30 balls after they didn't count. And while they're going to get away with it in this match, clearly, they got to clean that up. Because that stuff, that's going to hurt them. That's going to hurt them in the playoffs, and they got to clean that up.
I think we also need to shout out 4678 Cybercavs is probably one of the best tall dumpers at this competition. They are excellent. They've got a unique intake. As you can see, their bumper's also a little funky, but they are just working that far side bump, really keeping 44-14 fed. I mean, look at how many fuel they just put into that outpost corner. That's going to keep 44-14 busy for the whole rest of the match.
Wait, let's take a look at that again right here. So we have a Blue Alliance robot trying to ferry fuel out of the Red Alliance side, and it just goes straight into 4678's robot, which just helps the Red Alliance out massively. And we've been talking a lot about where does the fuel collect. This Red Alliance is stocked for that last Alliance shift for the Red Alliance.
And their home zone is their hopper, and so 44-14 is just going to take advantage of that.
Right, and just so smooth. Look at how cleanly 4678 goes right to the neutral zone. Everything that High Tide is scoring, it bounces on the floor once directly into the Cybercavs' giant hopper. And look, they're totally full to start endgame. They're going to come back and probably score another 50, 60, 70 fuel right there.
And this beautiful 2 robots passing during an active period. So they're one robot that just scores a gajillion. It's just scoring the balls that they're passing, and now they have a full hopper. So you're at the end of the match, and they can now contribute.
Going into endgame, the Red Alliance area did get sparse, but look at High Tide and their alliance partners, 24-29, taking advantage of some stillness in the center field, collecting as much fuel as possible, bringing it back to score as all the way in the end, all the way up to the very last second. And you can see it made a difference. That ending unofficial score was 741.
I mean, like you say, there were no balls in the zone or no fuel in the zone, but there was like 200 in robots.
Right, exactly.
Right, but that's exactly what you want. You don't want to be leaving, like, it always really hurts to see 2 full corners in your alliance zone when the match is over, because like that was wasted points. You really should have, instead of running a neutral zone, you should have been cleaning your corners. The corners were clean, all the fuel was in the robots, all the fuel was in the hub.
Yeah, High Tide's going to be the runaway #1 seed in this division unless something catastrophic happens. That machine and that driver and it's just everything's on point right now.
1323 is watching them pretty closely.
Yeah.
They're getting run through money.
So we're now going to take you to Cury for match number 49, kicking things off. What are we noticing here? 5 versus 2.
I see 125 on the Blue Alliance. That's one of the best die rotors here. Played with them, played against them. They're one of the best teleop robots in the world.
Listen, the Neutron's got a little bit unlucky. They're in a heavy dumper division. There's like 22 really, really good high volume dumpers. And they're sitting here being this turret robot. And it's a mindset thing. Like sometimes, just like when you're drafting line section, you're looking for matchups. And 125 has got an uphill battle to show some of these higher ranked dumpers that they can be a better complement than maybe another high volume dumper. So let's see how this match goes. We got thumbs up. Looks like we're going to start auto coming up right now.
And 125 quick to their side of the field with a full hopper. Die rotor shooting up and in, hitting the A-stop now. 2992 SS Prometheus. Going back, the lone robot moving here in this autonomous period right now. Able to bring the point. Scores in their favor, 60-38 as drivers take control. 125 doing that nice little cleanup there during the transition period. And now the Red Alliance hub remaining active. Bronco bots and neutrons, 2 die rotors colliding center of the field. And now 125 stealing fuel from the red side of the field. Shoot on the move, send it over to their side. Now grabbing the fuel that the Red Alliance has scored through their hub down onto the ground and over to their side of the field. Under some defense from your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has a little bit of catch-up work left to do, down by about 60 points, rapidly disintegrating that point differential, now to 160, 22-point differential here. Red Alliance stockpiling for their alliance as well. Their next shift starts up in about 3 seconds. 125 continuing to send fuel to their side. Pop fly going over to the scoring table. More fuel down in for your Red Alliance. The Cyclone Robot 1987 Bronco bots. Driving around, shooting on the move, picking up from the corral. Making a statement here for your Red Alliance. Neutrons doing the same in the center of the field. 75-67. The Octopus Machine makes their way back to collect for the Blue Alliance. Now their hub is back online. Down by about 150 points, but that point differential so fast as they break it down to less than 100 points. Blue Alliance feeling slightly starved from double defense of your Red Alliance. 26-82, Boneyard just keeping the Blue Alliance away from being able to get to their side of the field. And now under 30 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance rapidly approaching the Red Alliance's 448. Red Alliance has something else to say about that. Fuel continuing to go in for both sides. Over 500 points for your Red Alliance. We're supercharged on the red side. Blue Alliance coming back. 3 seconds left to go. 2, 1, and time expires. We got your results for that match going up on the board. Taking the win is your Red Alliance. 575 points, the Blue Alliance.
tough match over on Cury. Things were looking like they were going to swing one way coming out of auto, but then it just seemed like an uphill battle for all of the teams across the entire match. What'd you notice?
Fuel management difficulties. It just seemed like teams never had the fuel where they wanted it to be. They kept having to go back to the neutral zone and really battle for it. Only at the end there, and I think that's how Red really took it. It seems like sort of near the end, Fuel ended up in the Red Alliance zone, and it worked out great for them. But it definitely was an uphill battle all around.
But we got an important thing happening at the desk right now. Aiden is back.
I'm here. I've returned. I got to see that match. Definitely an interesting one. Like you said, the fuel management really an issue over there on the Blue Alliance, seemingly having options but no ability to score, and Red Alliance really running low of options towards the end. So a bit of a back and forth, but not as clear-cut of a path to victory for Red, and Blue really struggling to maintain the same advantages. So, a bit of a toss-up. That's the way it goes.
It was really interesting to see, though, two of the best die rotors, 1987 Bronco bots versus 125 the Neutrons. We did highlight the Neutrons before the match. 1987 also worth a highlight. Also, as you saw in that match, an excellent die rotor turret robot.
That division has some really great robots, really great variety, I think, too, as Paul was saying earlier. Do we feel that any of the divisions are particularly weighted one way or another?
In terms of turret versus the dumper style. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell. I think that's something that as we get to see everybody really step into their own, we'll kind of know who the threats are. My gut feeling is it's probably going to be more dumper heavy all across the board, just given what we've seen in the different sources of media, right? We've seen different things like the photos coming out of, here's all the clones of 254 and 1678. And so there may be a bias of, the dumpers are everywhere, or something that is akin to a dumper, like a triple shooter. So I would say it's just too hard to tell right now. But we're definitely seeing the turrets stepping in. We are going to start moving on ahead to Galileo, match 51. Red Alliance looking real scary here, 58, 95, and 16. I know that those are some popular household teams. Tell me a little bit more about them, Drew.
Well, I know Petty, you talk about a pedigree for a team. They were just on Einstein last year. They have been fantastic for many years. 16 bomb squad, former world champion, again, very consistent. 39-37 breakaway, also very consistent. It's just a really strong across the board Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, not dropping anything there either. 18-16 Green Machine, very good. 40-20 Cyber Tribe also has done very well at the championship and has had a very strong season.
We're going to bring you to Galileo in just a few seconds here. It looks like our teams are still setting up for Autonomous. Why don't we talk about something that was a little bit new for Auto this year? You could have your ordered setup. What are the benefits of doing that?
Well, the ordered setup has actually been around. I believe 2024 was kind of the first time it was really getting called quite a bit because of that note race for the center. For those of you who don't know, it's very similar to this rush that we're seeing in Auto. We can talk more about this, but let's throw it down to Galileo Field and see what's going on.
The 6 robots are moving. Advantage Blue, but Red with a big flurry now being put in. Catching up. Who is going to take Autonomous? It looks like Blue just barely ekes it out. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance. So that means Red is going to be active in shift number 1. Some scoring by both teams during that transition, but now the Red hub is active and it is shift 1. Red taking a lead and building on it. Breakaway doing well, putting a number of those fuel cells in, and here come the bomb squad doing the same. So the two Arkansas teams working in tandem. We enter into shift number 2. The blue hub becomes active. We've got a couple of blue robots now shooting the fuel cells into that hub. We also have Team Breakaway shooting a lot of those fuel cells over to the red side of the field. But Cyber Tribe putting some into the hub for blue. We go over to shift number 3 now. The red robots shooting into their hub. Bomb squad puts them in. Meanwhile, Petty Robotics has gathered a whole bunch of those fuel cells, and they shoot them all up. Breakaway shooting theirs in as well. And the Red Alliance with about a 200-point lead as we go under a minute to go. Almost down to 3/4 of a minute. So, big advantage for the Red Alliance. We're counting down toward the end game here. Blue closing that gap a little bit, but it's still over 100 points for the red. Red goes up there over 400. Blue trying to get up to 300 in the last 20 seconds here. A big flurry of fuel cells being put in, both blue and red here as we go under 10 seconds. 5 seconds now to go in this match. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got scores coming up, and it is going to be the Red Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 599 to 333.
Excellent last match over on the Galileo field. Quals 51 of 125, 599 to 333. A couple penalties there, but overall a very clean game. Red really putting in work. I loved watching the stockpile that they set up for themselves at the end to push past that 500-point threshold for the RP.
Yeah, it was really solid. Like, they really cleared out the neutral zone there. They really put in the work, got every single fuel that they could, moved it all back. And Aiden, like you said, you could tell that they were really hoping and praying that, you know, they were going to move it all back to their side, and that in the final 25-ish seconds, they were going to pick it all up and get it into the hub.
Yeah, very slow transition out of the last active shift for their opponents, and then just a big rush at the very end. Really, really stellar play. I don't know if they can afford to play like that in elims, but for the rank, fantastic. What do we got on the other screen here, Manisha? We're looking at Newton Division. What's up ahead?
We're going to Newton. We're taking a look at 180, 2713. One of the other die rotor robots here with that center turret. Let's take a look and see how our teams shake out for match number 52.
They go for the second round. Let's see if Blue Alliance can catch up. They've got 30 to go, and there's 30 in the air, but here's Red continuing to score. Red Alliance up to 118, looks like 120 by the end of counting, and that means that Red Alliance will take the auto, and that means that Blue will have the first shift. But look at this, 91-28, hung up on fuel in the neutral zone. See if they can get some help for their Alliance partners. They managed to escape on their own, and look at this, all three robots on the Blue Alliance side firing at the same time. Blue Alliance wanting to put a lot of space between them and the Red Alliance here as they get up over 200 in this latest volley, and they've got 10 seconds to go, so that means more Blue Alliance scoring is coming. 27-13, Red Hawk scoring right now with their Alliance partners, but Blue, as they approach 280, that's going to put a line in the sand for Red, but here comes Red. 91-28 scoring right now. Itcon, they're currently at number 2. They want to stay there with 5 ranking points here in this match. 4206 Robobikes scoring right now with their Omnibot. And Red Alliance manages to get a little bit ahead of Blue, but Blue is ready for the shift change. They're going to get to 360 in this round unless something mysterious and miraculous happens. So there it is, 364 on the board for the Blue Alliance. They're now looking at 500. And Red Alliance can certainly do it as their shift becomes active. It's their last shift before we get to the end game. All three robots able to score, and they are now on the same hunt as the Blue Alliance. They're ahead of Red. Red is ahead of Blue right now, getting up over 400 points. They've got 70 more to go to get to that second ranking point, and let's see if they can do it as we get down to the end of their shift. A few more points on the board to get them up to 450. 50 to go in the last 30 seconds for Red Alliance. Let's see if they can do it. Blue Alliance has got a little bit of ground to make up. And blue is on the defensive here, trying to slow down red. Red Hawk now, they've got a full load of fuel, but they're choosing not to score it, choosing instead to defend. And let's see what happens. We got a piece of the robot hanging off of Robo Chargers. And we've got, time has expired now. Red Alliance has earned 2 ranking.
We're going to be checking out some action on Hopper. This one's looking like a really good match. I see thumbs up in the air. Bucks on red. We have Hammerheads 1701. That's the Robo Cubs on blue. Going to be really interesting how this one shakes out. Let's see how this auto goes down.
Hopper Division sponsored by GE Aerospace. Fuel disappearing into very, very compact robots. They are driving on their own code.
While we watch Hopper, we're going to take a look at that score over from Newton. 568 points for our Red Alliance there, ascending 91-28 into the #1 spot. Nicely done for our Newton team. So we're going to take you back to Hopper now, zoom in on the action happening here on the field.
To the red robots, I see Avenger 7451 working hard on the offensive, collecting and chasing a blue robot. In the alliance zone on the red side, I see the Bucks Wrath, currently our 2nd ranked team, collecting fuel and scoring just as the timer expires on their shift. They are hard at work, volleying fuel to their side for their next active time. Looking to the blue robots who are scoring far away from me, I see Team 5000, that's Hammerheads. 1701 in the middle, Robo Cubs. Very, very square robot they have. A volley of fuel goes up for the red side, and lots of fuel bounces over into the neutral zone, courtesy of Hammerheads. As the blue hub activates, fuel goes up and in. The Mega Metalbots and Robo Cubs working valiantly alongside 5000. They pull ahead by about 200 points with 30 seconds to go. The Red Alliance made a very strong finish.
Every time
Looking back to the blue side as time ticks down, we have 10 seconds to go. Some last second shots from these teams. Charger, Avenger, and the Bucks Wrath doing what they can to catch up. But at the end of that match, blue holds the lead, and we'll get that final tally back to you in just a moment.
What a match with that unofficial score of 513 to 303. We have official scores coming up for that Hopper match. Blue Alliance with the win there, 526 to 319. Something that I noticed that was quite fascinating to me is that 5000 and 7451 were kind of playing tag throughout that match, following each other around the trenches. A little bit of, you know, robot to robot defense as opposed to like a zone control. Well, we did see 7451 in the end kind of occupy that area near the depot on the Blue Alliance side of the field, but tough match trying to keep up offensively for that Red Alliance.
Really hard match. You know, we've talked a bunch about how the fuel needs to go from side to side to occupy zones. We didn't see too much of that, but we saw a ton of the robots occupying zone to zone, and that's kind of the signifier of, okay, maybe everybody isn't like up where they need to be right now, and this is more of a defensive game where just people are hitting each other left and right. It's the game of tag, like you said, and they're running around the whole field. It's less fuel play and more, can I hit this person out of the way play. So not the highest scoring match overall either.
Early in the match too, everyone collected in the center as well, which was just like a lot of traffic in that neutral zone, which really kind of impedes that initial grab for fuel, which affects the way that you approach your active shifts.
Right. What I saw in that match was a lot of stealing. I think that is why 6329 was not able to hit the 360 there. 5000 came over, stole a lot of fuel. All of the other robots from that alliance came over and stole fuel. There was nothing for them to work with.
Speaking of working with, we're now going over to Newton, see what our teams on the field have going on now.
On the Blue Alliance side, let's see which one of those a foul can come out fair at the end of this match. For Auto, though, Red Alliance and the Flaming Chickens look like they are going to take that one, which means Blue Alliance is going to have the first shift. Red Alliance still has an opportunity during the transition to add more fuel to their total. They are taking it. Blue Alliance now with the shift, and they are shooting and scoring. 386 team voltage lining up. 2046 bare metal out in the midfield, and 1807 Redbird sitting still. 2046 unable to get through the trench. They are being blocked heavily by steel armadillos who are putting their armadillo claws into the carpet and preventing 2046 from moving. 2046, let's see if they can get there. This is a regular standoff over there on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance taking advantage of that, and they are scoring. They are way ahead now. 386 has been stealing fuel, team voltage, from the Red Alliance side of the field, sending it over to Blue. But 818, 818, they are doing a great job of preventing 2046. 2046 unable to score anything beyond Auto in this match. They've made it in just far enough to be able to score, and you can see the result of that right now. So they have managed to close the gap somewhat. Red Alliance, though, is about to take over here in 5 seconds and see if they can score more. They are ready. 5549 is ready, as well as 1540 Flaming Chickens, and they are shooting and scoring. There goes 2046. Looking to be the disruptor over there on the Red Alliance side, try and slow them down, steal that fuel from the backside. They can do that. And they are making it back over the hump, over the bump, take it over to their side of the field. Red Alliance continuing to score. Griffin Robotics. Griffin, that's another bird-like thing. Here goes Blue Alliance looking to score now as they have the shift, looking to get up over 200, and they're going to do it. Red Alliance with 20 seconds to go on the clock. They're trying to get up over 500. We know they can do it if they can get all the robots back to their side of the field so that they can shoot. 818 Steel Armadillos has got a full load of fuel. Let's see if they can shoot it before they go and climb. 1540 in the corner. They're shooting too. There goes 818 off the ground. And that is going to put us at the end of the match. There might have been enough on the Red Alliance side.
What a valiant way to try and end that match over on our previous division, Newton there. We're now taking you to Johnson with Auto underway.
113, nice auto by the Blue Alliance. 498 not taking any time out. They just quickly run out here. We got a problem, 7551, Extreme Mechanism. They're sitting on a whole bunch of fuel, and the Red Alliance is just going to let them sit there. Blue Alliance is going to help them out. 5968, Little Apple Cybergs, they get on top of some fuel too. 6652 playing a little tough defense there, trying to prevent the Little
That last match in Newton, 516 for Red, 375 for Blue. Blue walking away with no ranking points, not quite hitting that 360 threshold.
So,
we have a little defensive action here. Some of these robots, not allowing these robots to cross over the bumps. 498, Cobra Commander shooting from the side. Relatively close match. Blue's active, 196 to 131. Blue has the lead. 5968, they're stealing fuel by the Red Alliance. They're going over and grabbing it from the Red Alliance zone. They now meet 4967, that one team. Prevent them temporarily from going through that trench. Red is active for another 12 seconds. 230 to 149. Blue has the lead. 5968. That's Little Apple Cybergs from Manhattan, Kansas. Playing some defense there, trying to make it tough on the Red Alliance. Shift over to blue right now, 15 more seconds. They have the lead, they have an active hub, and nobody is shooting right now. 59-68 decides, no, 498, Cobra Commanders starts shooting there. And we go to endgame. Both hubs are active. Blue has a very big lead, 314 to 167. Blue is getting close to getting that energized ranking point, 327. They need a little over 30 more to go. 15 more seconds. Can they get that extra ranking point? Easily. And this match ends in 3, 2, 1. In the waiting seconds there, Blue Alliance able to get extra points there into the Blue Alliance hub. They will secure that energized ranking point. They will likely get 4 ranking points out of this match. 3 for the win and 1 for the energized hub.
A lot of things happening in that match,
Yeah,
right?
solid match on Johnson there.
Yeah. So I think we were noticing that a few robots were having some issues, right?
Yep.
I don't know if it was quite a brownout or a drive issue. It's hard to tell. But what did you notice?
I noticed an excellent performance from 498. Aiden pointed it out during the match, so I'm going to steal your thunder a little bit and call it out. But talk about some great shooting from the neutral zone on the move by 498. I love robots that have implemented that, where they are just doing a nice scoop backwards through the neutral zone. They are firing off all the fuel in their hopper while grabbing a little bit more. I also think it's really interesting. I want to see more teams do that, because I think it's interesting if you are shooting back while heading to the neutral zone, you can kind of block one of your opponent's trenches or bumps. So if you're doing that during your inactive shift, you know, that you're taking away a lane for them to get back to the neutral zone while actively helping your alliance. It's a smart move.
Yeah, you don't need to be necessarily collecting fuel all the time, but you should always be moving fuel. And so having that pass backwards while repositioning, blocking off a trench, doing what you can is super advantageous. Even though you're not collecting everything on the field, sometimes those options just don't exist. But fantastic performance, just seeing all the tricks up their sleeve. Really, really smooth moves from 498 out there.
Yeah.
Field management, field awareness,
Field
right?
awareness,
Like,
yeah.
A lot of drive teams tend to like lock in on their robot and really just like tunnel vision, like where is my robot going? Where is the fuel? Maybe. But then drive coaching, your drive coach has to think about the whole field, everything that's going on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fresh in from
Are we
Archimedes.
seeing this right?
We are seeing this right. There is a 6 ranking point match.
They exist,
over
the unicorns.
Archimedes.
They're over. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
9470, Control Alt Defeat, along with 1189 and 3604. They have achieved a unicorn here, 622 to 424. But I don't care about those scores. I'm looking at those ranking points. Oh man.
That might be the only time we see that little tower icon lit up this whole competition. So take it in. It's probably not going to happen again.
Wow, that is history here at the 2026 championships.
That's also big, because 9470, they're in the #2 spot. Like, that could very well make the difference. Like, once this all shakes out, whether it's going to be them, you know, staying in the top 4, like that one ranking point probably matters a lot.
And they're not a team that has that climb either, so you know they are super grateful to have that on their side as they continue their way to the top.
What a treat to see some endgame tower points. What a treat.
Absolutely fantastic. Well,
we're going to take you to Newton. Drew, what's happening on Newton?
Well, let's take a look. Who we got here? I see Cougars Gone Wired. They have a nice climber. Also see 604 Quicksilver on red. That very large robot going back over the bump to continue their autonomous period, cleaning out the depot. We'll throw it over to the audio on Newton so they can commentate the rest of this match.
Running, and they are going to surge ahead, and it looks like they are going to take it as they crest 100 fuel scored in that autonomous period. One more for Blue as the human players contribute, and that means that Blue Alliance will have that first shift. So 90-29 is scoring right now for the Blue Alliance, along with 29-96 Cougars Gone Wired. They're putting up fuel right now. They got one more opportunity here as we get down, maybe 2 more opportunities to score to try and put some distance between them and the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance scoring undefended, Red Alliance ready to go, and here they are. They are scoring now as the shift changes, and it is all red all the time, and they're going to go past 204, which is the Blue Alliance number here. And they continue to surge on their way to 360. They've got 10 seconds to go. That means more time to score. And they go with 4 more seconds, and they're going to put some more fuel in there and get up to 270 in a very good spot to get to 360 in their next shift. Blue Alliance, though, does not want to let that stand. They are going to close that gap any way they can. Here comes fuel from Team NF. Cougars gone wired, stuck in the corner, see if they can score. They're going to come out into the midfield and see what they can do as Red takes over. Blue Alliance putting in a little bit more at the end. So Red Alliance now with the lead. Red Alliance continuing to surge on their way to 360. Tons of fuel in the sky right now on its way to the hub on the Red Alliance side. 2052 over in the corner, Nightcrawler looking to pick up that fuel, any fuel that it can get its hands on, and get that scored as we get down to the end game. Red Alliance with a comfortable lead right now. Blue Alliance has to pour it on, and look at them go. Blue Alliance looking to close the gap now. 90-29 in the back row, trying to score as much as they can from all of that accumulated fuel, and their alliance partner coming in now. 29-96 looking to climb. They're going to go up. They've got 13 seconds to go. How high will they go? They're going to level 1. It looks like they can go higher. And it looks like that's where they're going to stay, is at level 1 in that climb. Red Alliance, though, is continuing to score on their way to 500. Will it be enough to get to 500? I don't think so, but our referees will do their final tallies, and we'll have your official results up on the board in just a moment.
Fantastic performance by the Red Alliance there. 604 having a lot of support from the old dumper robots on their side. Blue Alliance having a little bit of struggle, but ultimately winding up in a lot of the right positions until a couple of things seem to get caught, a little snag, not able to fully capitalize the way they want, but clearly they knew what they were trying to achieve.
Yeah, looks like both alliances were able to energize. If I can look real close, I do see both are above 360 fuel scored, so everybody's getting a ranking point, but yeah, Red Alliance kind of ran away with that one at the end. Quicksilver, that again, it's just another turret. They don't need to move particularly fast. They just need to be moving towards the fuel, emptying their hopper as they're refilling, and it's just a constant stream of scoring from the 604 robot.
Consistency versus speed, I think, is something that can make or break this game, which seems counterintuitive because it's like, well, you just want to score as fast as possible, as much as possible. But if you're leading to issues like, I mean, we've seen this throughout the season where if you pick up things too quickly in certain intakes, it really just jams up the rest of the system integration that you have going on, and your throughput goes from something that's substantial to nothing quite quickly. So intentional, consistent behavior from our robots is something we can always hope for, but they're robots. They have a mind of their own sometimes.
They find a way every time.
They will always find a way. Well, let's see what the score is looking like here. It is the Red Alliance, as projected, taking away the win, 492 to 371. A day late and a dollar short of that 5th ranking point. It does look like all of those points were attributed to fuel. 8 more, that's all it took, and just a little shy there. 604 does manage to hold on to that number 2 ranking spot, which, you know, can't be too mad about that.
Not at this point. I mean, we're, what, halfway through quals?
I can't believe it. Already?
It's flying by.
We're going light speed with qualification. So getting ready to enter that second half of qualifications, teams are looking to not just, you know, trying to send the rankings, but you're now starting to think about how do you audition for alliance selection? What are the things that you're hoping to show other teams that you are consistent at, you are reliable at, or if you're in, you know, the top of the division, you're thinking about who do you want to partner with, who would complement you. It should be fun.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot about that one. I think it's a Bruce Lee quote. I'm not afraid of the man who's practiced 1,000 kicks once, but the man who's practiced one kick 1,000 times. That consistency really is going to be king. But I also have a gut feeling you might need to know 2 kicks, right? If maybe 3 kicks, right? A little bit of flexibility as well when it comes to these alliances. You can't just be all in on defense all the time, with maybe a couple of exceptions. Let's see how it plays out for some of our incredibly consistent teams over on the Milstein division. We're going to get right into this autonomous period, so don't go anywhere.
Increasing its score to more than 100 points and taking the lead. In the other side, we got team 8873. a big robot there looking for more game pieces. And now up and in to the blue hub. First shift is the blue shift. And there we have Team Citrus Circuits filling their hopper and now coming back to the Blue Alliance. Or not yet. Now they are crossing the bump and letting it fly. All right, the Alliance is taking the lead more than 200 points. They are looking for the first energized RP, the same for the Red Alliance. Team BCR, Blackout, shooting and scoring. They are picking up from the corner, and now they will prepare to shoot. Who is also there? It's Team 4907 in a constant shot of fuel. Just 3 seconds remaining, and then we are moving on to our blue side. And the blue side, a flurry of fuel up and in from Citrus Circuits. As the Blue Alliance is close to take the lead, as they are taking the lead now. 3:20 to 3:06, 1 minute remaining. It seems we are going to have a neck-and-neck match here. It's raining fuel into the blue hub at this point of the match. Less than 1 minute remaining. 22:01, shooting and scoring. Team 75-94. And the red side playing defense as Team 2403 playing a heavy defense against Citrus Circuits. With their hopper full of fuel, Citrus cannot enter the Blue Alliance to start shooting and scoring. But now they finally got it. All right. It's still anyone's match. Less than 25 seconds remaining. It's a neck and neck here. 88-73. Rockefeller Robotics shooting and scoring. Less than 15 seconds now. Just 10 points separating both alliances. The Blue Alliance has the lead, but the Red Alliance now is taking the lead. 5 seconds remaining. Oh wow, great match here. 2-1 as time expires. With the same score, 417 to 417. Now.
What a crazy finish over on Milstein, but we're going to take you to Newton right now. Telliop nearly finishing here? Am I seeing that right?
No, Auto coming down to the last couple seconds, and we are into Telliop.
Big scores from both.
They are going to take the auto, and that means it's going to be a Red Alliance shift to start. 1903 is hung up on 4 fuel, like right under their wheels. Red Alliance has the shift, but we've got a beach situation. A little bit of help from their friends getting them back in play. 4,400 scoring right now. Alliance partner Spam scoring right behind it. Here comes Spam lining up, but they end up shooting wild and losing some of that fuel out into the neutral zone. Blue Alliance now turning on. They've got 60 points to go, and it looks like they've got 60 points in the air. Very close to it. See if they can get another volley done. 345, 346 Robohawks with the bubble booster. It's like blowing bubbles up into the sky, but they fall down as points into the hub.
Oh, we got to come back with that score over.
Takes the lead of 422 to 418. That was looking tied in the real-time scoring.
I was on the edge of my seat. I don't know if you saw that at the end, but you can see Red Alliance brought the score back with some penalties. There was some tower penalties right at the end of the match that made it extremely even. We saw that 417 score. Talk about pulling one out at the end. Like 1678 put up just enough fuel the end of that match, maintain that #1 seed, get 4 ranking points out of that match. That was crazy. Yeah, absolutely.
$94.08 out in the neutral zone. Warren Warbots looking to pick up some more fuel. 10-903, it looks like they might be having, no, they're just sending fuel in for their alliance partners. And there's 500 for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, 70 to go. And let's see if they can get there. We know they can do the volume, but do they have enough time? 20 seconds on the board. And they've got plenty of fuel to go. Blue Alliance has been able to recharge, and they are shooting again. 83-73 has a full load of fuel. Let's see if they can get that in there in the last 8 seconds. And up it goes. A few are going in. 346 doing the same. This is close. Can Red Alliance close the gap? And there's a lot of fuel that went in there in the last seconds there for the Red Alliance. It may be enough. We will find out in just a moment. Takes this. Blue Alliance will come away with 5 ranking points. Red Alliance will pick up 2. 5 ranking points. Can you believe it? Not enough.
So that was a replay over on Newton. 594 to 555. Teams really bringing the heat. Aiden, what'd you see?
Yeah, you know, we saw 94-08, the Warren Warbots. They've been just a force to be reckoned with down in Southern California, and they were starting to struggle down at the end of the match. It wasn't clear to me if it was like a brownout or just looking for options at the end, but you know they're good for it for the rest of those 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They were looking amazing, putting up points left and right. We did cut a little bit to talk about the match over on Milstein and look at those scores, so didn't quite catch everything, but really, really dominant performance. But Red, I mean, they kept it really, really competitive. Still 1,000 points scored between the two alliances combined.
Something I want to point out, yeah, over 1,000 points combined. None of those teams are ranked above 17th. You want to talk about like depth in a division. If you can have over 1,000 points scored by robots that aren't even in your top 16, like the playoff alliances are going to be stacked. Like that's a crazy amount of scoring output deep.
At this point, if you're not in the captain's position, it's a roulette wheel on just like you can get anyone and they're probably going to be great. Like within reason, obviously, but it's so deep on all of these fields. Everybody's really starting to hit those same ceilings, and I'm wondering what the difference maker is going to be if not just flexibility overall.
Yeah, you're talking about ceiling. It's kind of interesting too. I feel like robots are almost like there's different bands of scoring of what they can do, and I feel like it really comes down to how many cycles are the robots completing in a given active shift. Like you can see the robots that are able to score maybe 200 a match are doing maybe 2 full hoppers worth in an active shift. The robots that are scoring more, that maybe, you know, they're up in the 300 points. They're able to, you know, sneak out 1 extra full hopper. So it's really coming down to that driving execution of how quickly can you fill up again, and are you really, you know, doing 100 balls, 100 fuel in your active shift, or are you actually getting another one?
Speaking of active shifts, we got to take it over to Cury now, where we've already got 100 points on the board for our Red Alliance, 94 for Blue. Let's see how things shake out.
Preventing them from getting into their half of the field underneath that trench. Sliding some fuel back to their side of the field and winding around they go. Red Alliance tossing fuel from the neutral zone. Nikolai Fear blocking that Red Alliance trench. Red Alliance really trying to get as much fuel to their half as they can, but Tusk is not letting them. Red Hub now active. Rosbots beginning to score. Overture trying to line themselves up. Panthers lining up as well. Nikolai Fear continuing to go for more defense. Robinauter goes grabbing fuel out of this neutral zone. Phantom Cats making their way back in, bumping into their partners. Little collision of these Blue Alliance members in this neutral zone as they make their way back to that Blue Alliance hub. That Blue Alliance hub currently active, and now we're seeing the first attempts at scoring from the Phantom Cats in that far corner. Lots and lots of fuel on the floor in this Blue Alliance zone. That hub now flashing means Red is going to take back over. Pittsford Panther lined up, tossing lots of fuel. Overture looking to line up as well. Unfortunately, it looks like for the Roboticos, not only was a fuel piece stuck in that robot, looks a little bit shredded, they no longer have a signal light active on their robot. Unfortunately for the Red Alliance as well, Rosbot's solid signal light for this Red Alliance. Now we're down to 2v2 on these teams as we get into the last 30 seconds of the match. The Red Alliance already having a significant lead over Blue, so they're really going to have to do everything they can for Nicolay Fear. That means slowing down those Pittsburgh Panthers. You are not getting through, Nicolay says. Back and forth from bump to bump they go. Absolutely not. You can try the trencher, you can try to beat me. Blue Alliance continuing to score as much as they can as time runs out.
An incredible match and an incredible co-host. Welcome back, Sarah Heimlich, to the desk.
Thank you. Glad to be back this afternoon.
We have been having a grand old time, and we're coming down to the end of the qualification matches for today. What have you been noticing from the side? How are you feeling about the rest of the day?
Things have been going amazingly across all of these different divisions. We've seen close matches, we've seen high scores, we've broken 900 twice, we had a unicorn match. It's all happening here at the championship, so make sure you tune in again tomorrow to see what else we have in store.
It'll be the final segment of our qualification matches. Teams are going to be getting ready for Alliance selection. We've been talking a little bit about what teams are looking for, what they're preparing for, but ultimately, like, those conversations are going to be tough. There's such a big depth of field across all of our divisions. I do not envy our Alliance captains one bit.
And of course, the performance of our top tier teams on their respective divisions is what's going to sway it. We're looking at Archimedes qualification match number 56 coming ahead. Team 1114 Symbiotics and 27 Rush are on the same side on the Blue Alliance, going up against 971, who typically has been a top performer in California. Currently, it seems to be ranked 33rd. And then 9032 in rank 6. Blue seemingly a favorite here, but it could go either way. We've seen magic happen multiple times here at the championship.
For sure, especially with 27, we've seen they've had a little bit of a hard competition, unfortunately. So hopefully they can overcome the difficulties they've been facing and showing us why they were the #1 ranked team in Michigan this year.
How are you feeling about the rest of the matches coming ahead, Manisha?
I'm honestly so excited. Like, I just like, the beauty of champs is that you just get to see so many amazing teams under one field, or under one roof. All of the fields, all 8 of them, including the practice fields. Like, teams are actively writing new autonomous this year. They're testing out things. They're trying to get vision under control. You just get to learn from so many other teams too, which is always such a treat for me. Like, I go home and I bring so much back to my team, my region, and it's just, I hope so hope that everybody gets a chance to be here at one point, because it's just an electric feeling. Like, when that near tie happened over on Milstein, we could hear them all the way over here. Like, the energy is just, I feel re-energized.
But do you feel supercharged?
With that new threshold, I'm getting there.
You're getting there? You're getting close to a personal 500, whatever that means for you.
Yeah. If we take it over to Archimedes, let's see if our teams can make it to supercharge themselves. 56 out of 125. What a day we're having.
Yeah, not quite at that halfway point, but starting to approach the hump of quals here. Looking real good, real exciting. I'm seeing a lot of people starting to fall asleep in the stands, though, which, you know, hopefully they can also feel supercharged and re-energized.
Another interesting thing coming up in this match is how many teams we have from district model rather than the regional model. So these teams have been playing a lot throughout the season. They have seen high levels of competition already, and that may influence the outcome of this match because they are already used to playing at sort of that championship level, having come from a district championship.
That's something I've been dying to talk about all weekend, actually. So I genuinely am curious to see what the impact of the district model has on our teams, right? If you think about the district model, there are teams that have played 96 rebuilt matches already coming into this district, coming into this championship. We're going to take it to Archimedes now. One more match.
One more.
For blue, Silverhawks and Spartan back for red. Russian Symbiotics back to the center of the field, both filling up again. Can they get this next round of shots off? Yes, they can. That's going to push them into the lead. incredibly high scoring autonomous for both sides, 174 to 133. Here we go. This means that our red alliance will be scoring first. Blue gonna drop out their hoppers as soon as the transition period ends. Red begins to score. Blue robots gonna start passing fuel back to their side of the field. Red gonna score as quickly as they can. 15 seconds left of this scoring cycle. 15-11 Rolling Thunder sending fuel out of the red zone. 971 and 9126 scoring up for red. Blue getting into scoring position. Robo Whales playing the counter far side of the field to stop fuel from stacking up over there. Rush and Symbotics both empty their hoppers as fast as they can. Rush back again. 971 defending Symbotics, not letting them leave their zone to refuel. Blue is going to lose their possession in just 5 seconds. They've got another few seconds to get another volley up. Over 400 points as we switch back to red. 971 going on up. 9126 going to join them. Robo Whales right behind. Team 27 sending fuel over to the blue side of the field. Symbotics doing the same. It is incredibly close here on Archimedes. 423 to 390, a minute left of play. Blue getting ready to take control of their hub. Here they go. Two twin streams of fuel barraging that upper blue hub. 971 trying to defend. Symbotics getting another spoonful. Robo Whales stopping them from coming back in. Here they go again. 10 seconds left. Blue Alliance passing 550 points on their way to 600. There they go, 600 as we hit the end game. Red on track to get the ranking point for 500 as well, but they are trailing blue by about 150 points. They're gonna need a miracle to pull this one out. Here comes another rain of fuel from Symbotics. Rush full and heading back in. Red now over 500, 10 seconds left. Highest combined score we've seen on Archimedes. Blue over 730. One last barrage as time runs out here on Archimedes.
We're going to straight into match 57 over on the daily division presented by BAE Systems. We join this match just as the autonomous period ends. We'll throw it down to the daily division.
91 to 44, 93 to 44 as we enter the teleoperated period. A hard hit in the center of the field leaves 10-6-1-9 just blinking there and surfing over some fuel, but they're up and running and making their way back up and over. They continue to run through and try to clear out.
While we take a brief pause from the daily division, take a look at that new high score over on Archimedes, 797 for that Blue Alliance, allowing 27 and 15-11 to all ascend in the rankings. 11-14 staying strong at number 5 for now with that 5 ranking point match. Really good stuff over on Archimedes to close out our day. We're going to take you back to daily where things are pretty neck and neck while Blue Alliance shift is active.
As possible. 340 now getting in position. Even against the 10-6-1-9 defense, they're able to power their way through and lock themselves in. 340 going in for another volley there, scoring up high for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance's turn to answer back, and we got some scoring being done by the 1741 as they clean up the backside of the field. Meanwhile, 340 trying to beat and grab as much fuel and taking it away from the Red Alliance as they make their way back up and over to the Blue Alliance side of the field with 3 seconds left on the clock. They're in position to score up high. 10-6-1-9 trying to play some defense. 1741 right behind them as well, but damage is done already. 320 plus for the Blue Alliance to the Red Alliance's 193. 10 seconds left for the Blue Alliance before we enter the end game. GRR trying to make their way over, but now 1741 playing some defense. They finally make their way up and over. 1741 making their way back over to try to increase their score. Blue Alliance have now secured the Energized ranking point. They're looking for another 70 or so shots to be able to make their way and get another ranking point. Can they do it with 10 seconds left on the clock? 340 will attempt to do so. Here's a big volley of shots there. Is it enough to cross the 500 mark? They do, securing the second ranking point available to them at the end of this match. All right, here comes the scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance able to secure 514 fuel scored, 514. That gives them the additional supercharged ranking points, so they're walking home or walking back to the pit.
514 to 206 over on the daily division. Really wide margins there. Red seeming to be struggling, but Blue also just on a tear. 340, a monster to contend with on that field, truly.
I mean, that would be in pre-championship RPs. That would be well on your way to a multi-ranking point match.
Yeah.
The bar is higher here, and our teams are doing their best. You know, we talked about this earlier a little bit, but just because a match is seemingly low scoring doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of robot action happening.
If you think about it, 360 points any other year would be absolutely massive score. So this year we kind of set a new bar and threshold for where those scores are at, and it's been incredible to watch.
Well, not even just 360, because points inflate over the years, but the fact that we said, yeah, what we thought was the upper end of a ranking point, that was the hard one to achieve, that's our baseline now. That's your minimum now.
Well,
like, that's a lot of goalpost moving.
Right now we're going to go straight to the Newton division, where more teams are trying to get more ranking points.
It's a close one. 102 to 91. Just 10 points separating both alliances. Let's check what is going to happen in this close match. 94-08. Setting up a flurry of fuel. And for the Red Alliance, Team NRG also shooting and scoring. 152 to 153. Oh wow, what a match. Just 1 point separating both alliances. This is going to be a neck and neck match. Red Alliance taking the lead. Evil Empire shooting and scoring, and now it's raining fuel into the blue hub. It's the Blue Alliance with Team Warring Warbots. They are shooting and scoring, and as the Blue Alliance takes the lead here, they are close to get the first ranking point, the Energized RP. They just need two fuels to guarantee, and they got it. They got it, the Energized RP, the Blue Alliance. And now let's check the Red Alliance. They need to score more than 100 points to take the lead again. Robo Wranglers are there. From Greenville High School to Houston to shoot and score. 1 minute remaining here. And the Red Alliance shooting and scoring, but the advantage is blue. Almost 400 points for the Blue Alliance. Who is there shooting and scoring is Warring Warbots. The team from Downey, California. It's trying now to grab more fuel. They are dealing with a heavy defense from Team NRG. 30 seconds remaining. All right. 52-16. Evil Empire shooting and scoring. They are grabbing more fuel in the corner, as they will be back now to shoot, or maybe not yet. Robo Wranglers, and now finally Evil Empire, both of them shooting and scoring. As a team, just 5 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance has a great advantage. 2-1 as time expires. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. 673 to 518. Great match. And 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, 2 ranking points for the Red Alliance.
The Blue Alliance taking the victory there with 673 points and 5 ranking points. Red not walking away empty-handed with 2 ranking points as well, though. So overall, great match for both alliances.
It was exciting to watch, for sure.
It was very exciting to watch, and I was super impressed watching 9408. They just did a replay like in the past 30 minutes, and now they're back. That is guaranteed going to be one of the shortest turnaround times here at the championship. We got 2 days to play 10 quals. It's like, oh, nope, psych, you're within 30 minutes, bro. You got to get back to queue. That is just demonic to put them through, and yet they did it, and they showed up amazingly.
Let's also appreciate the size of this venue and how far away their pit is. So they're walking all the way to the end of Hall A here, probably like a quarter mile, and then having to come back a quarter mile from their pit. So even more impressive.
The Strava strats this weekend are just crazy. We're going to take you over to Daly and see some robots in action.
Center of the field, along with their alliance partners, and off they go, shooting on the move. Blue Alliance also scoring up high. 1323 already going for a second pass. 6696 doing the same thing as well. And here comes 1323 also picking up from the depot as well as they continue to fire. 128 to 41 as we enter the teleoperated period. Red Alliance already going for another shot. 1323 scoring up high. 6696 also doing the same for the Red Alliance, extending that lead now nearly 200. 190 as we move over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Meanwhile, Red Alliance just clearing out the entire neutral zone as 303 trying to get into position to try to score up high. 2399 is now stuck on the bump, but 1323 able to give them a friendly bump there as they go over towards the other side of the field. 1323 and 6696 now scoring up high. Meanwhile, 972 just trying to clear out all the fuel available on the Red Alliance side of the field. More and more scoring being done, and now we see like cross-field shots from 2399 trying to clear out as well all the fuel from the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance just continuing to score on that hub. 304 to 339 as we go back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 2399 continue to score up high, nearly hitting the top of the board there, the scoreboard, but able to clear out most of that fuel, sending it over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Not a lot of scoring being done on the Blue Alliance side of the field, but here comes Big Red. 6696 and 1323 scoring and continuing to score. Sectioning off one side of the field, 2530 trying to play some defense against the 1323 robot, but 1323 able to move and push their way through as they come hard and nearly tip over 1323, but 6696 able to push 2530 out of the way. Great support there from their alliance partners as 1323 continues to fire away. Here we go, Blue Alliance now starting to score on the Blue Alliance side. 972 sending up some shots up high as 1323 makes their way for a final volley here in the final 10 seconds. Blue Alliance trying to continue to add to and cut into that lead, but too little too late as we reach the end of qualification match 58. Here are the scores for this last match. It's the Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 598 to 155. Red Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points.
1323, Madtown Robotics, reigning world champions, currently in second on their division with that score of 598. You know, what's it going to take to move them up into first? Like, how much more do they have to prove at this point? Who's taking that spot from them right now?
The struggles Madtown had rankings is because earlier in the day they were only getting 4 RP in a couple matches, and that has brought down their average, which is why, although they are putting up incredible scores, had a 5 RP match there, they're currently stuck in that number 2 position. They need number 1 to lose an RP or 2 in order to move up into number 1, but that was an absolute dominant performance from 1323. That shoot on the move, so beautiful, not missing a single fuel.
It's the stuff I dream about personally, like vision that just like adapts to wherever you are on the field. It's, again, it is just stunning to see what these teams are capable of and how it affects their performance here at championships. You just get to see really beautiful stuff. We're gonna take you over to Cury. It looks like we've got a bit of a setup thing going on, but what trends have we seen today?
I'll tell you a trend I've been seeing. 1987 is amazing out on the field. I'm so excited to watch them again. The Broncobots coming back into this match. They're paired with 54-60 here. I'm expecting just one heck of a show from the Red Alliance yet again going into this game on Cury. They are finishing with this last bit of setup, but 1987 really was closing out a lot of games earlier on in the day. Just the final stretch, they're very good in the clutch when it matters. I fully anticipate them to be in the playoffs tomorrow, just without a doubt. It's just going to be down to the consistency game. You know, can they keep up with everybody else? And, you know, maybe a team of that caliber, are you thinking ahead to the Einstein level play? Like, who's going to be your ride or die going way into Saturday, not just the playoffs?
Yeah, because you want to be able to have options as you get deeper into your playoff tournament. Are you going to do triple offense? Is there going to be some defense in the mix?
It looks like we are ready over on the Cury field, so we're going to send it over there.
Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, looks like Pinball on their attempt back over the trench, not quite making it over. That fuel getting launched out of their robot. Unfortunately, from where their robot parked at the end of Autonomous, collecting a lot of fuel in the top from the back of the hub. Blue Alliance going to start with their first active shift for this match, and they are taking advantage of that. Lots of fuel coming in from all 3 members of this Blue Alliance. Pinball making their way back over. Ramtech launching plenty of fuel as well. Collision between Red Alliance members in the neutral zone as they're trying to collect. Unfortunately, looks like it does break Meowbotics intake. They are on their way over. It looks like they're going to attempt some defense. Red Alliance hub now active, and strike zone was ready. Launching lots and lots of fuel up into that hub right before it activates to take every second they can. Bronco bots doing the same. Lots of fuel coming from these team members up into that hub, trying to build a lead over this Blue Alliance. But only 1 second remains before Blue takes the hub back over. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance members, Pinball robot not moving on the field, looks disconnected. Drivers are frantically doing something behind the scenes to try to get themselves reconnected to this robot. Ram, Tech, and Chargers tossing up as much fuel in the remaining few seconds they have, building quite a significant lead over this Red Alliance, but Red Alliance now going to go in and start to score. Red Alliance already surpassing that small lead Blue had built as we get to the remaining 10 seconds of their active hub. At the 30-second mark, both hubs will become active and both teams will have the opportunity to score. Blue hub now active. Chargers tossing up fuel. Red Alliance Bronco bots continuing to slide all around that field and toss that fuel up. Their turret mechanism centered on their robot, able to spin with them as they move their bot around and score. Blue Alliance doing what they can to catch up with only 3 seconds remaining. Will it be enough with a downed teammate?
Pretty tight match from the Cury division over there. We're now taking you over to Hopper. We've got some pretty awesome teams on the field right now. Let's take a look.
Make their way to the middle of the field to start the autonomous period. 1706 focused on cleaning up that depot on the red side, and so is actually 910 Fully Freeze. Very similar strategies between both alliances here on Hopper Field with a close autonomous period, but it looks like it might go to the Blue Alliance to take the early lead as we go to the teleop mode. Starts right now. 5406 Celtics and 1706. The whole Red Alliance, though, is actually off to a quick start for that first shift. Blue Alliance not letting up on the gas, though, keeping it close as they begin that first shift. 172 to 178. 41-43. Mars Wars is just unloading it into the hub with their partners, Celtics 5406. Fully Freeze 910 shooting on the move from the middle of the field into the blue zone as we start shift number 2. 2486 Coconuts and their partners Mustang Robotics tries to close in on the Red Alliance, but they're going to need a few more game pieces. 2486 is focusing on what they have in the blue zone, as Fully Freeze is actually doing the same as well, loading up their hopper and unloading it through the hub. Takes the lead momentarily, but the Red Alliance is quick to get off that starting line and unload into the Red Alliance hub. 1706 and 5406 hanging out on both sides of the tower. Cycling those game pieces through, sweeping up those game pieces from the red zone and back into the lead with 422 points and counting to 290. Blue Alliance going to need a very productive shift if they want to take back the lead this round. 41-43, Mars Wars playing some defense against the Blue Alliance. Celtics also played a little bit of defense in trying to pick up those.
We just got those scores in from the Cury match. The Red Alliance takes the victory with 492, earning themselves 4 ranking points. Blue not walking away empty-handed with 1 ranking point. Let's send it back to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace to continue watching match 57.
41-43 of the Red Alliance gets up one more cycle. Blue Alliance is closing in on the lead. They might be able to do it, but 1706 and Celtics is not going to lift on the gas. Blue Alliance will be able to take the lead in 3, 2, 1.
And just like that, we're jumping over to Milstein qualification match 57. We've got 694 Stipulse. Remember to vote for them on your phones at home.
And Blue Alliance has full control for 25 seconds. Pair of Dice Robotics lining up on the near side. That's the team from Las Vegas, Nevada. And their teammates, the Austin O-Bots, as well as the Oscoda Owls. All making it rain fuel over on the blue side.
While we take a look at the action over on Milstein, we have scores from the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace. 4 ranking points going over to our Red Alliance. A little short of that second ranking point threshold, but they're not going away empty-handed. And over on the blue side, a little bit of motion in the rankings, but 1 ranking point on the board. Things are heating up here at Championship. Let's take it back over to Milstein, presented by Qualcomm.
They intake them across the floor, and they are going to extend their lead here, 248 and counting to 188 with 120 left in play. Blue Alliance has the opportunity now to bring this one back here during their alliance shift. Each one of these alliance shifts, 25 seconds of scoring for that particular alliance. Right now, the Blue Alliance has 10 more seconds left in their shift with just over 1 minute left in play. And they are cutting the deficit here of Red's lead, getting very close to overtaking the lead. And they do, as Red Alliance takes over and immediately takes it back from Blue control. 7250 and their teammates Paradise Robotics both in red territory now as they try to slow down these red machines as they continue to fire shot for shot up, collecting off the floor. 3 seconds left until our end game period of play. Red Alliance up to 425 points. About the same amount of fuel. They need to get up to 500 for the supercharged ranking a point. Blue Alliance getting very close to that ranking point, rather the energized ranking point as well. 17 seconds left in play. This volley from the Blue Alliance should do it, and they do. They secure their first ranking point, and Red Alliance secures the second. 8 seconds left to go, now playing for the win. Blue Alliance trying to get back in this one with 3, 2, 1. Time expires in match number 57. Some great work on both sides of the field, some great offensive machines. Unofficially 581.
Welcome back to the desk after that match. Once again, we are Robo Sports Network closing out First Champs Live Day 1 here at the Houston Championships. We've had one heck of a day. We've seen plenty of fantastic matches. If you're just tuning in now, not too late to see some incredible stuff. You know, you can see the fuel flying behind us. There's still plenty of games to be played here today, folks.
For sure, it has been an incredible day of highs and lows. We've seen upsets, we've seen high scores reset, we've seen world records broken. What a day.
We've seen a unicorn match.
We did.
Finally. It's been exciting to see how teams are rising to the challenge of our new ranking point thresholds here at Championships and really bringing the heat, right? We've got some of the best from all around the world, all trying to make it to our Einstein tournament on Saturday. Right now, we have some scores for you from our latest match here. 586 for the Red Alliance, 492 for Blue over on Milstein. So 694 voting upwards to rank number 7 with those 5 ranking points on the board for Red.
Yeah, incredible performance all around. You know, we're excited to see what matches we've got coming up ahead. Not too many hours left in the day here at the championship, but we've been seeing a lot of adaptability, right? Teams have been coming in and maybe are doing roles a little bit different from what they anticipated, a little bit more shuttling, a little bit more scoring. Teams that have come into this championship with rebuilds and kind of discovering what that robot can really do for the first time. You know, it's a matter of consistency, as we said before, but making sure you're showing up and showing what you can do in every match. We're still in that phase where the scouting data is coming together and teams still have an opportunity to kind of figure it out, but that opportunity is narrowing for sure as we get through the rest of the day.
We're also seeing that these robots have played an enormous amount of matches, anywhere from, 20 to 30 matches, all the way up to over 100 matches by some teams here. And so that reliability and how durable your robot is. We've heard of teams who built new robots for this event just because their old ones were wearing out, and it was time for a fresh set of wheels to go onto the carpet.
It's a nice balance of practice the way that you want to perform versus we're rising to the challenge of what this season has brought. Time to try something new, something that we did early on, especially if you're a district team. You're seeing over the course of the weeks of competition, just in your own region, the game is transforming to then eventually make it here where it's just this whole new level.
We are getting ready to throw it down to the Johnson division presented by Haas Automation. Looks like the robots there are almost ready to go. We're waiting on a thumbs up from the field officials in order to be able to send it there. What are you excited about in this match?
I've really been liking watching 4946. It's a weird looking robot. It's got kind of that rounded bumper with that flat front, but they are capable of so much storage, so much firepower, and it's been showing when they're in our top 5 of the rankings on the Johnson division consistently. So, sometimes the weird things work and you gotta try them out, and you can't judge a bot by its cover or by its bumpers or by its frame perimeter definition.
It is, we've been calling it the D robot because its frame perimeter literally looks like a D, and it is a lot of fun to see it. It looks like we're actually going to be switching to the Hopper division to watch a match there, qualification match 58, while we wait for the other one to get ready. So we're going to throw it down to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace now.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go. Match 56 off to a good start as we get 3 robots on the Blue Alliance going through a first sweep. And we have 2 on the Red for a first sweep. Flying Toasters are the first robot to make a second pass through the middle of the field. OP Robotics and a 581 of Blazing Bulldogs for the Blue, making that second pass. Blue Alliance, we're going to be on top though, 155 to 60. Flying Toasters are going to go back over the bump and try and get back to the red zone so they can begin the first shift. They have a heavy task ahead of them as the Blue Alliance managed to get 224 points at the end of that transition shift. And they are not done, as they're going to try and hoard as many game pieces as they possibly can. They're going to try and steal some from the Red Alliance zone, actually. With a hefty amount of game pieces on their side, they're looking to get a very productive shift right now. 581 Blazing Bulldogs and their partners have begun shift number 2. Night Vision gets beached on a couple of game pieces, but will evade all and get off of the game pieces and shoot to the middle of the field. Blue Alliance closing in on that energized ranking point at the end of shift number 2. They do get a last second, a couple of game pieces to give them that energized ranking point. Red Alliance begins shift at number 3 as Flying Toasters are the sole Red Alliance member in the red zone. OP Robotics launches a lot of game pieces from the red zone over across the field straight into the blue zone. But they've got 31-75. Night Vision coming back to the red zone to shoot into the hub. 581 does a twirl around in the Blue Alliance zone, dislodging some game pieces, and now it looks like we've got all 3 members of the Blue Alliance shooting into the hub, stacking up the points, closing in on that supercharged ranking point. Need 3 more pieces to do so, and they get it right now. And now we'll go into the end game as the Red Alliance is still working on getting that energized ranking point. 581 and OP Robotics are still in the blue zone, trying to clean up all the fuel inside of their zone. Flying Toasters getting 1 more cycle in, trying to get 1 or 2 more cycles to see if they can do so in 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're going to go straight over to the Johnson division presented by Haas to catch up with that match as they just finished the autonomous period.
Close match, though. This has come down to the last fuels, and Red Alliance just barely wins that auto period. Alpha.
The Blue Alliance on Hopper putting up a massive score in that last match. 653, gaining 5 ranking points to Red's 338. Red unfortunately missing out on any ranking points there. Let's go back to the Johnson division to finish watching qualification match 58.
The Alpha Dogs robots start shooting. Red Alliance 334. Tech Knights from Brooklyn Technical High School grabbing fuel, getting ready for their activation. They're shooting. Looks like some of those shots were going a little bit long and to the left, not going into the hub, hitting the net and dropping down. Close match, 164 to 134. Look at these long distance shots here by 1306 Badger bots grabbing fuel. Somewhere there's a piece of fuel that is like probably half the size, because there's gold dust all over the middle of our field. Some poor fuel just got shredded. Once again, very close match. Blue Alliance active, and they tie it up right now. Blue Alliance now takes the lead. They got a minute to go. It's 197 to 188. Very close match. 1306 Badger bots from Middleton, Wisconsin, showing their long distance shots there, going back into the back of the Red Alliance territory and just shooting it way across the field. Getting ready to go to in-game time, still too close to call. Both hubs will be active in 4 seconds. And that sound indicates we are in our in-game. Both hubs are active. Lots of shots coming from the Blue Alliance. Nobody shooting from the Red Alliance right now. Blue's behind. 334. Tech Knights from Brooklyn, New York shoots, and they go out in the middle zone to go grab some more. 10 seconds to go. Very close. 288 to 276. This is coming to the last shots. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. 305 to 286. That is a preliminary score that is way too early to call. We'll see what the
on Cury, we seem to have a 254 mentor in a cage, but we will be watching 254 the Cheesy Poofs as they take on team 125 here in qualification match number 59. This is sure shaping up to be one heck of a game here, Sarah. I'm looking forward to seeing how these two square up against each other out on the match.
Absolutely. 254 and 125, no strangers, either of them, to the championship and doing well at this event. Both have played on Einstein multiple times. 254 obviously winning the world championship multiple times, so it'll be interesting to see how this one shakes out.
Let's see if they're poised for number 6 on that championship notches. 254, 125, 3847 Spectrum's running on red, and we're off to the races here on the Cury division.
Qualification match number 59. Quick collision in the neutral zone between the Cheesy Poofs and the Neutrons. Neutrons still continuing to score. Cheesy Poofs continuing to score. Lots of fuel from all of these members. Dirty Mechanics tossing lots of fuel from right by that driver station. Arm up in the air, gonna line up. Unfortunately, just missing that level 1 traverse. Blue Alliance 152 points in autonomous. Red Alliance 108 points in autonomous. Red going to start with that first active hub, and these teams are just grabbing and shuffling that fuel back to their side of the field. Looks like a piece of fuel stuck in Cheesy Poof's robot. Hopefully they're able to get it out before the end of the match, but uncertain at this time. Looks like they're not going to be...
And over on the bottom right, we've got our scores from the Johnson division. 317 to 288. Blue walking away with nothing. Red walking away with only the win ranking points.
From the far corner of that Red Alliance and launching all the way into that neutral zone. Some of it making all the way to that Red Alliance side of the field. Neutrons trying to get through. Cheesy Poofs not letting them, but Freedom Robotics really trying to slow them down from playing defense at this time. Does look like that piece of fuel was able to get out of Cheesy Poof's robot, and they are able to start launching the fuel back to their side and continuing to help score with their teammates. But they're gonna have to wait because Red Alliance is up right now with an active hub for the next 5 seconds. All Red Alliance members continuing to try and score. Blue Alliance now, their hub active. Cheesy Poofs helping their teammate Polar Pilots score, considering that now the fuel can come out of their robot successfully. They're gonna continue to launch that fuel up in droves. Piece after piece, it goes flying up into the hub. Collision again between Neutrons and Cheesy Poofs. These teams continue to go back and forth, bumping into each other. Blue Alliance, good 30-point lead against Red. Red's gonna do everything they can, but it is no match currently for that Blue Alliance. Red is pouring everything they've got into this Red hub right now. With 10 seconds remaining, the Blue Alliance continues to score. Lots of fuel in that neutral zone from the back of those hubs. 3, 2, 1.
What a match on Cury. What did you guys notice?
That match was highs, lows, absolute roller coaster. We had it all there. 254 getting a ball jammed in their shooter, so they were unable to score. They switched to defense, came down by 100 points. The ball came unstuck, and then somehow or another they came back in order to get the victory. We're gonna see if they got all 5 ranking points here. I think that's what I'm the most curious about from this match.
Yeah, it seems like they may have been a little stunted on their output throughout the match, and it may or may not matter here when it comes to their overall ranking. Just generally impressive that they were able to clutch it out. Just the ball coming out loose after just one weird hit that they took while playing defense, and suddenly it's game time. They're back in it. You can never count 254 down and out. It is just the world champion difference when it comes to these guys. That score getting carefully calculated over on Cury. but wow, just so impressive of a showing from them, and their partners being able to support them throughout the match and keeping it as close as it was in order for them to get the lead. It wasn't that they were deadlifting their alliance. They were just putting out so much of the firepower, but they had a really strong supporting alliance behind them in order to keep it close enough for them to come in at the end.
254 showing there why you never want to give up in a match. You always want to be putting up your A game, whatever it is with the robot that you have on the field. And if that's defense, you switch to defense. Then when you can go back to offense, you switch back to offense. Huge kudos to their driver for not getting flustered there and just rolling with the punches and showing out incredibly as a result.
Really great field awareness too, right? Like, as soon as you notice that something's different about your robot, being able to pivot, you have a pre-match strategy that you establish with your alliance partners, especially when you're looking who you're up against. That opposing alliance really was also putting in the work over on Cury.
Well, something that, and it looks like we're going to get the scores in a second here. Blue Alliance does cinch victory 510 to 425. Is it enough? Yes, it is. It is almost exactly enough. So all 510 points coming in from the game pieces. You see the nice little golf clap on the sides. The mentors are pleased about that one. And they're just going to try and shoot further in the rankings. But yeah, real flexible stuff. They've had a lot of practice into defense, especially in the NorCal District Championship, where they lost a finals match against a defense-only robot. Invited them later for scrimmages before the World Championship. You can only imagine that some of that rubbed off onto them, and now they're defense wizards from absorption.
At NorCal District Championship, that team 66-65 were finalists with 1678 and Control Alt Defeat, and they really showed us what defense could do in this game. High-level defender, super excited to have them here at the World Championship for the first time. Go check them out if you get a chance. Very different gameplay than you'll see from most robots, and so fantastic to have some diversity of robots here.
Jumping over to Daily Division, it looks like Surf's up for red. We got High Tide and the Tiki Techs in qualification match number 62. What are the two of you looking forward to as we jump on into Daily, presented by BAE Systems?
Being a member of the New England District, I'm super happy to see two of our New England teams on the field as well, 999 Mecha Rams and 8724 Mayhem out of New Hampshire.
Let's throw it down to the Daily Division presented by BAE Systems to watch this match.
Blue Alliance first to strike, but here comes a Red Alliance 44-14 making their way all the way back over to the depot and continuing to score on the move. Over 70 points here as they make another swipe, and the same with their alliance partners, 87-24, pushing that lead 111-73 as we enter the teleoperated period. And here comes 44-14 with a quick shot up high, followed right behind them, 87-24. Scoring up high as well. But now it's back over to the Blue Alliance, 11:56, doing some cleanup work. Excellent job by cleaning up and protecting the fuel as they're getting defended by 3880. Meanwhile, 44-14 getting played defense against 999, playing some excellent robot-on-robot defense, but as soon as they make it over to that side of the field, here they go, 44-14, continuing to score. Look at all that stream of fuel going in. 87-24 right behind them, scoring up high as well. 245-190 with 1:30 left on the clock. I see an Oculus vision on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Looks like that came off of a robot. Hopefully another robot doesn't run into it. Some mean defense being played against the 44-14 robot as the Blue Alliance now, oh no, now they're playing keep away there. 3880 playing some defense against it, and that Oculus is still on the floor. 44-14 now clearing out nearly the entire neutral zone of fuel, and they have an entire side of just available fuel as they start to fire and move back even under heavy defense. 999 and 7712 trying to clear out all that fuel that's there, but 44-14 able to make another pass over there as they grab most of the fuel there that's coming out that they just previously scored. So 383-263 as we enter the end game, and here comes 44-14 getting defended and pushed over. 44-14 able to get rid of most of the complement of fuel that they had. 11:56 now scoring up high for the Blue Alliance and trying to eat into that Red Alliance lead. Red Alliance trying to hit the 500 mark with only 7 seconds left on the clock. Can they do it? I'm not sure that they're going to have enough time. One final volley going in. Was it enough? It's not enough. Final scores coming up in just a moment.
We're going straight over to the Cury division and joining qualification match 60 just as the autonomous period comes to an end. Red winning that autonomous period. Let's see if they can hold on to the lead throughout this match.
Red Alliance going to start off with 70 points in this autonomous, and they are going to have their hub shut off. Blue will start with that first active hub shift. System meltdown, grabbing fuel, sliding across the field quickly and making their way back. Heads up. Ozone Robotics also tossing loads of fuel up towards their hub. But Red Alliance making this difficult for these blue members. SS Prometheus not allowing teams across the field.
While we're watching the action over on Cury presented by the Argosy Foundation, we have scores over for Daily presented by BAE Systems. 509 points. 44-14 is securing the point, the first position over on the Daily division, but only 4 RP for them. Tough getting so close to that 5th RP. We're gonna take you back over to Cury now, see how the action's playing out.
All of the members, System Meltdown, Future Martians, and Ozone trying to toss fuel at this hub. 250 now broken as we hit 1 minute remaining in the match. Red hub active, SS Prometheus lined up and ready to start launching that fuel. One after another fuel is entering that hub, but Blue Alliance continues to grab the fuel, launching it back to their half of the field, not letting the Red Alliance use it for scoring. 5 seconds until we get into end game where both hubs become active, and Red is really going to have to put everything they've got into this. Ozone and the Future Martians launching all sorts of fuel up into that hub. System Meltdown grabbing it as it rolls back out onto the field on the underside of the hub to continue to bring it back and score it again. 4 away from that first bonus ranking point. Blue Alliance has now broken that threshold. 10 seconds still remain, and Red Alliance is on their way to that 360. Can they get it in the remaining 3 seconds? 2, 1.
Great showing overall, 412 to 314. Not the highest scoring match that we've seen on Cury, but certainly a hard-fought one by everybody involved. We will get the scores finalized in just a moment and update you on those when we get back. But yeah, what are we noticing out of these teams as we get down to the bitter end?
You know, it is early to be talking about rankings, even though we are at the end of the day, but you can't help but talk about them as we start to get into this second half of the matches. And we know these teams aren't going to be getting 5 RP from this match, and that difference between 4 and 5 could make a very, very big difference in the rankings as we do finish out the qualifications tomorrow and then go into our playoffs on Saturday.
We've got a score for that Cury match that we were just taking a look at, 434 to 332. Movement in the rankings, right? We're seeing high scoring matches for a classic FRC year, but only 4 ranking points. That is great news for our Blue Alliance though, because their RP averages are benefiting from getting those 4, even though it's kind of like low, I guess. People like
when we've seen so many 5 RPs, it feels low, but it is significant, right? It is a bonus rank on top of just tying. And clearly it mattered, right? 4 RP jumping you to spots 9 and 10. Really, really fantastic outcome. You might not be able to go much higher, though. You may start to find that ceiling real soon as you're not achieving those 5 RP matches like some of the more powerful players. So let's take a look at how those rankings are starting to settle. 90-23 and 46-11. As mentioned earlier, they finished up their 5th game at that halfway point of the 10 quals. I gotta sit a little higher. I gotta like poke my head over that ranking bar. But yeah, as expected, 254 towards the top, 51.99 Robot Dolphins from outer space ahead of them. 5 undefeated teams, top dog right now, 70-28. My goodness, an average score of 674, 1 ranking point ahead of 254. Wowee.
It's definitely a feels good moment at the end of the day to be like, oh, we just bounced into the top 10 here at the end of the day, kind of end on a high. It gets you kind of feeling good about the next day, especially when you start to think about, as teams prepare for alliance selection, if there's some in-picking within that top 10, 9 and 10 become alliance captains. So you're not just excited about ascending in the rankings, you're also excited about the concept of alliance selection being in your control.
Well, we are going to throw over to the daily division where qualification match 63 has just started in the teleoperated period.
As they make their way back, 182 to 107, 120 already. Red Alliance trying to claw their way back in, but 33-14 playing some good defense against the 4678 robot. 4678 robot able to get right into that protected zone area. And here goes another volley for the 4678 robot, now securing the lead for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, over on blue, we now shift over back to them. Blue Alliance able to add another volley there. 197. Don't know why 55-57 is scoring into the red hub. It's not active, so those fuel do not count. 197 to 191 as 33-14 continue to add to that Blue Alliance lead. 224 to 191. Now the Red Alliance hub is active, and 4678 quickly scoring up high, but quickly getting tapped by the 33-14 robot. And here they go. Counts going on for the Blue Alliance, and now they're wedged up against the side, and more counts, and a foul there assessed to the 33-14 robot for pinning.
We're going side by side to watch the Cury division while we finish up that match on daily.
Red Alliance side, some scoring occurring from their team members. Looks like Hemlock's Gray Matter getting some up into that hub.
As we enter the last 10 seconds of this match, will Blue mount enough of a comeback? Not enough time as Red extends that lead and hits the possible 360 for an additional ranking point. We'll find out in just a moment.
Line up into the Red Alliance hub, trying to catch up to the lead that Blue built during that auto and transition period. 140 points now for that Red Alliance, and Blue is ready to go. Their hub now active. Southern Tier coming on in over that bump, bumping into some of the Blue Alliance members.
We've got the scores from those daily matches. 369, score so fine. 3 ranking points for the Red Alliance compared to 255 for Blue. Some shifting in the rankings. Overall, a lot of fouls, but some tower points too. Very fun.
Possibly can. Already at 331 points. Red turn with the active hub. Southern Tier launching the fuel. Gray Matter doing so as well. Graybacks, Blue Alliance, full of fuel, making their way over that bump, slamming into the ground pretty hard, but continuing on their way. Blue Hub active, and those 3 team members lined up once again. 400 points now for that Blue Alliance already, and they are on their way to even more. Getting closer and closer to this 30-second mark. Red Alliance trying to make sure they're prepped and ready. Gray Matter launching some fuel just before their hub activates, unfortunately, meaning it won't be scored. That hub now active, so they can start scoring that fuel. Blue Alliance, though, has not let up. 500 points already for this Blue Alliance, earning both bonus ranking points. 15 seconds remain in the match. Red Alliance doing everything they can to at least try and earn that bonus ranking point, but they're still 100 away. Under 10 seconds, and Blue just continues to go. These large capacity robots really showing what the benefit of that is as time runs out. And results are in. We've got a Blue Alliance win. 709 to 289.
The Blue Alliance taking that match over on Cury, 709 to 289. Blue Alliance receiving all 5 ranking points. Unfortunately, the Red Alliance, heartbreaker for them, walking away empty-handed. But good news for the Blue Alliance, all 3 robots moved up in the rankings, including one into 3rd place. They're in the top 4 now, top half of the bracket.
And we'll have to see if they can stay there as we continue our qualification matches tomorrow. Hopefully we can get a bit of a quick look at the rankings for that division here, and we'll see if it's accurate with where they've moved.
In the meantime, a couple of divisions have finished up play for today.
Oh, yes.
So we're starting to wind down and just show you kind of the fields that are still active behind us. Moving forward. Sorry, Aiden, go ahead.
No, that's all good. Yeah, so the rankings are starting to settle for the day. Again, this is after 5 matches, right? It feels like it's been so much, but you know, just all the fields that have kind of started to wrap up, you're feeling like I don't even know how to express it. For a normal event, you feel like you're mostly settled and locked in, but you have to remember, like, you're only halfway through what there is yet to come, right? You've only gotten 5 of your 10 qualification matches, so nothing is set in stone yet. My understanding is that Archimedes and Daly are both done. Let's take a look at those Archimedes rankings in just a moment here. So 30-45, the Gear Gremlins out of California, 5-0, an average of 622, squeaking out 1 point against 9470 Control Alt Defeat at 621. So some of that NorCal firepower joined by another undefeated California team, 5940, that's Bread. My goodness.
Here we can see in these rankings both the importance of getting those 5 RP with 3 robots all tied at 5 RP average, and Bread dropping down to the 4th position because they missed 1 RP throughout the day, and also the importance of getting a high average score with 1 point on the average score being the difference between our number 1 and number 2 seed in the Archimedes division.
Over to Daly now, we can see High Tide up at the top, 707 average score for their matches, undefeated on their division. And something that's just amazing to me is that throughout the course of the rankings that we've seen thus far between Archimedes and Daly, you can have an undefeated record, but still not be at the very tippy top of the division. Over on Daly, that's largely the case for the top 4. But these high scores, the ranking points, it is an amazing distribution that we have.
It is so incredible to me to see an average score of 707. That's average. Like, you're usually good for 707. Remember when 100 was the threshold for a ranking point? My goodness. Just blown out of the water. Last time we saw Madtown and High Tide on the same division together, they caught some magic. I seem to remember they won a little thing called the World Championship as well. And High Tide last year partnering up with 2073 to make it as finalists within their division. So all of those teams having some history and now all having some fantastic times in the top 8 there on that division. Really crazy stuff.
Well, with that, we're getting ready to throw it down to the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm as they've finished wrapping up their last few matches for the day. They're getting ready to play match 61. Who are you excited to see in this match?
I am excited to see 7457. I believe that is a Super Duper with a Super Duper robot. Over on the Red Alliance, we see the Volunteers kind of setting up and cleaning things up there, make sure it's a nice, clean, fair game in the autonomous period. 1771 is also a team that I'm excited to see how they perform. Let's see just who's able to keep up with Red here, and I think this one could really be a toss-up, all things considered.
Super Duper, of course, ranking 1 in Archimedes last year. They're looking to see if they can keep up that record. So with that, we'll send it down to the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm for qualification match number 61.
2, 1, go! Well, Milstein, if the energy in the crowd is any indication of how good this match is going to be, I think we're in for a treat. Here in match number 61, volleys on both sides of the field to get it started. Super Duper out for number 2. They're going to be joined by Walton Robotics on the red side. And 2846, the Fire Bears coming back with North Gwinnett for blue. It's close here, but Blue Alliance is going to take the 10-point advantage. 78-68, all fuel here. And Red Alliance will head on the first shift of the match. North Gwinnett able to sink a couple shots here in the transition shift before time runs out on their hub, and Red Alliance takes over. Here comes 74-57 out of Indianapolis, recollecting underneath the tower. And now 23-33, trying to land the mark, but 74-57 able to get that volley up in time. Trading places now with Walton Robotics as they are shooting on the move as they pick up that fuel across the floor on the red side of the field. Time runs out on the Red Alliance, and North Gwinnett is already powering the shots in for the Blue Alliance. 2846 Fire Bears over in the depot as well, as the team from Sapulpa, Oklahoma is keeping Super Duper at bay. 2 red machines now passing that fuel up and over into the Red Alliance zone. Just under a minute and a half left in play with 3 seconds left on the Blue Alliance shift. They've extended their lead 210 to 189, but Red Alliance is storming back here with 1:14 left in play. 4 machines tangling here in the Red Alliance zone, and 74-57 able to get that entire payload up and in despite the defense from the Blue Alliance. Continuing the scoring is 29-74. The team from Marietta, Georgia for the Red Alliance running out of time, and they will head all the way back over to the blue side of the field. 96-44 is over there, but it looks like their robot is still static here right by the hub for the Blue Alliance, and we have a effective 3-on-2 here in favor of the Blue Alliance. 277 to 294. Red Alliance still maintains their lead though, and both alliances are inching closer towards that ranking point. 30 seconds left in play. We've reached the end game here in match number 61. It's going to be a race to the finish in this one. Super Duper with a volley for Red. North Gwinnett recollecting, trying to rejoin their teammates. 28-46 as 96-44 shows signs of life with 14 seconds left in play. Red Alliance getting close to the ranking point, so is Blue. 8 seconds left to go. Energized for Blue, energized for Red with 3, 2, 1. Unofficially a 10-point lead for the Red Alliance. But we know there's some fuel that can get scored in those final closing seconds that may affect how this match comes out. We'll see and tally those official results in just a moment.
Wicked close match over on Milstein. My goodness. The whole time I was not sure which way it was going to go.
I'm still not sure which way it's going to go with only 10 points difference. Here we're going to get the score live. The Red Alliance did take the victory there. 386 to 400, just 14 points separating these teams.
And 15 points in fouls.
Yes, penalties making the difference there.
Oh my goodness.
Blue not walking away empty-handed. undefeated, though, they did receive a 1 ranking point for reaching that 360 fuel scored threshold.
You got to be so careful with those major fouls. I mean, I'm going to assume it's a major foul as a 15-pointer, but just getting hit that hard and having it be the difference between winning by 1 and losing by 14, it really did make the difference there. Just you gotta be careful in these matches, right? Even as you're fighting tooth and nail to get as many points as you can't take it too rough. So we are starting to see the rankings settle over on Hopper 2056 and 581. Best buds in 1 and 2. We'll see if that converts into tomorrow. Averages making actually not quite making the difference. 2056 with 1 ranking point ahead of 581. But my goodness, that's a lot of undefeated teams at this point in the day.
We gotta talk about this ranking point average score situation going on, right? You have your number 4 seed, 1706, has a higher average score than both the number 2 and number 3 seeds, but the ranking points, it's all about the ranking points at this point.
It's all about the points, and you've been talking about how, 4 feels a little low, and while that's not necessarily true because it is a bonus, this is where it's really starting to show up, right? 25 ranking points being the total there. That means that 2056 has earned 5 ranking points in every single game that they've played. Wow. Maybe 6 in one, 4 in another, but they weren't part of that unicorn, so probably not. Just really, really incredible stuff coming out of the teams here. Every little point making the difference, and we see them just shifting ever so slightly, right? Any one of these could give in a future match.
With 7 teams undefeated, it explains why we keep talking about these ranking points and these average scores. With that, we're going to send it straight over to Johnson, match 62. We're going to send this over as autonomous period ends to see how it turns out.
Have their hub active second. 3620, average Joe's temporarily gets stuck on some fuel, but they're able to get themselves off. 3603 Cyber Coyotes shoots and they come back in the neutral zone to grab some more. 1908 Shorebots from Eastville, Texas, or Virginia, grabbing fuel, heading back through that trench and getting ready for their activation in 10 seconds. 2337, that's Engineers from Grand Blanc High School. They go out in the middle of the neutral zone. They push a few more extra fuel through and they start shooting. Blue's active now for 21 seconds. Close match, 98 to 102. Blue now taking the lead. .3620 average Joe's from St. Joseph High School, grabbing fuel from along their line station wall and shooting it while they're moving. Shift over to red. Blue has a lead, 154 to 143, but red is about ready to tie it up. We're now tied. It's going back and forth. It's like watching a tennis match here. 1 minute to go. 171 to 154. Red has the lead. 36-20 average Joe's. They're up on top of 7-7-2. Referee's taking a close look at that. Looks like there was some plexiglass that was preventing any damage, so probably not a big deal. 43 seconds to go. It's tied. This match is going to come down to the very last seconds. 3603 Cyber Coyotes from Reed City, Michigan, out in the middle of the field. They come over and get ready for the end game. End game time. Anybody can shoot. 3620, we have robots on top of robots. Uh-oh. I couldn't see exactly what was going on, but 772 Saber-Lights Robotics was underneath 3620 average Joe's. Referee's not liking that. We'll find out about that later. 10 seconds ago, it's almost tied. This is coming down to the very last shots. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. Woo! Our preliminary score has the Red Alliance has an advantage by 1 fuel. Just 1. That's not our final score.
Well, while we're biting our nails over the results of that Johnson division match, we're going to move on over to Newton. It does seem like we have gotten the results for Johnson. 289 to 288, 1 point differential. My, oh my.
Our third seed. Let's check if they can keep this position. At this moment, they are letting it fly. A flurry of fuel up and in the blue hub. 126 to 93. Blue Alliance has that advantage, but the Red Alliance now shooting and scoring, trying to close this gap. 32-56. It's Warrior Borgs. They are letting it fly with Griffin Cameron, 2 robots shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance that is taking the lead. 185 to 167. 8 seconds remaining in the red shift, and again, Warrior Borgs letting it fly. More points for the Red Alliance. The blue side of the field. Let's see who is going to shoot and score. At this moment, we can see Itcan Robotics letting it fly. And also their team engineers of tomorrow releasing a flurry of fuel up and in. Okay, it's now time for the Red Alliance. They are taking the lead. This is still anyone's match here. 32-56. They are grabbing more fuel close to the tower. As the active hub is still the red hub, scoring some more fuel. And now let's move on to the blue side. Blue Alliance looking to the lead. They are taking the lead again. This is still anyone's match. What a match here, guys. 346. Robohawks grabbing more fuel. And with them, Itcan Robotics releasing a flurry of fuel up and in. It's a Blue Alliance with the lead and less than 30 seconds remaining. Our last qualification match today, and tomorrow we will be back at 8 a.m. So it's now or never today for these teams. 4:15 to 3:24. 10 seconds remaining. 23-17, shooting from the corner, and the Blue Alliance also trying some last-minute shots. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
Well, we're still waiting on the final results for that match, but 91-28, they may have done it. They may be able to hold on to their #1 position as we wrap up the Newton Field here for the day.
It will be interesting to see if they are able to maintain it. If they got 4 or 5 ranking points there.
Well, they definitely won.
They took the win, but fell short of that 500 mark in order to get the RP, but they did maintain their #1 ranking with those 4 RP. But we're going to throw it over immediately to the Hopper division to catch up with qualification match 62. And this is their last match of the day for all of championship. So we'll send it to the Hopper division, sponsored by GE Aerospace.
Quickly goes to the middle of the field. Red Alliance, though, not done scoring, getting 171 points at the end of that transition shift. 80-44, Denim Venom by the trench with their partners and unload one hefty cycle of fuel through the blue hub. Blue Alliance, though, has a hefty task ahead of them. Need about 100 more points to take the lead. They're gonna have to do it in the next shift as the Red Alliance begins shift number 2. 1732 cleans up the depot. That's Hilltop Robotics with their partners. 3467 Wyndham wind up. They're closing in on that energized ranking point threshold of 360. Right now, they've got 276 game pieces. And now we go to shift number 3 with 30-15. Ranger Robotics and their partners, Denim Venom, hanging out by the blue tower, going back to the neutral zone to pick up some more fuel. We've got one blue robot, 16-25 Innovation, trying to siphon the fuel out of the Red Alliance zone. Now we go back to the red side, where they will be getting the last shift before the end game. They cross the threshold for the energized ranking point. Continue to strengthen their lead, showing their dominance in this match with only 2 robots nonetheless. With 3 seconds left, we now go into the end game. We've got 2 robots on the blue and 2 robots on the red, cycling more game pieces to start the end game here. Exciting end as the Red Alliance gets to that 500-point mark. Gonna give them that supercharged ranking point. Blue Alliance crosses the 360 threshold. Productive shift for them as well. Let's see if they can get supercharged in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Crazy match to finish the day. That was predicted to be going to the Blue Alliance. We'll see who actually takes it. It looks like it's the red. 636 for Red Alliance, 444 for Blue, so Blue's not going home empty-handed. They get 1 ranking point, 5 ranking points for Red Alliance, and all 3 of those robots ascending in the rankings.
Yeah, 1732 will end up in that top 10 there. You know, just really a wide margin. Just undoubtedly so much firepower out of Red. Can't wait to see how they're playing tomorrow. Sarah, anything that you want to add to that match? Any of the takeaways from that division?
You know, Wyndham Windup is a perennial powerhouse that's coming out of the New England area, and whenever you're seeing them in a match, you can't count them out, and they proved why in that one. So great way for that Red Alliance to end the day, and I'm sure they'll be trying to take that momentum into tomorrow as we finish out our qualification matches.
Well, as you might be able to tell behind us, fields are closing up. It's getting barren. It's getting empty. No fuel to be seen, no robots anywhere, because we will be back tomorrow at 7:45 a.m. and on Saturday covering the Alliance selection. Once again, from all of us at RoboSports Network, providing coverage here for the first Champs live stream. We want to thank you for watching, and we hope you have a wonderful night.